181. He was also part of the team involved in formulating a psychological warfare initiative called the National Security Information Agency. Well known as a producer, in 1954 he set up CV. Whitney Pictures Incorporated and stated, "I want to film what I would describe as an American series to show our people their country and also to make certain that the rest of the world learns more about us." 29. The first picture in the American series was The Searchers, produced at a cost of $3 million, and directed by John Ford. During the war, John Ford had been chief of the field photographic branch of OSS. His job was to photograph the work of guerrillas, saboteurs, and resistance outfits in occupied Europe. Special assignments included producing top-secret films which were screened to government leaders. In 1946 he incorporated his own production company, Argosy Pictures. The principal investors, besides Ford and Marion Cooper, were all OSS veterans, William Donovan, Ole Doering, David Bruce, and William Vanderbilt. Ford was entirely in sympathy with the idea that the government's intelligence agencies should suggest themes for Hollywood audiences, and asked them to leave 6 copies of the Militant Liberty booklet with him and send him a dozen more so that he could pass them on to his script writers so that they can learn the nomenclature of the concept. He further requested that a representative of the Joint Chiefs of Staff come to the Pensacola, Florida, location of the movie Eagle's Wings, for assistance in putting militant liberty elements in the movie 30. There, to help get the message across, was Marion Cooper, who had fought against Pancho Villa, and as an army flyer had been shot down over France by the Germans in 1918. Becoming a producer with RKO in the 1930s, he was responsible for teaming Fred Astaire with Ginger Rogers. Also on the set of Eagle's Wings was Ward Bond, president of the Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals, an organization dedicated to running communists out of the industry, and to aiding the House Un-American Activities Committee. Bond, said one acquaintance, would do anything that made him feel important, even at the expense of stomping on people. Ford used to say, "Let's face it. Ward Bond is a shit. But he's our favorite shit." Here was the Hollywood Consortium at work, made up of a group of men who had known each other for decades, and who looked to one another for authorization and support. Militant liberty could only have happened in an America so conscious of a sense of imperial burden. Articulating the imperatives of the Pax Americana, these films celebrated duty, the group, the response to command, the dominance of male derring-do. It was in this context that John Wayne, who went to extraordinary lengths to avoid military service in the Second World War, came to be regarded as the model of an American soldier, the personification of Americanism. The Duke was the frontier man, taming the world. In 1979, Congress struck a medal in his honor. The inscription read simply, "John Wayne, America." But his was the America of red baiting and ethnic prejudice. As the eponymous hero in Big Jim McLean, he starred in one of the crudest B-film expressions of commie hating. Movies, like propaganda, trade in fiction, but if this fiction is adroitly manufactured, it will be taken for reality. To perform this function well, Hollywood had long understood the need to cut its mythical patterns to suit the prevailing political and social mood. Thus it had switched from making anti-Bolshevik films in the 1920s and 1930s, to glorifying Russia as a 182 wartime ally, to producing a rash of anti-communist films in the 1950s, The Red Nightmare, The Red Menace, Invasion USA, I Was a Communist for the FBI, Red Planet Mars, Iron Curtain, My Son John, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Walk East on Beacon Street, which was scripted and financed by the FBI, was J. Edgar Hoover's personal favorite. Their titles as unconvincing as their plots, these films all revealed a neurotic obsession with the outsider, the unknown, the other. Just as Captain America had switched from battling Nazis to battling communists, the attitude of American films towards Germany changed radically, the vanquished enemy now portrayed as heroic fighters and worthy opponents. As Monday's enemies became Tuesday's friends, Hollywood showed how easily it could rip off the good and evil labels from one nation and them onto another. 31 Whilst such films played well to a domestic audience enthralled to exaggerated claims of the communist menace, most Americans were now convinced that the Russians were coming and the bomb would soon fall in the night. 32 In the international market they were poor performers. For a Europe still wounded by the memories of fascism, the insensate hatred and verbal violence of Hollywood's anti-communist offerings were unattractive in the extreme. Faring better were Disney's cartoons, and feel-good films such as Roman Holiday and The Wizard of Oz. But not all Europeans were seduced by these fictive paradises. Buried deep in the clauses of successive trade agreements were provisions which guaranteed an increase in the quota of American films shown in countries such as France. Such agreements were met with indignant criticism in French intellectual circles and even, in 1948, led to violent street battles. American strategists were surprisingly slow to respond to widespread resentment in Europe at the saturation levels of Hollywood imports. There was no diplomatic representation at the 1951 Cannes Film Festival, nor any formal delegation of American motion picture leaders, writers, technicians, or artists. By contrast, the Russians had sent their deputy minister of cinema, as well as the renowned director Pudovkin, who gave a brilliant resume of Soviet achievements. After receiving reports that America had looked very silly at Cannes, the U.S. government resolved to give the motion picture industry more attention. On April 23, 1953, after his appointment as special consultant to the government on cinema, Cecil B. DeMille strode into C.D. Jackson's office. Writing to Henry Luce 2 weeks later, C.D. said DeMille is very much on our side, and is quite rightly impressed with the power of American films abroad. He has a theory, to which I subscribe completely, that the most effective use of American films is not to design an entire picture to cope with a certain problem, but rather to see to it that in a normal picture the right line, aside, inflection, eyebrow movement, is introduced. He told me that any time I could give him a simple problem for a country or an area, he would find a way of dealing with it in a picture. 33 DeMille's acceptance of a consultancy with the Motion Picture Service was a coup for government propagandists. Working through 135 United States Information Service posts in 87 countries, the MPS had a huge distribution network to hand. Awash with government funds, it was effectively a producer, with all the facilities available to a production company. It employed producer-directors who were given top security clearance and assigned to films which articulated the objectives which the United States is interested in obtaining and which 183 could best reach the predetermined audience that we as a motion picture medium must condition. 34 It advised secret bodies like the Operations Coordinating Board on films suitable for international distribution. In June 1954, it listed 37 films for showing behind the Iron Curtain, including Peter Pan, The Jolson Story, The Glenn Miller Story, The Boy from Oklahoma, Roman Holiday, Little Women, Showboat, The Caine Mutiny, Go, Man, Go, Alice in Wonderland and Executive Suite. The MPS also regulated American participation in film festivals abroad, thus filling the embarrassing vacuum of the 1951 Cannes Festival. Naturally, it worked hard to exclude American motion picture producers and films which do not support American foreign policy, which in some cases are harmful. 35 From being shown at international festivals. Instead, it pushed films like The Bob Mathias Story, an almost perfect portrayal of the best phase of American life, a small-town boy with his family, his sweetheart, his career, his interest in sports, all building up to his two-time triumph as one of the outstanding athletes in the history of the Olympics. If it hasn't got the American values we want on the screen, then we have got to start looking for a new set of values to publicize. 36 In the search for allies in Hollywood who best understood the propaganda problems of the U.S. and who were prepared to insert in their scripts and in their action the right ideas with the proper subtlety, C.D. Jackson, as usual, was embarrassed for choice. In January 1954, he set down a list of friends who could be expected to help the government: Cecil B. DeMille, Spiros P. Skouras and Daryl Zanuck at Fox, Nicholas Schenk, president of MGM, and producer Dori Sherry, Barney Balaban, president of Paramount, Harry and Jack Warner, James R. Granger, president of RKO, Universal's president, Milton Rackmill, Columbia Pictures president, Harry Cohn, Herbert Yates at Republic, Walt and Roy Disney, and Eric Johnston of the Motion Picture Association. But CD's most valuable asset in Hollywood was CIA agent Carlton Alsop. Working undercover at Paramount Studios, Alsop had been a producer and agent, working on the MGM lot in the mid-1930s, then with Judy Garland in the late 1940s and early 1950s, by which time he had already joined Frank Wisner's psychological warfare workshop. In the early 1950s, he authored regular movie reports for the CIA and the Psychological Strategy Board. These reports were compiled in response to a double need: first, to monitor communists and fellow travelers in Hollywood, and second, to summarize the achievements and failures of a covert pressure group, headed up by Carlton Alsop, charged with introducing specific themes into Hollywood films. Alsop's secret reports make extraordinary reading. They reveal just how far the CIA was able to extend its reach into the film industry, despite its claims that it sought no such influence. One report, dated January 24, 1953, concentrated on the problem of black stereotyping in Hollywood. Under the heading Negroes in Pictures, Alsop reported that he had secured the agreement of several casting directors to plant well-dressed Negroes as a part of the American scene, without appearing too conspicuous or deliberate. Sangaree Witches shooting doesn't permit this kind of planting, unfortunately, because the picture is period and laid in the South. It will consequently show plantation Negroes. However, this is being offset to a certain degree, by planting a dignified Negro butler in one of the principal's homes, and by giving him dialogue indicating he is a freedman and can work where he likes. 37 Alsop also reported that some Negroes will be planted in the crowd scenes in the comedy film Caddy. At a time when many Negroes had as much chance of getting into a 184 golf club as they had of getting the vote, this seemed optimistic indeed. 38 In the same report, Alsop referred to the film Arrowhead, which, for once, showed a readiness to question America's treatment of the Apaches. But this, said Alsop, presented a serious problem in that the commies could use to their advantage. Happily, a little tinkering on his part ensured that most of the offending scenes had been removed or their impact significantly diluted. Other changes were achieved by redubbing lines of dialogue after the picture had already closed. Presented on a commercial and patriotic basis, Alsop encountered no opposition from the movie's producer, Nat Holt. 39 The Soviets never lost an opportunity to underline America's poor record in race relations. In 1946 James Burns, Truman's Secretary of State, found himself stumped and defeated when he attempted to protest Soviet denial of voting rights in the Balkans, only to find the Soviets replying, rightly, that the Negroes of Mr. Burns' own state of South Carolina were denied the same right. 40 Alsop's efforts in Hollywood were part of a broader campaign to discredit Soviet claims about American discrimination, low pay, unequal justice, and violence against African Americans. For his part, C.D. Jackson wanted to confront the issue head-on, and argued that it is time we stop explaining in terms of this dreadful blot on our scutcheon and look the whole world in the eye. 41 To this end, psychological warfare experts on the Operations Coordinating Board established a secret cultural presentation committee whose chief activity was to plan and coordinate tours of Black American artists. The appearance on the international stage of Lentine Price, Dizzy Gillespie, Marian Anderson, William Warfield, the Martha Graham Dance Troupe, and a host of other multiracial and Black American talent during this period was part of this covertly supervised export program. As was the extended tour of what one covert strategist described as the Great Negro Folk Opera, Porgy and Bess, which traveled through Western Europe, South America, and then the Soviet bloc for more than a decade, its cast of 70 African Americans living demonstration of the American Negro as part of America's cultural life. 42 Curiously, The rise of this black American talent was in direct proportion to the demise of those writers who had first given voice to the poor status of blacks in American society. In 1955, the Russian magazine Inostrannaya Literatura carried 2 short stories by Erskine Caldwell which caused American propagandists to choke on their breakfast. The first story is entitled Crazy Money, and it is innocuous, wrote John Parker of the United States Information Agency. The second story, however, is vicious. It is entitled Masses of Men, and deals with corporate knavery, Negro poverty, and the rape of a 10-year-old girl for 25 cents. 43 The USIA's concern was taken up by the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, which promised to pressurize Caldwell into publicly disclaiming the story. Echoing Sidney Hook's complaints of 1949 that Southern writers reinforced negative perceptions of America, with their novels of social protest and revolt and American degeneracy and inanity, 44 The American Committee now resolved to steer clear of incestuous Southerners. Their work gives an exceedingly partial and psychologically colored account of our manners and morals. 45 This was no isolated judgment, but one taken up by many cultural cold warriors, including Eric Johnston, who led the assault on the Southerners from his office in Hollywood. We'll have no more grapes of wrath, we'll have no more tobacco roads. We'll have no more films that show the seamy side of 185. American Life. 46 Sales of books by Caldwell, Steinbeck, Faulkner, and Richard Wright slumped in this period. Back in Hollywood, Carlton Alsop was ever alert to portrayals of American seediness. In one report, he warned of a screenplay based on a novel called Giant by Edna Ferber. This, he said, was one to watch, because it touches upon the following 3 problems: 1. Unflattering portrayal of rich, uncouth, ruthless Americans. 2. Racial denigration of Mexicans in Texas. 3. Implication wealth of Anglo-Texans built by exploiting Mexican labor. Alsop's solution was simple: I'll see to it that it is killed each time someone tries to reactivate it at Paramount. 47 He was only partially successful. Warner Brothers, not Paramount, made the film, James Dean's Last, in 1956. Alsop's reports continued to measure the political temperature in Hollywood, detailing the intricate job of nursing producers and studios into accepting what the CIA labeled its Hollywood formula. 48 Out came the negative stereotypes, in came the characterizations which represented a healthy America. Have succeeded in removing American drunks, generally in prominent, if not principal roles, from the following pictures, announced Alsop. Houdini. Drunken American reporter. Cut entirely. This may need a retake to correct. Legend of the Incas. Removed all heavy drinking on part of American lead from script. Elephant Walk. Keeping drunkenness to strict plot purposes only. Leaninger and the Ants. All heavy drinking by American lead is being cut out of script. 49 On the subject of pictures striking at religion, Alsop was especially sensitive. When one studio started developing the screenplay for D'Annunzio's Daughter of Iorio, in collaboration with Alberto Moravia, Alsop was convinced it would be 100% anti-clerical, and wondered, how can we stop this one? I suppose the Vatican should do something about it? Don't think I'm taking too much of a pro-Catholic attitude which may be coloring my outlook. In this battle for the minds, the first step the commies must take is to debunk religion. 50 Even more troubling was Roberto Rossellini's Francesco, Giulier di Dio, his treatment of the life of Saint Francis. This is really something, Alsop wrote. You couldn't hope for a better picture debunking religion than this. Saint Francis and his companions are characterized in such an extreme oversimplified manner, that you get the feeling they are a bunch of nincompoops, not all there mentally and some of them perhaps homosexuals. 51. Alsop had joined Wisner's OPC at the same time as Phineas Farr, a writer with Hollywood connections who had worked with John O'Hara. Recruited to the Psychological Warfare Workshop, Alsop and Farr were run by Howard Hunt, a former OSSER whose taste for black propaganda earned him a job running CIA training courses in political and psychological warfare. Shortly after George Orwell's death in 1950, Howard Hunt had dispatched Alsop and Farr to England to meet the author's widow, Sonia. They were not there to console her, but to invite her to sign over the film rights to Animal Farm. This she duly did, having first secured their promise that they would arrange for her to meet her hero Clark Gable. From this, wrote Howard Hunt, was to come the animated cartoon film of Orwell's Animal Farm, which the CIA financed and distributed throughout the world. 52 The rights having been acquired, Hunt set about securing a producer who could front for the CIA. He settled on Louis de Rochemont, who had employed Hunt when he made The March of Time, a series of monthly documentaries of which Time Incorporated was the parent corpora. 186. 53 In liaison with Hunt, and using CIA funds injected by Alsop and Farr, de Rochemont began production of Animal Farm on November 15, 1951. Chosen to make the most ambitious animation film of its time was the British firm of Hallis and Batchelor Cartoon Films Ltd. Hungarian-born John Hallis had come to England in 1936, and worked on Music Man, the first English cartoon in Technicolor. Teaming up with his wife, Joy Batchelor, he produced over 100 government films for the British Central Office of Information, many of which helped publicise the Marshall Plan and NATO. Animal Farm publisher Frederick Warburg took a keen interest in the Hallis production, and kept his friends in the Congress for Cultural Freedom briefed on its progress. He visited the studio several times in 1952-3 to view sequences, and to add his suggestions for script changes. At the same time, he was overseeing a new edition of Animal Farm, to be published by Seeker and Warburg with stills from the Hallis and Batchelor production. The screenplay was also scrutinized by the Psychological Strategy Board. According to a memo of January 23, 1952, its officers were yet to be convinced by the script, finding its theme somewhat confusing and the impact of the story as expressed in cartoon sequence, somewhat nebulous. Although the symbolism is apparently plain, there is no great clarity of message. 54 Curiously, the critique of America's intelligence bureaucrats echoed the earlier concerns of T.S. Eliot and William Empson, both of whom had written to Orwell in 1944 to point out faults or inconsistencies in the central parable of Animal Farm. The script problems were resolved by changing the ending. In the original text, communist pigs and capitalist man are indistinguishable, merging into a common pool of rottenness. In the film, such congruity was carefully elided and, in the ending, simply eliminated. In the book, the creatures outside looked from pig to man, and from man to pig, and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say which was which. Viewers of the film, however, saw an altogether different denouement, where it is the sight of the pigs which impels the other watching animals to mount a successful counter-revolution by storming the farmhouse. By removing the human farmers from the scene, to leave only the pigs reveling in the fruits of exploitation, the conflation of communist corruption with capitalist decadence was reversed. Even greater liberties were proposed when the CIA turned to Orwell's later work, 1984. Orwell died before making over the film rights, but by 1954 they ended up in the hands of producer Peter Rathbun. Rathbun, a good friend of John Ford's, had been president of RKO until he was ousted by Howard Hughes in 1949. That year, he formed the Motion Picture Capital Corporation, which was engaged in motion picture production and financing. The corporation, and Rathbun himself, enjoyed a close relationship with the U.S. government, financing films for the Motion Picture Service. According to Lawrence de Neufville, Howard Hunt solicited Rathbun's collaboration in the film version of Orwell's classic. Through Rathbun's corporation, government money was made available to start production on the film, 55, which appeared in 1956, starring Edmund O'Brien, Jan Sterling, and Michael Redgrave. Orwell's nightmare vision of the future in 1984 appealed to cultural 187 strategists on a number of levels. CIA and Psychological Strategy Board officers seized on its examination of the dangers of totalitarianism, ignoring the fact that Orwell was inveighing against the abuses that all controlling states, whether of the right or left, exercise over their citizens. Although its targets were complex, the overall message of the book was clear: it was a protest against all lies, against all tricks played by governments. But American propagandists were quick to designate it in terms of a specifically anti-communist tract, leading one critic to argue that whatever Orwell believed he was doing, he contributed to the Cold War, one of its most potent myths. In the 1950s it was marvelous NATO newspeak. 56. On another level, 1984 was a book packed with distrust of mass culture and the dangers of universal slavery through bland ignorance. Again, its political target was less specific than universal: the abuse of language and logic, what Peter Van Sittert called the squalid menace of political correctness, was imputed to us as well as them. In the film version, this distinction was obscured. The manipulation of Orwell's parable to suit the prejudices and assumptions of the film's makers was, of course, entirely consistent with the parti pris of the cultural Cold War. Helping to provide a structure for this partisan interpretation was none other than Sol Stein, executive director of the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, whom Rathbun consulted on several occasions for his advice on the screenplay. Stein had plenty to give. First, the script should have a great deal of relevance to the specifics of present-day totalitarianism. For instance, the Big Brother posters ought to have the photograph of an actual human being, not a cartoon-like caricature of Stalin. In other words, the probability of Big Brother's real existence should not be diminished by linking him to the now-dead Stalin. 57. Nothing in the film should be caricature, Stein went on, but merely an extension of something we can directly witness today. For instance, where members of the Anti-Sex League are supposed to wear sashes across their chests, Stein worried that such sashes don't correspond to anything in totalitarian life as we know it, but rather to the sashes worn by diplomats on ceremonial occasions. 58. Stein therefore suggested that they wear armbands instead. Similarly, where Orwell had introduced trumpets in the novel, Stein wanted them eliminated because for Americans, trumpets were associated with pageantry. 59. But it was the ending which most exercised Stein, who told Rathbun, "The problem with the ending, as I understood it, is that it ends on a note of total despair. Winston Smith is robbed of his humanity and he has capitulated to the totalitarian state." I think we agreed that this presents a situation without hope when, in actuality, there is some hope that human nature cannot be changed by totalitarianism and that both love and nature can survive even the horrendous encroachments of Big Brother. 60. Stein proposed that Rathbun drop Orwell's ending in favor of the following resolution: Julia gets up and walks away from Winston. Couldn't Winston also leave the cafe, not go after Julia but in the opposite direction, and as he walks despondently along the street, couldn't he see the children's faces, not the faces of the child who tattled on her father but the faces of children who have managed to maintain some of their natural innocence? He begins to walk faster, and the music comes up stronger until Winston is again near the secluded spot where he and Julia found refuge from the totalitarian world. Again we see the blades of grass, the wind in the trees, and even perhaps, through Winston's eyes, another couple nestling together. It is such things that for 188. Winston, and for us, stand for the permanence that Big Brother cannot destroy. And as Winston walks away from this scene, we hear on the soundtrack his heart beating and he is breathless as he realizes what it is that Big Brother cannot take away from humanity, what will always be in contrast and in conflict with the world of 1984, and perhaps to clinch this point of view, we can see Winston looking at his hands, 2 fingers on his left hand, 2 fingers on his right hand, and he knows that 2 plus 2 make 4. As he realizes this, we continue to hear his heart beating, and by extension, the human heart beating, louder, as the film ends. 61. The film actually concluded with 2 different endings, one for American audiences and one for British. Neither followed Stein's saccharine suggestions, though the British version was faithful to the idea of Stein's ending, with Winston gunned down after crying down with Big Brother, promptly followed by Julia. In the book, in direct contrast, Orwell explicitly denied the possibility of the human spirit rising above the pressures of Big Brother. Winston is entirely overcome, his spirit broken, the struggle was finished. He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. Orwell's specific instructions that 1984 should not be altered in any way had been conveniently disregarded. The films Animal Farm and 1984 were both ready for distribution in 1956. Solstein announced that they were of ideological interest to the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, and promised to see that they got as wide distribution as possible. 62 steps to encourage a favorable reception of the films were duly taken, including arranging for editorials in New York newspapers and distribution of a very large quantity of discount coupons. It could be argued that forgeries are inherent in all transitions from text to celluloid, that the making of a film is in itself, and not necessarily malignly, an act of translation or even reinvention. Isaac Deutscher, in The Mysticism of Cruelty, his essay on 1984, claimed that Orwell borrowed the idea of 1984, the plot, the chief characters, the symbols, and the whole climate of his story from Yevgeny Zamyatin's We 63. Deutscher's personal recollection of Orwell was that he dwelt on conspiracies, and that his political reasoning struck me as a Freudian sublimation of persecution mania. Worried by Orwell's lack of historical sense and of psychological insight into political life, Deutscher cautioned, "It would be dangerous to blind ourselves to the fact that in the West millions of people may be inclined, in their anguish and fear, to flee from their own responsibility for mankind's destiny and to vent their anger and despair on the giant bogey-cum scapegoat which Orwell's 1984 has done so much to place before their eyes." Poor Orwell, could he ever imagine that his own book would become so prominent an item in the program of Hate Week? 64. But Orwell himself was not entirely innocent of such Cold War manipulations. He had, after all, handed over a list of suspected fellow travelers to the Information Research Department in 1949, a list which exposed 35 people as fellow travelers, suspected front men, or sympathizers, amongst them Kingsley Martin, editor of the New Statesman and Nation, Paul Robeson, J.B. Priestley, and Michael Redgrave. 65. Deeply suspicious of just about everybody, Orwell had been keeping a blue quarto notebook close to hand for several years. By 1949, it contained 125 names, and had become a kind of game which Orwell liked to play with Kessler and Richard Rees, in which they would estimate to what lengths of treachery our favorite bêtes noires would go. 66. The criteria for inclusion seemed to have been pretty broad, as in the case of Stephen Spender, whose 189 tendency towards homosexuality Orwell thought worth noting. The American realist John Steinbeck was listed solely for being a spurious writer, pseudo-naive, whilst Upton Sinclair earned the epithet very silly. George Padmar was described as Negro African origin, who was anti-white and probably a lover of Nancy Cunard. Tom Dryburgh drew heavy fire, being all the things Orwell loved to fear, homosexual, commonly thought to be underground member, and English Jew. 67. But, from being a kind of game, what Orwell termed his little list took on a new and sinister dimension when he volunteered it to the IRD, a secret arm of the Foreign Office. Although the IRD's Adam Watson would later claim that its immediate usefulness was that these were not people who should write for us, he also revealed that connections with Soviet-backed organizations might have to be exposed at some later date. 68. In other words, once in the hands of a branch of government whose activities were not open to inspection, Orwell's list lost any innocence it may have had as a private document. It became a dossier with very real potential for damaging people's reputations and careers. 50 years later, Orwell's authorized biographer, Bernard Crick, stood firmly by Orwell's action, claiming it was no different from responsible citizens nowadays passing on information to the anti-terrorist squad about people in their midst whom they believed to be IRA bombers. These were seen as dangerous times in the late 40s. 69. This defense has been echoed by those determined to perpetuate the myth of an intellectual group bound by their ties to Moscow, and united in a seditious attempt to prepare the ground for Stalinism in Britain. There is no evidence that anybody on Orwell's list was involved in any illegal undertaking, and certainly nothing which would justify the comparison to Republican terrorists. Homosexual was the only indictment which bore any risk of criminal conviction, though this does not seem to have deterred Orwell in his bestowal of the word. British law did not prohibit membership of the Communist Party, being Jewish, being sentimental or stupid. So far as the right is concerned, Orwell can do no wrong, Peregrine Worsthorne has written. His judgment in these matters is trusted absolutely. So if he thought the Cold War made it justifiable for one writer to be positively eager to shop another, then that is that. End of argument. But it shouldn't be the end of argument. A dishonorable act does not become honorable just because it was committed by George Orwell. 70. This is not to say that Orwell was wrong to be concerned about what he called the poisonous effect of the Russian mythos on English intellectual life. 71. He of all people knew the cost of ideology, and the distortions performed in its name by liberals who fear liberty and the intellectuals who want to do dirt on the intellect. 72. But by his actions, he demonstrated that he had confused the role of the intellectual with that of the policeman. As an intellectual, Orwell could command an audience for his attacks on British Russomania, openly, by engaging his opponents in debate on the pages of Tribune, Polemic, and other magazines and papers. In what way was the cause of freedom advanced by answering intellectual dishonesty with subterfuge? If I had to choose a text to justify myself, I should choose the line from Milton, "By the known rules of ancient liberty," Orwell wrote in the preface to Animal Farm. The phrase, he explained, referred to his strong faith in the deep-rooted tradition of intellectual freedom, without which our characteristic Western culture could only doubtfully exist. He followed with a quote from Voltaire, "I detest what you say, I will defend to the death your right to say." 190. 73 months before his own death, Orwell seemed to be saying, "I detest what you say, I will defend to death your right to say it, but not under any circumstances." Commenting on what she saw as Orwell's move to the right, Mary McCarthy remarked it was a blessing he died so young. 191. 18. When shrimps learn to whistle. Freedom just became a series of clichés, the cliché not all societies that seem free are as free as they seem, the cliché dubious, freedom is indivisible. Dwight MacDonald, 1956. Attention! Attention! Dear listeners, you will hear now the manifesto of the Federation of Hungarian Writers. This is the Federation of Hungarian Writers. To every writer in the world, to all scientists, to all writers' federations, to all scientific associations, to the intellectual elite of the world, we ask you all for your help and support. There is but little time. You know the facts. There is no need to give you a special report. Help Hungary. Help the Hungarian people. Help Hungarian writers, scientists, workers, peasants, and our intelligentsia. Help. 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 Sunday, November 4, 1956. At 8:07 a.m., minutes after broadcasting this message, Radio Budapest fell silent. Pouring into the capital under cover of night, the Soviet army had begun its brutal suppression of the October uprising. Over the next few months, 15,000 Hungarians would die, and 5,000 would be arrested without trial. As its tank divisions rolled down the central boulevards of Budapest, it was as if the Soviet Union was punishing the world for passing such bad judgment on her. Stalinism is dead. Long live Stalinism! After a decade of plotting and analyzing and collecting intelligence and drawing up strategies for the liberation of the captive nations of Europe, America now stood immobile and apparently aghast at this flexing of Soviet muscle. The Hungarian revolutionaries died, despairing of the free world which was willing to share their triumph but not their struggle, one wrote a bitter Manisperber on November 11. But with the simultaneous Anglo-French-Israeli invasion of Suez, Eisenhower found himself stuck in the moral mud, circumscribed by the cruelly obvious parallels of imperial aggression. But it was not just Suez which paralyzed America. Whilst government strategists and intelligence supremos had spent years scheming for just such an event as the Hungarian uprising, it was as a chimera, an abstract game which turned out to be all but useless in the face of reality. Operation Focus, by which the CIA believed itself to be scrutinizing Hungarian affairs since the early 1950s, turned out to be hopelessly blurred. Lawrence de Neufville, who had been assigned to Radio Free Europe in 1954, remembered that in his first month there he had asked, "What happens if a man in a raincoat comes here and says, 'We've been listening to all this stuff and we're ready to start a revolution'?" They discussed it in a special board meeting, and they didn't know what to do. It was a house of cards, and I told them so. They were all busy thinking they were doing good and nobody was doing any real plotting. And then events caught up on them. During the October uprising, Radio Free Europe had repeatedly encouraged the insurrectionists. According to some claims, it even promised armed support, though this was, and still is, vigorously denied by the CIA. But according to de Neufville, the agency was in no position to make such denials because, unbelievably, it had no idea what the Hungarian SEC 192 was actually broadcasting. The whole thing was a sham and a delusion, he explained. Radio Free Europe was regularly sending guidances to Washington and Munich about its broadcasts, but it was just all mud in your eye, because they simply ignored their own guidances. Moreover, the US government had an arrangement with the British for the monitoring and translating of broadcasts from Eastern Europe, but amazingly nobody ever translated Radio Free Europe broadcasts, so Washington simply didn't know what was going out on their radio. The CIA shouldn't have denied the Hungarian broadcasts, because they simply didn't know. 3. The full transcripts of Radio Free Europe's Hungarian broadcasts in those crucial days of October 1956 have never been found. As the realization hit that the October Revolution had failed, thousands of Hungarians fled to Austria to escape Soviet reprisals. Pouring over the border, they made mostly for Vienna. Again, the Americans were completely unprepared. Writing to Shepard Stone at the Ford Foundation, Joss Elson warned that the situation involving the refugees seems to be reaching a state of intolerable chaos. Our own office in Vienna as well as all those who have returned from there in the last few days speak of an impending catastrophe unless some major steps are taken immediately. For also in Vienna was Frank Wisner, who had arrived from Washington just in time to witness the detritus of the failed revolution. Wisner became so emotionally distressed that he started to drink heavily. By the time he got to his next stop, Rome, the local CIA men there were struggling to get him through drink-sodden evenings. In Athens he ate some raw clams, from which came hepatitis, high fever, and delirium. Wisner's family and friends attributed his eventual decline as Allen Dulles' chief deputy to the emotional confusion of that autumn. Increasingly irritable and irrational, in 1958 he had a nervous breakdown and was replaced as Dulles' deputy. 5. Melvin Lasky was also quickly on the scene, dashing back and forth from Vienna to the Hungarian border in a state of high excitement. Whilst Wisner found himself in a personal Gethsemane, Lasky was flushed with the satisfaction of a prophecy fulfilled. Hungary, well, that did for us, he recalled brightly. I mean, you didn't have to pay a penny for it. It was the justification for the analysis, for our analysis, which said that totalitarianism is all a farce. And it placed freedom, bourgeois freedom, firmly on the agenda. 6. Joining forces with Friedrich Torberg, whose Forum office became the impromptu headquarters for the Congress's Hungarian campaign, Lasky set up a register for refugee intellectuals and students, and worked to find them places in European universities. He also started compiling a dossier of documents La Révolution Hongroise, a white book published in England by Seeker and Warburg, and in the US by Praeger. In Paris, the Congress came into its own, its offices at Boulevard Haussmann heaving with people. It was a high point of tension and passion. It was incredibly exciting, like this was what we were there for, said John Hunt, who had arrived at the Congress only a few months earlier. Calling into play its extensive network of contacts and affiliates, the Paris office coordinated public protests from Santiago to Denmark, Lebanon to New York, Hamburg to Bombay. In Sweden, the local committee persuaded 8 Nobel Prize winners to sign a cable of protest to Marshal Bulganin. The American committee organized a mass meeting attended by Kessler and Silone. By January 1957 the Paris office was able to report that never before have the actions of the various NA 193 national committees been so unified or strong. 8. Another outcome of the Hungarian crisis was the formation of the Philharmonica Hungarica, an orchestra assembled at Jószlón's initiative under the musical direction of Antal Dorati with Zoltán Rozsnyi as conductor. Rozsnyi had escaped to Vienna along with 100 members of the Budapest Philharmonic as soon as the Soviet tanks started shelling the Hungarian capital. With an initial grant of $70,000, the orchestra became a powerful focus for the Kulturkampf, and still tours today. But perhaps the most exciting development for Jószlón and his intellectual shock troops was the news that Sartre had publicly repudiated the Communist Party, branding the Soviet leadership a group which today surpasses Stalinism after having denounced it. Writing in L'Express on November 9, 1956, he denounced Soviet policy since the Second World War as 12 years of terror and stupidity, and wholeheartedly condemned the intervention in Hungary. Reserving special invective for his own country's communists, he declared, "It is not, and never will be possible to resume relations with the men who are currently running the French Communist Party. Every one of their phrases, their every move, is the outgrowth of 30 years of lies and sclerosis. Their reactions are those of completely irresponsible persons." 9. The Congress ran off thousands of copies of Sartre's statement, distributing it along with that of Camus, who threatened to lead a boycott of the United Nations if it failed to vote for the immediate withdrawal of Soviet troops from Hungary, and to publicly denounce its bankruptcy and failure if the UN fell short of this demand. There seems to be a breakaway of the French intellectuals in a descending order of communists, fellow travelers, progressists, anti-communists, and now anti-communist communists, 10. Jószlón remarked gleefully. Louis Aragon's communist-backed Comité National des Écrivains was, he said, virtually torpedoed. It is safe to say that the communist mystique has been smashed. But he also noted that the French Socialist Party could have taken advantage of the situation were it not for the ill-fated intervention in Egypt. 11. A further truth about the Suez conflict now established itself in Jószlón's mind. It is obvious that if Europe is not to succumb it has to become independent of its Middle Eastern oil sources, he told one correspondent. A program of intensified scientific research for the replacement of oil by other sources of energy may be the answer. 12. Specifically, Jószlón meant nuclear energy. Attempts to gain acceptance for atomic power had long been an American foreign policy priority. In 1952, C.D. Jackson had noted in his log files that matters were progressing on life on an article by Gordon Dean to remove the guilt complex from America on the use of the A-bomb. 13. C.D. Jackson was also closely involved in preparing Eisenhower's famous Atoms for Peace address to the United Nations on December 8, 1953, in which the president proposed a unilateral reduction of atomic weapons, and outlined the means of diverting the military uses of nuclear power to civilian uses. Never one to miss a propaganda opportunity, C.D. Jackson submitted a memo to Frank Wisner in February 1954 in which he suggested extending the Eisenhower proposal to include the announcement of a plan to erect the first atomic power reactor in Berlin. There were, said C.D., very practical as well as propaganda reasons for doing this. Every ounce of fuel, liquid or solid, used in Berlin has to be brought into the city across Soviet territory. In spite of the reserve stocks we have accumulated, a new blockade would be very serious. 14. An atomic power plant, he reasoned, would be able to supply the basic needed to take care of the city under siege conditions. The propaganda value, vis-a-vis the Germans and the Soviets, was obvious. In fact, as Propa. 194. Ganda, it would not even be necessary to take a final decision as to the actual erection of the power plant. The idea could be leaked simply as an idea. A survey group could wander around Berlin looking for a suitable site, a rubble area could be fenced off and put under guard with mysterious signs, and the project for the time being could be limited to the rumor stage, which from the standpoint of the Berliners and the Soviet observers is almost as good as actually getting on with the work. 15. Jos Elson possessed nothing close to this Machiavellian reasoning. He was genuinely taken by Eisenhower's idea of beating nuclear swords into plowshares. 16. His motives were sincere, if naive. In a letter to Nabokov, he wrote that it is obviously the case that the exploitation of atomic energy will radically change the lot of mankind and society. I remain firmly convinced that it will also mark the swan song of Marxism, and provide a new philosophical and sociological basis for mankind, just as the Industrial Revolution provided the basis for Marx's theories. 17. Welcoming the Eisenhower proposal to pool atomic energy resources for peaceful purposes as a stroke of genius, Jos Elson was keen to promote the idea through the Congress journals, but had run up against a wall of indifference. I have been desperately trying to have proposal followed up with a series of articles in Proofs, from which they would have been picked up by other journals in Europe, he told de Neufville in January 1954. Alas, the three non-communist leading scientists in France have declined under one pretext or another. It is the usual case of a good idea not being fully exploited because people are either too lazy or too busy or just don't give a damn. 18. Yet this is one idea that can instill new hope and confidence among some pretty desperate Europeans. Jos Elson ended by saying, if you have any ideas, please don't keep them to yourself. 19. What happened next provides a rare insight into the workings of the clandestine bureaucracy behind the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Jos Elson's letter was passed to C.D. Jackson at the White House. C.D. Jackson passed it on to Tracy Barnes at the CIA, with the suggestion that William Tyler be invited to ghost this piece for the appropriate big-name European scientist. Tyler was public affairs officer at the American Embassy in Paris. Besides writing impeccable Academy French, said Jackson, Tyler has the added advantage of having been in on many of the drafts of this speech, so that he has a complete grasp of the philosophy of the speech. Jackson told Barnes to put this idea right back to Jos Elson as a matter of urgency, as the next issue of Proofs was about to close. 20. Whilst Jos Elson nurtured his plans for a nuclear-powered Europe united behind the concept of democratic freedom, Dwight MacDonald was in Egypt to witness Western empires behaving badly, on assignment for Encounter, whose associate editor he had just become. MacDonald, who looked, said one friend, like a mad professor with a butterfly net, was at a high point in his career. He had just finished his lengthy profile of the Ford Foundation for the New Yorker, and relished the chance of working on a highbrow magazine like Encounter. So it was odd that his stint in Cairo should have failed to stimulate him into any good reportage. Indeed, when he heard a shell slamming into a building near his hotel, he upped and moved into the suburbs, where he hid for several days without contacting the Encounter office. MacDonald, who had described his arrest in 1940 for picketing the Soviet consulate in New York as great fun, seemed now to have lost his taste for risk, never once venturing out of the city to see the war zone. We paid a couple of £100 for his ticket and paid the hotel, so that Dwight could do a Suez post-mortem, recalled Lasky, but what he wrote was absolutely 195. Publishable. He had writer's block out there, and then he came back and would sit around the office for months at a time and all there would be was this writer's block. 21. MacDonald's appointment to Encounter had been controversial from the start. Jos Elson had never been satisfied with Crystal's editorship, and the two had clashed over what the magazine should be from the very first issue. Jos Elson felt that Crystal was too precious about Cold War issues, and demanded more emphasis on the political side of the magazine. We are not publishing cultural magazines with a capital C. I am disturbed about your failure to grasp this, 22 Joss Elson lectured Crystal. Lasky, as ever, agreed with Joss Elson. We were concerned in the mid-50s that Encounter wasn't paying enough attention to Soviet and Eastern Bloc affairs. But Crystal didn't want to do this. He had a kind of nervous, compulsive fear of ideological discussion. 23 Despite calling Crystal to heel at a series of meetings in Paris, by early 1955 Joss Elson was completely exasperated. You will remember that at our executive committee meeting everyone was in agreement that the period spent so far by Encounter in overcoming covert and overt resistance was time well spent, Joss Elson wrote mysteriously, but that now it was time to go one step further. 24 Crystal's response was hardly compliant. Basically, he wrote, I have to do things my way. If my way turns out to be inadequate, there's always a final solution. 25 Whilst Crystal referred idly to his own extinction, Joss Elson was already one step ahead, quietly instructing Nabokov and Lasky to do the rounds and ask for recommendations for a replacement editor. Isaiah Berlin, who was habitually consulted on such matters, suggested H. Stuart Hughes. Another suggestion was Philip Horton, a former OSSER and the CIA's first station chief in Paris in 1947, who now worked for the Reporter. Spender, meanwhile, was busily engaged in undermining Crystal's position. I think it must be because he is so intensely competitive that he regards every decision as a kind of conflict in which he has to score a victory, either by keeping the decision to himself or by sabotaging it if it is made by his colleague. 26 He told Joss Elson, leaving him in no doubt of the benefits of removing Crystal, if Irving goes we can then begin discussing things which could be decided immediately but which he turns into long drawn-out battles. 27 Nabokov, meanwhile, had another candidate in mind, and wrote to friend and confidant Arturo Schlesinger to ask if he could very tactfully sound out Dwight MacDonald. Schlesinger was very enthusiastic. So was Malcolm Muggeridge, whose comment that Crystal was a very nice fellow but perfectly useless and incapable of cutting any ice here concealed what Lasky claimed was a biological hatred. He thought he was a barbarian. 28. Joss Elson agreed to discuss the possibility with MacDonald in New York, and went to meet him there in June 1955. The two got on well, but Joss Elson worried that MacDonald's gadfly temperament would not be easy to house within the Congress tent. He was, said Joss Elson, too lone wolf. When Sidney Hook got wind of the meeting, he threatened to resign from the executive committee and said he would blow the Congress out of the water. 29 If MacDonald were appointed. Crystal, who had been kept in the dark throughout these negotiations, was incredulous when he finally learned that MacDonald was being considered as his replacement. It was ridiculous, he was an anarchist and a pacifist. 30 He later exclaimed. By the time of the Congress's Future of Freedom Conference in Milan, September 1955, the matter was still unresolved. During that middle week of September 1955, the delegates' hotel steamed with intrigue. Stuart Hampshire remembered more of the boudoir politicking. 196. Than of the debates themselves. Whilst George Kennan was intoning on the strategy of freedom, Sidney Hook's bedroom became the focus of a cell opposed to Dwight's appointment. A quick shuffle down the corridor led to Arthur Schlesinger's bedroom, which was where the faction in support of Dwight's appointment gathered. Dwight was vetoed, principally by Sidney Hook, Hampshire remembered. And I saw very strongly then that there was a central control, the apparat at work. Certainly, Dwight would have been a loose cannon. You never knew what he might do or say next. And they weren't going to have it. 31 But Schlesinger dug his heels in. I supported him. So did the CIA, and they pressured Joss Elson to accept, which he did reluctantly. 32 Eventually, a compromise was worked out whereby MacDonald would join Encounter for 1 year as a contributing editor, and Crystal would stay on. Writing to explain the arrangement to Muggeridge, Joss Elson said that he had given Crystal such a heavy dose of frank treatment bordering on brutality that a salutary change in his attitude can be expected. 33 But within months, such expectations were dashed. The sniping continued, and Joss Elson found himself writing in exasperation to Crystal, "I could not bite your head off if you would not stick your neck out. I don't know where you draw the line between editorial criticism and issues of principle." 34 To Daniel Bell, Joss Elson privately confessed, "I sometimes feel that Irving will change his ways when shrimps can learn to whistle." 35. Joss Elson had instinctively had misgivings about MacDonald. No sooner had his appointment been confirmed, than Dwight submitted an article to Encounter called "No Miracle in Milan." His remarks on the luxurious accommodation enjoyed by the delegates, and their apparent lack of concentration at the conference debates, left Spender and Crystal in a spin. Contrary to what MacDonald had anticipated, before coming to London he wrote to Spender that he was pleased as punch to hear about the Congress's attitude to Encounter, their hands-off policy, sounds positively idyllic. 36. The article was discussed with Nabokov, Bondi, Lasky and Joss Elson before finally being passed back to MacDonald with a raft of suggested amendments. It was finally published in December 1955, a month after a far more respectful account by the conservative sociologist Edward Shills appeared. But this meddling was a taste of things to come. In the wake of the tumultuous events of 1956, the Congress had struck its form. Although it did not think of itself exclusively as a militant organization for ideological combat and exposure of crimes, falsehoods, and inquisition, 37 this was precisely what it excelled at. More formal arrangements for this kind of activity were completed in October 1957, when Lasky presided over the formation of the Congress's Forum Service, which offered background information and analysis to subscribers worldwide. In fact, Forum World Features was a classic CIA undercover operation, with John Hay Whitney once again acting as a front, registering the company under his name as a Delaware corporation with offices in London. By the 1960s, Forum World Features was the most widely circulated of the CIA-owned news services. Nevertheless, under Joss Elson's careful stewardship, the Congress continued to be seen as the only independent international organization which consistently proclaimed the value of freedom. It was a matter of creating an area of cultural freedom itself, within which the great enterprises of literature, art, and thought could be pursued, explained a Congress statement. 197. In order to oppose a world in which everything serves a political purpose, which is for us unacceptable, it was necessary to create platforms from which culture could be expressed without regard to politics and without confusion with propaganda, where the direct concern would be for ideas and works of art in themselves. 38 This was the criterion by which the Congress, ultimately, would stand or fall. Of course, the propaganda imperative was never relinquished by the Congress's secret angels. Joss Elson's job was to make sure that this imperative was carefully concealed, and for the moment at least, it seemed to be working. People were flocking to the Congress. If ever there were such a thing as anti-communist chic, it was now. Once again, the personal cost to Michael Joss Elson was high. In August 1957, he underwent a gruesome operation which involved stripping out and replacing arteries in his leg. As he recuperated, Melvin Lasky cheered him with news of the Battle of Brecht, in which the Congress ranged its artillery against communist idolizers of the communist millionaire at a conference held in Berlin, scoring another hit in German Kulturpolitik. More cheering still was the news that the Ford Foundation had confirmed a new grant of £500,000 to the Congress, and that the Rockefeller Foundation was also renewing its largesse. But the final say that year went to the Soviets, as they launched the world's first successful satellite into orbit on October 4. Weighing less than 200 pounds, Sputnik 1 carried enormous weight in international affairs. As it bleeped across the globe, it instantly created an atmosphere of panic in the US government. I guess Sputnik buries old Ike's reputation for all posterity, first in war, first in peace, first on the links, but second to the moon, 39 Lasky told one correspondent. When, 1 month later, America's attempt to launch a much smaller satellite came crashing down to the ground in full view of the world's news cameras, the taste of defeat was bitter indeed. 198. 19. Achilles' heel. Power was the first thing that went wrong with the CIA. There was too much of it, and it was too easy to bring to bear. Tom Braden. By the late 1950s, the CIA had come to see Encounter as its standard, agreeing with Josselsson's assessment of the magazine as our greatest asset. In agency speak, an asset was any resource at the disposition of the agency for use in an operational or support role. The agency's operational principle, as established by Tom Braden, dictated that organizations receiving its support should not be required to support every aspect of official American policy. This meant that a leftish agenda could survive in an organ like Encounter. But whilst it was left-wing in the sense that it gave expression to some left-wing views, it wasn't a free forum at all, which it purported to be. 3. According to British philosopher Richard Walheim. I think the effect of it was to give the impression that it was the whole spectrum of opinion they were publishing. But invariably, they were cutting it off at a certain point, notably where it concerned areas of American foreign policy. It was skillfully done. There were opinions that were published in criticism of America, but it was never really critical. 4. And this, according to Tom Braden, is how Encounter was expected to perform. It was propaganda in the sense that it did not often deviate from what the State Department would say U.S. foreign policy was. 5. When Braden offered a degree of laxity, he certainly didn't intend that Encounter should be free to denounce any or every aspect of official American policy. And this, in 1958, is precisely what it was set to do. Early that year, Dwight MacDonald resurfaced in New York after his tenure at Encounter. To break the journey, he had stopped for 2 months in Tuscany, where he was overwhelmed with a sense of the fecundity of European tradition. Back in New York, where taxi drivers swore and public manners were atrocious, he suffered a serious case of culture shock. He sat down to write about his feelings of revulsion, at the violence, the tawdriness, the shapelessness of America, a country without style, without a sense of past or present, bent on extracting the greatest amount of lucre. The national motto should be not E pluribus unum, not in God we trust, but, I got mine and screw you. Jack. 6. He asserted angrily. What MacDonald wrote was a protracted lament for a country which he saw as already in decline. With so many intellectuals streaming across the threshold to embrace American culture, Dwight the Maverick rediscovered an urge to strike a posture against the American grain. In January, he sent his thoughts to Encounter in an article entitled simply America. America. Spender accepted it, without, he later claimed, reading it through properly. But Irving Kristol was appalled. He found it John Osborne-ish, unhealthily self-lacerating, poorly constructed. Dwight was a wonderful journalist but utterly unpredictable and sometimes capable of being quite silly. 7. He said, adding that because Dwight came from a privileged background, he knew nothing about America, and the same impediment prevented him from understanding England, to which America was so disadvantageously compared in his piece. He knew nothing about England, he never went to a football game in England, he never went to a 199 rugby game in England. His knowledge of England was from the various clubs in the St. James's area. He was a hick, he said Grosvenor Square, for God's sake. 8. This, from a man who had taken to wearing a bowler hat and carrying an umbrella on his way to work, was strong stuff. Lasky, too, thought it was a very poor article, and echoed Kristol's claim that MacDonald knew nothing about the real America because he was a Yale man and a Greenwich Village man, and that's about what he knew. And when he came over to England he had all the cliched positions of an innocent Mark Twain American abroad. He loved everything British. He loved the pubs, and he loved the names of the streets and the squares and everything. We were embarrassed. Americans could be so naive and at such a low level. It was a terrible article. I told Mike at the time that Dwight was the Achilles heel of the Congress, and I was right. 9. Lasky concluded smugly. But MacDonald's sin was far greater than his mispronunciation of Grosvenor Square. As a critique of contemporary America, The article certainly had its weaknesses. As the exclamatory nature of its title made clear, it was an instinctual, rather than a seriously argued rebuttal of American values. It compared America with England and Italy in a way which demonstrated a romantic weakness in MacDonald for idealizing foreign cultures. Yet it was also an extraordinarily apposite piece, exploiting a wealth of data and recent research, touching on just about every area of American life which was of concern to its publicists. As MacDonald said about knocking every sacred cow, it was uncanny, as if he had read somewhere a hit list of all the negative stereotypes which American covert operators were bent on eradicating. He denounced rampant materialism unmatched by any spiritual growth, violent crime, the unhindered advance of advertising billboards, the lack of discrimination amidst literary critics, the prevalence of racial discrimination. He attacked John Foster Dulles as the pious artful dodger, the perfect prototype of America's grossness and hypocrisy, Henry Luce as a Boy Scout acting like a gangster, Vice President Nixon for his gauche behavior in Venezuela, President Eisenhower for being a gunslinging reactionary, George Walker, Vice President of Ford Motors, for acting like an Eastern potentate, the American labor unions for being more interested in public relations than the class struggle, and their leaders, David Dubinsky and Walter Reuther, for being so damned virtuous. 10 on and on went this catalogue of contemporary American sins, MacDonald's animosity towards the decadent American imperium taking him to new depths of disgust. When one hears Europeans complaining about the Americanization of Europe, one wishes they could spend a few weeks over here and get a load of the real thing. Even the Soviet Russians, for all their ruthlessness, barely covered by the fig of ideology, seem to speak a more common language with other peoples than we do. 11 Despite finding the piece utterly ridiculous, Crystal agreed to run it, claiming he had no choice given Stephen's acceptance. No sooner was it accepted than the Paris bureau got hold of a copy. Spender and Crystal were instantly urged not to run it, and warned that Junkie Fleischman had said it would hurt the Congress and jeopardize its funding. I was easily moved not to run it, since I hadn't liked it in the first place, Crystal later claimed. Stephen was a little more recalcitrant. But in the end we said, if it's really going to make life that much more difficult for you, we can do without the article. And then Dwight published it elsewhere, complaining about censorship. Rejecting an article is not censorship. I've been an editor of magazines all my life, and I've rejected plenty of articles and I've never regarded that as a form of censorship. 12. 200. It fell to Spender to tell MacDonald that they would not be able to run the piece without considerable alterations. Having reread the article, Spender said, he felt it was one-sided and too critical. He added that Nabokov had read the article and had become very upset. MacDonald was furious to learn that General Secretary and Grand Master of International Decorum Nicholas Nabokov had been providing the editors of Encounter with advice, and suggested to Stefan Irving Nicolasmic or whoever's around and decides things that from now on the editors simply consult the Paris office at once, on receipt of a controversial MS, so as to find out immediately what it thinks. 13 As it happens, this was precisely what the editors were doing. With MacDonald refusing to take on board any cuts, the piece was finally axed. It had been accepted, rejected, accepted, rejected. I feel badly about it, said Spender in an interview shortly before his death. That's the only article that was not published in Encounter as a result of very strong pressure being brought on us by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. It's absolutely the only article. When there was trouble about it I thought it was a rather foolish kind of article, and I thought that probably if I had looked at it, I would either have wanted to alter it or I would have rejected it. Now looking back on it, this is the one thing that I regret very much, because I think even if having looked at the article I didn't like it, I still should have insisted, made a point on which one resigns, that we publish this article, because we had accepted it, and the only reason for rejecting it was its anti-Americanism. 14 But it wasn't just the Paris office that intervened. According to Diana Joss Elson, this was the one example of editorial intervention by the CIA, and Michael fought it very hard, but he didn't win 15. How did the agency come by the article in the first place? If, as the orthodoxy upheld by those involved goes, Congress publications were not previewed by the agency, how did news of the MacDonald piece reach them? Joss Elson was receiving advance copies of proofs, and at least the table contents of Encounter. But surely it was not in his interests to pass this fiery piece on to his superiors in Washington? Joss Elson always preferred to deal with problems independently of the agency, whose affiliation with the Congress he came increasingly to resent. There is no doubt, however, that America did the rounds in the corridors of Washington. Most probably, the article arrived there via the CIA's case officer in the Congress. If the only thing wrong with the piece was its submission to cheap anti-Americanism, why did the agency jeopardize the credibility of Encounter, its greatest asset, in an effort to suppress it? Surely, here was a great opportunity to demonstrate Encounter's bona fides, to erode the view that it was uncritical of American failures, to rebalance the acoustics which, said some critics, had always sounded odd. More to the point, if the article was as ridiculous as everyone claimed, then what possible damage could it do to anyone other than its author? Contrary to what Diana Joss Elson later remembered, Joss Elson was in fact against running the offending article from the beginning. He called it the most blatantly anti-American piece I have ever read, and said it belonged in Literaturnia Gazeta 16. He knew that MacDonald will probably raise a stink and attack us publicly, but I am ready to face it. His fingerprints were all over the decision to axe it. Running it would have done considerable harm to Encounter's reputation in Washington, and it would also have made Joss Elson look nothing short of a renegade. His own credibility was on the line. 17 For those hardened clandestine operators who viewed the international organizations. 201. Division as a bit of fluff on the side, who sneered at the idea of aiding and abetting people or organizations who were supposed to be friends or have the same point of view. The MacDonald flap was a vindication. Richard Helms, Wisner's deputy, and later, CIA director, gave voice to this skepticism when he told a select committee that the clandestine operator is trained to believe that you really can't count on the honesty of your agent to do exactly what you want or to report accurately unless you own him body and soul. 18 That anybody in the employ of the CIA could have expected to domesticate the famously iconoclastic MacDonald seemed sheer folly. All these arguments are distractions from the real reason for axing MacDonald's article. The anti-Americanism was one thing, but in and of itself, it might perhaps have been tolerated in a diluted form. But MacDonald's decision to conclude his attack with a précis of a lengthy article summarizing a report on the behavior of American servicemen captured during the Korean War, was a step too far. Extracted by Eugene Kinkead in The New Yorker the previous autumn, the report, commissioned by the U.S. Army, was a damning indictment on the conduct of American prisoners. They often became unmanageable. They refused to obey orders, and they cursed and sometimes struck officers who tried to enforce orders. On winter nights, helpless men with dysentery were rolled outside the huts by their comrades and left to die in the cold. The average American soldier seemed lost without a bottle of pills and a toilet that flushed. 19 Most disturbingly, the report also indicated a high level of collaboration and indoctrination. Amazingly, the Army had made its report public, thus creating a nightmare for government propagandists. 20 The inclusion of this data in MacDonald's piece was the one good reason why publication in Encounter was guaranteed to be met with an official veto. It was precisely this last part which caused the trouble. And yet, years later, none of those directly involved in dropping MacDonald's piece was able to recall the Kinkead issue. I'm not aware that there was any collapse of morale among American soldiers at the end of the Korean War, said Irving Kristol. And if there were, Dwight wouldn't know about it, since what did he know about the Korean War? He sat in New York writing for The New Yorker. He knew nothing about the Korean War. He'd never been to Korea. I don't think he had ever visited a regiment. About military dissatisfaction in the ranks, about that I had heard nothing. I don't remember its being in Dwight MacDonald's article at all. 21 Likewise, Melvin Lasky, when asked, could remember nothing of this. Nor could Stephen Spender. Nor could Diana Joss Elson. This can only be put down to a case of collective historical amnesia. Crystal's memory failure in particular is worth noting. Writing to him in October 1958, Joss Elson said, "Now, as to his exhibitionist piece about America which you and Stephen were wrong in accepting in the first place, you may also recall that you asked him to rewrite it and to leave out the whole section about Korea which had already appeared in the New Yorker. He did not do this." 22 In 1959, Crystal was still embroiled in the Kincaid controversy, and attacked him in person in a televised debate. 23 For this he earned Josselson's approval, and a new and avid reader of the Reporter. By axing the MacDonald article, the credibility of the claim that CIA support came without strings attached was jeopardized. This was all about efforts to create 202 vehicles which by definition were articulators of Western values, of free and open debate, claimed Congress case officer Lee Williams. "We didn't tell them what to do, that would have been inconsistent with the American tradition. This doesn't mean there weren't themes we wanted to see discussed, but we didn't tell them what to do. We did not feed the line to anyone. We believed we should let the facts speak for themselves, let the dialogue go on, let the free voices have a place to express themselves. There was no 'thou shalt think in this way, thou shalt put out this line, thou shalt print this article.' That was totally foreign to what we were doing." 24 William Colby also vigorously challenged the claim that journals like Encounter were expected to perform as dollar megaphones for the CIA. "There was not an imposition of control from the CIA," he said. "We were supporting but not bossing, not telling what to do. You might sit down and as good friends you could argue about whether this particular line would make sense of that, but there was no sense of, this is it, bang. It comes from Washington, no answers. No. That goes for Moscow but it didn't go for Washington." 25 Both the agency and the intellectuals it subsidized have done much to protect this altruistic myth. The MacDonald affair suggests a different reality. The CIA claimed that it was sponsoring freedom of expression. "Of course that wasn't true," said Jason Epstein. When Dwight MacDonald wrote his article for Encounter, the editors of the magazine, responding to what they knew to be the position, refused to publish it. That doesn't say much for promoting freedom of expression. Was promoting a policy and a political line, that was what it was paying for and that's what it expected to get. Freedom of expression had nothing to do with it. 26 MacDonald himself referred to Nabokov and Joss Elson as the front office Metternichs of Encounter. "You'd think USA was Venezuela, such touchy national pride," he noted drily. "Especially nice that the censorship is by a Congress for Cultural Freedom." 27 American sociologist Norman Birnbaum took up this point in an open letter to the Congress, arguing that the directive excluding the article from Encounter was an unmitigated insolence, and clearly showed that there was a gap between what the Congress preached and what it practiced. The Congress for Cultural Freedom has for some years been lecturing the intelligentsia on the indivisibility of freedom. It's right, freedom is indivisible, it has to be fought for on issues large and small, and extended against 100 dogmatisms and petty tyrannies, not least, apparently, those of its self-appointed champions. 28 Birnbaum went further, accusing the Congress of submitting liberty to the exigencies of American foreign policy. "It seems to subscribe to something very like a Stalinist view of the truth. Truth is, whatever serves the interests of the party." 29 The charge that the Congress had disinnured the cause it professed hit hard. Joss Elson smarted, convinced that the means justified the ends, but deeply troubled by the accusation that the Congress identified truth with the edicts of John Foster Dulles or Alan Welsh Dulles. He skirted the issue entirely when he wrote to explain the whole affair to MacDonald in April 1958, in a letter that was watery and unconvincing. "You must understand that Irving and Stephen must eat, that you must be paid for your articles, that Encounter must be able to say the things that it is best qualified to say without jeopardizing its future. 30 McDonald's response was to say that eliminating irreverent remarks about the American way of life from Encounter because some gray flannel suited Madison Avenue philanthropoid might cut down on supplies is indeed a miserable business. 31 The duty that no intellectual can shirk without degrading himself is the duty to expose fictions and to refuse to call useful lies truths, Nicola Chiaramonti had announced in the 203 second issue of Encounter. Whilst Encounter never shrank from exposing the useful lies by which communist regimes supported themselves, it was never truly free itself of the bear trap of ideology, of that pervasive Cold War psychology of lying for the truth. By keeping silent on any hot controversial issues, by excessive diplomacy and hush-hush attitude toward all the fakery and shoddiness that's for years been growing so in our whole intellectual atmosphere. 32 Encounter suspended that most precious of Western philosophical concepts, the freedom to think and act independently, and trimmed its sails to suit the prevailing winds. It has been said that a magazine article says what it says, and anyone can examine its arguments and disagree with it. It cannot be a covered performance. 33 Encounter's strange silences, its deliberate concealment of what lay below the bottom line, and its exclusion of material inconvenient to its secret backers, suggest that the contrary is true. As one historian put it, the pertinent question about Encounter's independence was not whether there were instructions cabled to the editors from Washington, but who chose the editors in the first place, and who established the clear bounds of responsible opinion within which differences were uninhibitedly explored. 34 Supporting this argument, Jason Epstein explained that it was not a matter of buying off and subverting individual writers and scholars, but of setting up an arbitrary and factitious system of values by which academic personnel were advanced, magazine editors appointed, and scholars subsidized and published, not necessarily on their merits, though these were sometimes considerable, but because of their allegiance. 35 Joss Elson had always been very hands-on with Encounter. He drew up the first mock covers, he reviewed and revised contents lists for the early editions, and continued to receive advance notice of its contents from the editors. He reprimanded them when standards dropped, and constantly cajoled them into considering articles or subjects for discussion. Sometimes he sounded as if he was issuing an order, enclosing a press release on the Congress's Asian Conference to be held in Rangoon in January 1955. He told Crystal simply, "It is essential that this conference be written up in Encounter." 36 Sometimes it was more teasing, "I have a New Year's wish, a really first-rate discussion of the problem of coexistence in Encounter. Many of our friends, including Muggeridge and Irving Brown, have the same wish." 37 Or urging Spender to open the literary pages to a new generation of American writers like Saul Bellow, J.D. Salinger, Truman Capote, or Shirley Ann Grau. Or advising Crystal to publish a review of George Padmar's book Pan-Africanism or Communism. 38 Josselson's approach to proofs was the same, and frequently moved its editor François Bondy to resentment. In June 1952, Bondy had actually threatened to resign if the executive committee continued to discuss proofs policy in his absence and to claim the right to issue editorial instructions. Equally, Joss Elson did his utmost to protect the magazines from agency interference. But the claim that the axing of MacDonald's piece was unique in the history of Encounter cannot be upheld. If this were true, then one might deduce that the contents of Encounter suited the exigencies of the agency, which subsequently felt it had no need to exercise its veto. One critic described this process as the inevitable relations between employer and employee in which the wishes of the former become implicit in the acts of the latter. 39 But according to Tom Braden, the agency had meddled at least once before. "We had some trouble with Encounter from time to time, and I used to say, let them publish what they want. But there was one time, it was over some question of foreign policy, and Larry sent me a query about an article and we had to veto it. I think it had to do with U.S. policy toward China." 204. Encounter was to publish a piece that was critical of U.S. policy, and we had a hell of a fight back at the office. I remember going up and talking to Alan Dulles, and he refused to get involved. He just said, "You handle it." So we finally axed it, and I am sorry we axed it. 40 Monty Woodhouse, who was liaising with de Neufville at this time, was well aware that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was axing pieces. But I never knew of any formal guidelines for this which were precisely laid down anywhere. 41 Woodhouse could not recall whether or not Leslie Fiedler's article on the Rosenbergs was seen by members of the intelligence community before publication, but it seems likely that such a controversial intervention in an area of critical importance to the U.S. government would have commanded the CIA's attention. The article to which Braden referred appeared on Josselson's desk on July 28, 1954, sent to him from London by Spender. The essay was by Emily Hahn, an eccentric contributor to The New Yorker and undisputed expert on China. Joss Elson wrote by return that he found it utterly shocking. "It will certainly not make any new friends in England. I am passing it on to Nicholas and Francois and shall call you or Irving about it before this letter reaches you." 42 2 days later, Nabokov wrote to Crystal and Spender, "Before going into the matter of Miss Emily Hahn's piece, let me restate some of the principles upon which we had all agreed in the course of the talks we had at the time of launching Encounter, as well as in our various subsequent meetings. We agreed that all articles on controversial topics should be seen by us before they are shown to anybody outside. We agreed that one of the fundamental policies of Encounter should be to work towards a better understanding between England and America, and consequently, that all political issues should be discussed on the highest possible plane so that whenever controversy takes place, it should be stated in a manner as not to be offensive to national feelings on either side of the ocean. We have all read Miss Hahn's piece. All of us had the same negative reaction to this article. We feel that Miss Hahn gives an erroneous, superficial, and slipshod statement of the American point of view on China. We feel that Miss Hahn's article is offensive in matters of style, temper, and contents." 43 Bondi concurred with Nabokov, saying the piece was full of hysterical abuse. After pointing out what this hysterical abuse was, Nabokov asked, "Now, where do we go from here? We would suggest that you should attempt to secure from Miss Hahn a rewrite of her article, which would result in a complete change of tone, eliminating its most abusive passages. In addition to Miss Hahn, you secure another article stating the American point of view on the Chinese problem, but on a high and dignified level and in a more concise form. If this cannot be done, we think that Miss Hahn's article should be dropped and this crucial issue raised again at a later date with more responsible persons than Miss Hahn representing the American point of view." 44 In case this admonition wasn't enough, on August 19, the newly installed Deputy Secretary of the Congress, CIA agent Warren Manchell, stepped forward with a raft of suggested amendments to the piece. "We are all in agreement here that it would be unwise to publish the piece," he wrote. "If your commitments are irreversible, however, and the article has to appear, then the following sections will have to be changed as a minimum condition of its publication." 45 There followed an exhaustive list of the sections in question, with detailed notes in 205. Manchell's hand. But still he urged the editors to reconsider, warning them that the Hahn may well cook our goose. The article never appeared. The reasons for its exclusion, which were withheld from Encounter's readers and contributors, lend credence to the later charge that, in the magazine, where a truth was uncomfortable for the Soviet Union it is promulgated, where it is uncomfortable for the United States it is mitigated. 46. 206. 20. Cultural NATO. Mr. Yermolov, turn in your grave, you have taken CIA money. Nicholas Nabokov. Shortly after the MacDonald debacle, Melvin Lasky was invited to succeed Irving Kristol at Encounter. Joss Elson, whose determination to replace Kristol had not waned, was delighted when Lasky agreed to take the London job. Kristol packed his bags. Joss Elson, at last, felt assured that the political side of the magazine was in the right hands. There would be no excuse, and no need, for the agency to meddle from on high. No sooner had he settled into the editorial chair, Lasky received word from Frederick Warburg that Spender's salary was being paid by the British Society for Cultural Freedom, although the organization does not really exist, one with Encounter serving the interests which the British Society had been created to advance. The society itself had ceased to function. But it was a useful front for MI6's subsidies, for which Victor Rothschild had now become the principal conduit. Correspondence between Rothschild, Warburg, and Muggeridge reveals how the money was first passed to Rothschild's account at the Bury St Edmunds branch of the Westminster Bank, then to the Seeker and Warburg private account, before being transferred to the Barclays Bank account of the British Society, which then donated the same amount to Encounter. In July 1960, Frederick Warburg suggested that this lunatic procedure of going through a non-existent society with two members, Malcolm Muggeridge and E.J. Warburg, be replaced by a direct payment made between the House of Rothschild and Panton House II. Amazingly, in all the years that Spender worked at Encounter, his salary was fixed at £2,500 per year. It never changed throughout his time there, Natasha Spender remembered. That's why he had to take all those jobs in America. One effect of Spender's meager salary was that he had to find other ways of boosting his income, chiefly by joining the international lecture circuit. This meant long absences from the Encounter office, which suited Lasky perfectly, giving him scope to sharpen the magazine's political edge undisturbed. Chiefly, Lasky's objective seems to have been to move the magazine closer to that group of Labour Party thinkers and politicians whom covert strategists had long since recognized as having at long last made the amazing discovery that there is probably more practical socialism in the US than there is in the Labour Party, if by socialism one means individual welfare instead of doctrinaire class warfare, and that by and large the American worker is a darn sight better off than his British opposite number, and furthermore, is a much freer man. In other words, in the process of discovering American dynamic democratic capitalism. 3. The Labour Party's prestige had peaked at the end of the Second World War, bringing it a landslide victory in the general election of 1945 which ousted Churchill. But by the bitter winter of 1947, enthusiasm was on the wane, and the Cold War had driven a significant rift into the party. Those on the left divided into anti-Stalinists and those who looked to accommodate the Soviet Union, whilst those on the right were committed to defeating communism. The latter group was organized around the journal Socialist Commentary, and counted amongst its most prominent members Dennis Healey, Anthony Crossland, Rita Hindon, and Hugh Gate. 207. Skull. It was this group, known as the Revisionists because of their commitment to modernizing the Labour Party, which included abolishing the famous Clause 4 pledge to nationalization, which offered the CIA the hook it was seeking to harness British political thought to its designs for Europe. These were clearly drawn up in successive U.S. policy documents as the consolidation of the Atlantic Alliance and the European Defence Community, and the creation of a common market, objectives which required the countries of Europe to sacrifice certain national rights in favor of collective security. But as Washington strategists well knew, England in particular, held fast to its habits of sovereignty. As one State Department report concluded gloomily, the United Kingdom can hardly be said to be gladly giving up certain sovereign rights in the interest of collective security has been forced by the logic of circumstances to make for the principal pressure group for advancing the idea of a united Europe in partnership with America was the European Movement, an umbrella organization which covered a range of activities directed at political, military, economic, and cultural integration. Guided by Winston Churchill, Averell Harriman, and Paul Henry Spaak, the movement was closely supervised by American intelligence, and funded almost entirely by the CIA through a dummy front called the American Committee on United Europe, whose first executive secretary was Tom Braden. The cultural arm of the European movement was the Centre Européen de la Culture, whose director was Denis de Rougemont. Additionally, a huge program of grants to student and youth associations, including the European Youth Campaign, was inaugurated by Braden in 1950. Responding to CIA guidance, these organizations were at the cutting edge of a campaign of propaganda and penetration designed to draw the sting from left-wing political movements and generate acceptance of moderate socialism. As for those liberal internationalists interested in the idea of a Europe united around internal principles, and not according to American strategic interests, they were considered by Washington to be no better than the neutralists. The CIA and the Psychological Strategy Board were specifically instructed to guide media and programs toward destruction of this particular heresy. Central to the whole operation was J. Lovestone, Irving Brown's boss, who from 1955 was run by James Jesus Angleton. Lovestone's task was to infiltrate European trade unions, weed out dubious elements, and promote the rise of leaders acceptable to Washington. During this period, Lovestone supplied Angleton with voluminous reports on trade union affairs in Britain, compiled with the assistance of his contacts in the TUC and the Labour Party. Angleton allowed his counterparts in British intelligence to share Lovestone's inside dope. Essentially, it was the Lovestonites within British Labour circles who found themselves in the ascendant by the late 1950s. To make fast its line into this group, the agency deployed the Congress for Cultural Freedom, at whose expense Gaitskell undertook trips to New Delhi, Rhodes, Berlin, and to the 1955 Future of Freedom Conference in Milan. After losing his parliamentary seat in 1955, Anthony Crosland, whose influential book The Future of Socialism read like a blueprint for an Americanized Britain 5, was employed by Jos Elson to help plan the Congress's international seminars under the directorship of Daniel Bell, who had been imported from America for this end. By the early 1960s, Crosland had worked his way onto the Congress's International Council. Rita Hindon, a South African academic based at the University of London, was described by Jos Elson as one of us, and in the mid-1960s was instrumental in securing a grant from Jos Elson to expand the Fabian Soci. 208. Eddy's Journal, Venture. The magazine's commitment to a strong united Europe became synonymous with Gaitskellite thinking. Dennis Healy, whose Atlanticist credentials brought him into close contact with the American non-communist left, became another staunch ally of the Congress, and Encounter in particular. Healy was also one of the recipients and recyclers of material produced by the Information Research Department. In turn, he supplied IRD with information on Labour Party members and trade unionists. 6 of these, Hugh Gaitskell, leader of the Labour Party, was the key figure, and no sooner had Lasky arrived in London, than he attached himself to the small group of intellectuals who gathered at Gaitskell's house in Frognall Gardens, Hampstead. Gaitskell, who had specialized in propaganda during his wartime work for the Special Operations Executive, and who was also close to IRD, could not have been ignorant of Encounter's institutional ties. And so it was that when he launched his celebrated attack on the fellow traveling left at the 1960 Labour Party conference in Scarborough, some people found themselves asking who he was traveling with. Writing after the conference to Michael Jos Elson, Lasky reported that Gaitskell had personally thanked him, Lasky, for Encounter's support of his policies. Moreover, said Lasky, Encounter had been cited on the debating floor of the conference, evidence that the magazine was receiving much kudos. 7 When Labour under Harold Wilson beat the Conservatives in the 1964 general election, Jos Elson wrote to Daniel Bell, "We are all pleased to have so many of our friends in the new government." 8. Lasky brought Encounter much closer to the political agenda of its hidden angels. The price, according to Richard Walheim, was high. It represented a very serious invasion of British cultural life, and it bore responsibility for the complacency of many British intellectuals and the Labour Party over the Vietnam War. 9. It was the cultural side of the magazine which continued to attract the best contributions, and for this the CIA still had Spender to thank. "People wouldn't have written for Encounter at all if it wasn't for Stephen," said Stuart Hampshire. All the good stuff, which Lasky used to call Elizabeth Bowen and all that crap, was commissioned by Stephen. He gave the magazine its respectability. 10. Certainly, it did much to sustain the Congress's reputation as an organization dedicated primarily to culture, rather than politics. But the Cold War constantly strained the idea that culture and politics could be kept separate. Indeed, the Kulturkampf was alive and well, as the Congress's celebration of the 50th anniversary of Tolstoy's death in the summer of 1960 demonstrated. American intelligence had long had an interest in Tolstoy as a symbol of the concept of individual freedom. Its connection went back to OSS days, when Ilya Tolstoy, émigré grandson of the famous novelist, was an OSS officer. Other members of the Tolstoy family were in regular contact with the Psychological Strategy Board in the early 1950s, and received funds from the CIA for their Munich-based Tolstoy Foundation. In 1953, C.D. Jackson noted in his log file that he had promised one supplicant that he would telephone Frank Lindsay regarding funds for the Tolstoy Foundation. In December 1958, Cass Canfield told Nabokov that the Farfield Foundation was interested in supporting a Western celebration of Tolstoy to answer a Tolstoy festival planned by the Soviets, which he correctly predicted would appropriate the great writer as a precursor of Bolshevism. The contrast between the two presentations would be obvious to any independent. 209. And thinker, and this ought to make excellent propaganda for us, 11 reasoned Canfield. It fell to Nabokov to devise a dignified answer to communist propaganda, and this took the form of a lavish affair held on the Venetian island of San Giorgio in June and July 1960. Scores of prominent writers and scholars attended, including Alberto Moravia, Franco Venturi, Herbert Read, Iris Murdoch, George Kennan, Jayaprakash Narayan and John Dos Passos. 16 Soviet scholars were invited, but in their stead came 4 stooges. In retrospect, it is very funny to remember, for instance, the silhouettes of 2 Russians, a thin, long one and a short, stocky one, Nabokov later wrote. The thin one was the Secretary General of the Union of Soviet Writers, the short one an odious sob called Yermolov, a nasty little party hack. They were standing, both of them, in line to receive their per diem and travel allowance from my secretary, or rather the administrative secretary of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. They had come, or rather had been sent, to attend a conference commemorating the 50th anniversary of the death of Tolstoy. Nabokov closed the recollection on a jubilant note, "Mr. Yermolov, turn in your grave, you have taken CIA money." 12 Expenses, the most beautiful word in modern English, V.S. Pritchett once declared. If we sell our souls, we ought to sell them dear. Those who did not queue up for per diems in Venice could stand in line for them at another Congress event taking place that June in Berlin, the Progress in Freedom Conference. Writing to Hannah Arendt, Mary McCarthy gave a wonderfully bitchy account of the personal rivalries and intellectual obfuscations which dominated the conclave. The main event, from the point of view of sheer scandal, was a series of furious clashes between Mr. Shills and William, on the subject of mass culture, naturally. I swear Shills is Dr. Pangloss reborn and without Dr. Pangloss's charm and innocence. I said so, in almost as many words, when I got into the fight myself. Another feature of the Congress was Oppenheimer, who took me out to dinner and is, I discovered, completely and perhaps even dangerously mad. Paranoid megalomania and sense of divine mission, turned to Nicholas Nabokov, and said the Congress was being run without love. After he had repeated this several times, I remarked that I thought the word love should be reserved for the relation between the sexes. George Kennan was there and gave a very good and stirring closing address, but the rumor was that he was crazy too, though only partly crazy. 13 Aside from these and other such public idiocies, Mary McCarthy reported that the Congress was fun. I enjoyed the gathering in of old friends and new ones, which had a sort of millennial character, including the separation of the sheep from the goats. 14 Also benefiting from CIA largesse that year was a group of journals invited to take advantage of the Congress's clearinghouse, which was set up as an effective and systematic means for placing before a broad international public much excellent material which now reaches a somewhat limited audience. 15 As well as finding outlets for material produced by Congress-owned publications, the clearinghouse was intended to act as a distribution point for other cultural journals which were deemed worthy of membership of the Congress's world family of magazines. These included Partisan Review, Kenyan Review, Hudson Review, Sewanee Review, Poetry, the Journal of the History of Ideas and Daedalus, which under the umbrella of the Council of Literary Magazines also received Farfield Foundation grants to improve circulation abroad. Additionally, the Congress joined up with the Council of Literary Magazines to award an annual fellowship of $5,000 to an American writer. Who was appointed to manage the award? No less. 210. Then Roby Macaulay, who succeeded John Crow Ransom as editor of Kenyon Review in July 1959. 16. During the years the review was tied to the Congress, Macaulay was able to increase circulation from 2,000 to 6,000. It was his boast that he had found ways of making money that Mr. Ransom had never thought of. 17. But in other ways Kenyon Review suffered under Macaulay's editorship. His long absences, a sine qua non of his employment with the CIA, and his high-handed manner had a strong negative impact on the journal. The benefits to the Congress, by contrast, were considerable. By formalizing its relationship with these prestigious American journals, the Congress could now boast a publishing combine of unparalleled scope and influence, a kind of thinking man's Time Life Inc. We were not selling a brand name, so we didn't always insist on the Congress imprimatur being used. 18. Explained John Hunt. So, many Congress journals were not readily recognizable as such. Amongst these was High War, the Congress's Arabic magazine, which appeared in October 1962, its first issue carrying an interview with T.S. Eliot and a plea by Salone for the independence of the writer and the autonomy of art. Attempts to conceal the Congress's ownership of the magazine were unsuccessful, and it was instantly attacked as a Trojan horse. One Muslim newspaper claimed that the Congress was trying to propagate its evil theories by spreading money here and there, by establishing attractive magazines and by giving big receptions and conferences, and called for the Congress to be exposed and boycotted. 19 other Congress journals launched in the 1960s included Transition in Uganda, which attracted writers like Paul Theroux and achieved a respectable circulation of 12,000 before its offices were raided and its editors imprisoned in 1968. In London, Censorship was launched in 1964 under Murray Mindlin, an eclectic figure who had translated Joyce's Ulysses into Hebrew. The advisory editors were Daniel Bell, Armand Gaspard of Switzerland, Anthony Hartley, Richard Hoggart, and Ignacio Silone. It cost the Congress $35,000 a year, and ran at a substantial loss. When it folded in winter 1967, the New Statesman was moved to announce, "This is bad news for writers, publishers, and artists everywhere." Joss Elson, who never got on with Murray Mindlin, was less inclined to mourn. Censorship was the model for Index on Censorship, founded in 1972 by Stephen Spender, with a substantial grant from the Ford Foundation. But of all the magazines linked to the Congress, the case of Partisan Review is the most intriguing. The real riddle of Partisan Review has always seemed to me the question of how the mouthpiece of so small and special a group has managed to become the best-known serious magazine in America, and certainly, of all American magazines with intellectual ambitions, the one most read in Europe, pondered Leslie Fiedler in 1956. 20. Part of the answer to the riddle lay in the funding of the magazine, as Fiedler teasingly implied when he said that a detailed study of the economic ups and downs of PR would make full-scale. Article 21. From 1937 to 43, the magazine was largely subsidized by the abstract painter, George Morris. After 1948, its chief source of financial support was Allen B. Dowling, who until 1951 backed it single-handed, and has since then been president of and a chief contributor to the foundation which currently publishes the magazine. 22. Fiedler made no mention of Henry Luce, whose generous donation of 1952 had been kept a secret. But he had noticed, along with others, that Partisan Review is referred to in such mass circulation journals as Life and Time, with perfect confidence that it will stir the proper responses in their vast audience. 23. 211. Certainly, no mention was made of the CIA, whose alleged involvement with America's most influential intellectual journal has long since puzzled historians. It is known that Partisan Review received Farfield Foundation dollars in early 1953, and this at Cord Meyer's instigation. It also received a grant for expenses from the Farfield in the early 1960s. 24 But in the life of a magazine harried by financial crises, this hardly amounts to much. In 1957, the question of PR's tax-exempt status had again been raised at the Internal Revenue Service. Not only did the magazine stand to lose the status, but there was also talk of making all contributions to PR during and since 1954 retroactively taxable. "This I consider absolutely outrageous," wrote C.D. Jackson to Cord Meyer. 25 C.D. and Meyer rallied to Partisan Review's cause. First, they put in a good word for the journal with the tax exemption branch of the Internal Revenue. Subsequently, William Phillips reported to CD that he was encouraged by the Internal Revenue's initial response. Second, CD appealed directly to Allen Dulles. On November 12, 1957, CD sent Daniel Bell a confidential memo relaying the CIA's position on the matter: "They have no direct monetary or operational interest in the Partisan Review." The present editor, however, is sympathetic to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and is cooperating. Financial difficulties for Partisan Review might result in a change of management detrimental to interest. Therefore, they have an indirect interest in seeing to it that favorable consideration is given to this request for tax exemption. 26 Partisan Review's problems had also been discussed at an Operations Coordinating Board meeting in April 1956. Following up with a memo to the Policy and Planning Staff of United States Information Agency, the OCB called for action on a proposal to help boost PR's revenue. Without identifying the author, the OCB representative quoted in full from this proposal, which began, "As you know, for a long time I have complained about the fact that special foundation and other support is often arranged for new magazines, but that the old standbys and workhorses in the anti-communist field, such as the New Leader and Partisan Review, don't get helped, or helped as much as they should." 27 After talks with William Phillips, continued the proposer, it seemed that the ideal situation if the American Committee for Cultural Freedom might be the means through which subscriptions, as gifts, to magazines like Partisan Review might be passed on to those foreign intellectuals most in need of them. "I am thinking not only of those who are resolutely on our side, but also of that vast army of intellectuals who have not been sold on communism but who think of America as an equally imperialistic, materialistic, cultureless, and semi-barbaric country." 28 I think there is major value in this type of proposal, especially if the concern of the U.S. government is not apparent, in reaching the targets indicated in the ideological approach. 29 concluded the report. Within a month, Partisan Review was able to give Elizabeth Bishop a generous grant of $2,700. The money came from the Rockefeller Foundation, to the tune of $4,000 a year for 3 years, to be disposed of in literary fellowships. This may well have been a coincidence, but it is curious that, despite repeated requests for financial assistance, the Rockefeller Foundation had refused every single appeal from the magazine's editors for the past 10 years. In early 1958, William Phillips traveled to Paris, where he met with Michael Jos Elson to discuss the future of PR. On March 28, 1958, Phillips wrote to ask whether Jos Elson had considered whether or not some of the things we talked about could be done 30 within a few 212 months. The American Committee for Cultural Freedom, moribund since its ignominious and de facto suspension in January 1957, had been resuscitated for the sole purpose of standing as official publisher of Partisan Review, an arrangement which was to last for the next 10 years. Commenting on this development, Hook told Jos Elson that there was no real desire to continue the A.M. Commander except to accommodate PR. Phillips will go to any lengths to get help for PR. 31 Jos Elson himself later recollected that the committee would have disappeared entirely if at the last moment it had not decided to let the editors of Partisan Review take advantage of its tax-exempt status, and since then the only activity of the committee has consisted in posing as sponsors of PR. 32 According to this account, the American Committee was not subsidizing partisan review, but providing it with a tax loophole. But according to Daniel Bell, for several years, PR received some financial support from the Congress for Cultural Freedom, in the form of subscriptions bought for individuals overseas who received the magazine free. So far as I know, that funding was also kept secret. 33 partisan reviews' fortunes were now harnessed to the Congress, which from 1960 boosted the magazine's sales figures to the tune of 3,000 copies a year, which were distributed by the Congress outside of the U.S. At the same time, the Congress extended similar help to the other high-level cultural magazines with which it had long been affiliated: Kenyon Review, Hudson Review, Sewanee Review, Poetry, Daedalus, and the Journal of the History of Ideas. Purchase of these copies cost $20,000 per annum. Scheduled initially to run for a 3-year period, the Congress's total commitment to these magazines came to $60,000, plus $5,000 for administrative costs. Frederick Warburg was contracted to distribute Partisan Review in England. 34 Warburg was also offered first refusal on a Partisan Review anthology, Literature and Modernity, whose contributors were nearly all connected at one time or another with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Partisan Review's fortunes continued to improve. "I saw Will Phillips the other night," Crystal wrote to Joss Elson in March 1960, "and he remarked mysteriously that Partisan Review's problems are now completely solved, though he wouldn't go into details. He even went so far as to say that they have more money than they thought they needed." 35 But Phillips needed even more. "I don't suppose the Congress could pay my fare on some grant basis for a trip to Europe this June on some necessary business." 36 He asked Joss Elson a year later. Phillips made this request for a grant despite what he later described as his instinct to question bureaucratic makeup and what was patently its secret control from the top. In 1990, he wrote proudly of the fact that neither Rob nor I was considered personally or politically reliable enough to be invited to the 1950 launch of the Congress, whose personalities he described as breezy, rootless, freewheeling, cynically anti-communist. Orgman 37 Trading insults. Lasky later described Phillips as something of a freewheeler himself. "He bluffed his way through everything. Why the hell was he sent over to Paris? He just sat around in the Dumagos." 38 William Phillips later maintained that he owed no debt at all to the Congress. Whilst conceding he had been a fringe player in the global propaganda game, he wrote of this as a de facto consequence of his membership of the American Committee's executive board, to whose internal proceedings and calculations finances he was not, he said, privy. Phillips also claimed to be shocked by, and perhaps envious of, the nouveau riche look of the whole operation, by the posh apartments of the Congress officials, the seemingly inexhaustible funds. 213. For travel, the big-time expense accounts, and all the other perks usually associated with the executives of large corporations. After all, Partisan Review was always trying to make ends meet, and my experience had led me to believe that poverty was the normal condition for serious political outfits and literary magazines. As for secret funding, he continued, it seems to me to violate the very nature of a free intellectual enterprise, particularly when the financing is by a well-organized arm of the government, with its own political agenda. 39 Others, of course, had a different view of secret funding. Just as Partisan Review began to benefit from the deal with the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, so the new leader received renewed munificence from its covert backers. In February 1956, C.D. Jackson wrote to Allen Dulles with a proposal to raise money for Sol LaVida's magazine. Time Incorporated had been subsidizing the new leader to the tune of $5,000 per annum since 1953, in exchange for information on worldwide communist tactics and personalities, with particular reference to communist activities within the labor movement. 40 But this was a fraction of the money needed to keep the magazine afloat. By C.D. Jackson's calculation, nothing short of $50,000 would keep it solvent. If capitalistic enterprise can muster the wisdom to appreciate that the particular tone of voice with which LaVida speaks to a particular group of people here and abroad is unique and uniquely important, and is willing to back that hunch with quite a few $1,000s, he told Dulles. I hope that you will be able to go along with the current proposal. It seems to me to be the best formula I have yet seen for all of us to have our levitas and let him eat, too. 41 Dulles was easily persuaded, as he had been on previous occasions, that an agency grant to the new leader well justified the high payoff potential. By the summer of 1956, the Save the New Leader drive had earned the magazine the $50,000 it needed. The United States Information Agency pledged $10,000, as did the Ford Foundation, Mr. H. J. Heinz, and Time Inc. The remaining $10,000 came in the form of a donation of $5,000 from Washington Post publisher Philip Graham, and $5,000 which was listed simply as unforeseeable manna. 42 As ever, the Congress for Cultural Freedom was folded into the new arrangements, both for partisan review and the new leader. Collaboration with the Congress, in the form of joint publications, formal syndication agreements, and exchange of knowledge, brought both journals further material benefits. The prolific activity of the Congress in these years had made it a compelling feature of Western cultural life. From the platforms of its conferences and seminars, and across the pages of its learned reviews, intellectuals, artists, writers, poets and historians acquired an audience for their views which no other organization, except for the Cominform, could deliver. The Paris office was a ferment, attracting visitors from all over the world, and even, in 1962, a bomb which exploded in the hallway. 43 For second and third generation would-be Hemingways, the Congress was now the repository of all those romantic myths of literary Paris, and they came to it in their droves. 44 The Congress's high profile also attracted some unwelcome scrutiny. In 1962, it was the subject of a brilliantly perceptive parody by Kenneth Tynan and his BBC That Was the Week That Was team. And now, a hot flash from the Cold War in culture, began the sketch. This diagram is the Soviet cultural bloc. Every dot on the map represents a strategic cultural emplacement, theater bases, centers of film production, companies of dancers churning out intercontinental ballistic missiles, publishing houses issuing vast editions of the classics to millions of enslaved readers. However you look at it, a massive cultural build-up is going on. But 214. What about us in the West? Do we have an effective strike-back capacity in the event of an all-out cultural war? Yes, the sketch continued, there was the good old Congress for Cultural Freedom which, supported by American money, has set up a number of advanced bases in Europe and elsewhere to act as spearheads of cultural retaliation. These bases are disguised as magazines and bear code names, Encounter, which is short for Encounter Force Strategy. A Congress spokesman was then introduced, who boasted of a cluster of magazines which were a kind of cultural NATO, the aim of which was cultural containment, or, as some of the boys like to put it, a ring around the pinkos. In fact, I wouldn't say we had an aim. I'd say we had a historic mission. World readership. But whatever happens, we in the Congress feel it our duty to keep our bases on around the clock, red warning alert, always watching what the other fellow is doing, instead of wasting valuable time on scrutinizing ourselves. 45 The satire was biting and impeccably researched. Whilst the Congress spokesman denounced the Philistinism of the Soviet Minister of Culture, Tynan had him reveal, without a hint of irony, who the Congress's enlightened patrons were: the Miami District Fund, Cincinnati, the Oblitzel Foundation, Texas, and the Swiss Committee for Aid to Hungarian Patriots. Such references to the Congress's financial suppliers, though they missed the ultimate target, caused Jos Elson sleepless nights, and confirmed his fear that the real Achilles heel of the Congress was the CIA. Tensions between Jos Elson and his agency bosses had been mounting ever since the collapse of the American Committee in early 1957. Jos Elson, temperamentally incapable of playing the monkey to anyone else's organ grinder, now found himself increasingly at odds with Cord Meyer, who refused to let go his grip. Meyer had never recovered from his Kafkaesque treatment at the hands of the McCarthyites in 1953. Added to that was a string of personal tragedies which had made him increasingly gloomy and intractable. Waves of Darkness, Meyer's 1946 short story about his experience of war and near-fatal injury on the beaches of Guam, also described the tragic motion of his future life. In 1956, his 9-year-old son Michael was killed by a speeding car. Less than a year after that, Cord separated from his wife, Mary Pinchot Meyer. 46. Increasingly mulish and unreasonable, Meyer had become a relentless, implacable advocate for his own ideas, which seemed to gravitate around a paranoiac distrust of everyone who didn't agree with him. His tone was at best argumentative, at worst histrionic and even bellicose. Cord entered the agency as a fresh idealist and left a wizened tool of Angleton, said Tom Braden. Angleton was master of the black arts. He bugged everything in town, including me. Whatever Angleton thought, Cord thought. 47. Arthur Schlesinger, an old friend of Meyer's, now found himself the victim of this idealist-turned-angry intellectual gendarme. He became so rigid, so unbending. I remember once he called me and suggested we meet for a drink. So I invited him over, and we sat upstairs in my house and talked. Years later, I asked CIA for my file, and the last document in the file was a report on me by Cord Meyer. In my own house, over a drink, and he wrote a report on me. I couldn't believe it. 48. Just like James Stewart's character in Hitchcock's Rear Window, Meyer and Angleton ended up mirroring the deviance they tried to monitor. In October 1960, Joss Elson met Cord Meyer and a group of IOD men in a room at a Washington hotel. A heated argument ensued, in which, according to one witness, Joss Elson was being taught to suck eggs by his CIA colleagues. Joss Elson, who had what Diana described as this mind-body thing, felt his blood pressure soar and his temples thump before he 215 crashed to the floor. He was demonstrative with his emotions, said John Thompson. He'd get into arguments and faint and have heart attacks. He was very European. 49. This heart attack was real enough. At 2 in the morning local time, Diana was awakened by Lou Latham, the Paris station chief, to say that Michael had been rushed to hospital after collapsing. Diana boarded the first flight out of Paris that morning, with 4-year-old Jennifer in tow. Stopping briefly at a hotel to leave Jennifer with her, Diana's mother, Diana then made for the George Washington University Hospital. There, she found Michael lying in an oxygen tent. For the next few weeks, she kept constant vigil at his side. Slowly, he started to pull through. And in this prone state, he awoke once more to the urgency of his mission. All the time Michael was in hospital, he would brief me, and I would take notes, remembered Diana. And then I'd go to the door of his room and briefly and the other goons who turned up. It was fun to turn the tables on them. 50. Whilst Joss Elson was still under an oxygen mask, Bill Durkee, Meyer's deputy division chief, turned to Lee Williams while they were walking up a Washington street and said, "Now we've got him where we want him." 51. Reflecting on this years later, Diana concluded that whilst the agency valued Michael for the job he was doing, he must have been at the same time a thorn in their side, going his own way, resisting them whenever they tried to assert control. Michael tried to keep them happy by telling them about was cooking on various stoves, and by force of personality kept them from being aware of their unimportance. He was friends with them, talked about their families and careers, and I had the idea, now shaken, that they admired him. Durkee, I'm now finally aware, was speaking for the lot of them. They must have been suspicious of all these intellectuals, foreigners to boot, and suffered from having all the money and American power, and not getting any credit for it. Besides, Michael was not a Yale man, he was practically a Russian and a Jew, and it was he who was hobnobbing with famous people, not they. 52. Still, it was clear that his health would not permit Joss Elson to expend so much energy on the Congress anymore. It was agreed that he should move permanently to Geneva, where he would continue to work for the Congress, but at one remove. John Hunt would take over responsibility for running the Paris office, including dealing with the agency. When Hunt had arrived at the Congress in 1956, he spent the first 2 years, he later said, behaving like a cleaning boy, never saying anything, just watching and learning. 53 Gradually, he had become what he described as operations officer to Michael's executive officer. Essentially, these roles remained unchanged for the life of the Congress. But with Jos Elson now working, with the aid of a secretary, from his home in Geneva, Hunt found himself in administrative control of the Paris headquarters. 216. 21. Caesar of Argentina. I never bade you go to Moscow or to Rome. Renounce that drudgery. Call the muses home. W. B. Yeats, Those Images. John Hunt took over the Paris office at a propitious time. The Eisenhower splurge on the arts was followed by the Kennedy administration's announcement that it desired a productive relationship with artists. Kennedy made the point when he invited 156 of the more famous of them to attend the inaugural festivities. The inauguration must have been fun, Elizabeth Bishop wrote to Lowell. I see bits of it over and over in the newsreels. But I don't like that Roman Empire grandeur. The reviewing stand, for example, looks quite triumphal. One but to many cold warriors, the imperial atmosphere was inspirational, as one admirer told Kennedy in early 1961, just as in ancient times a Roman, wherever he went, could proudly proclaim Civis Romanus sum, now once again, similarly, wherever we go and with head erect and with pride, we can proclaim, Civis Americanus sum. 2 On May 11, 1962, Robert Lowell was again invited to the White House, this time for a dinner in honor of André Malraux, then French Minister of Culture. Kennedy joked at the reception that the White House was becoming almost a café for intellectuals. But Lowell was skeptical, and wrote after the White House dinner, then the next morning you read that the 7th Fleet had been sent somewhere in Asia and you had a funny feeling of how unimportant the artist really was, that this was sort of window dressing and that the real government was somewhere else, and that something much closer to the Pentagon was really running the country. I feel we intellectuals play a very pompous and frivolous role, we should be windows, not window dressing. 3 Although rarely expressed openly, there was a growing inclination amongst some intellectuals to view the government's beneficence with suspicion. But the question of corruption did not unduly exercise the CIA, under whose auspices much of this bounty was being distributed. There are some times when you might as well be seduced, said Donald Jameson. I think that almost everybody in a position of significance in the Congress was aware that somehow or other the money came from some place, and if you looked around there was ultimately only one logical choice. And they made that decision. The main concern for most scholars and writers really is how you get paid for doing what you want to do. I think that, by and large, they would take money from whatever source they could get it. And so it was that the Congress and other similar organizations, both East and West, were looked upon as sort of large teats from which anybody could take a swig if they needed it and then go off and do their thing. That is one of the main reasons, really I think, for the success of the Congress. It made it possible to be a sensitive intellectual and eat. And the only other PEO. 217. PLE who did that really were the communists. For whether they liked it or not, whether they knew it or not, scores of Western intellectuals were now roped to the CIA by an umbilical cord of gold. If Crossman could write in his introduction to The God That Failed that for the intellectual, material comforts are relatively unimportant, what he cares most about is spiritual freedom, it seemed now that many intellectuals were unable to resist a ride on the gravy train. Some of the Congress's conferences were mainly show, and the attendees sometimes reminded one of the smart set commuting between St. Tropez in summer and St. Moritz Augustadt in winter, wrote the Sovietologist Walter Laqueur, himself a regular attendee at these conferences. There was a snobism, particularly in Britain, the outward appearance of refinement, wit, and sophistication combined with a lack of substance, college high-table talk and café royal gossip. 5. These stylish and expensive excursions must have been a great pleasure for the people who took them at government expense. But it was more than pleasure, because they were tasting power, said Jason Epstein. When visiting intellectuals came to New York, they were invited to great parties, there was very expensive food all around, and servants, and God knows what else, far more than these intellectuals themselves could have afforded. Who wouldn't like to be in such a situation where you're politically correct and at the same time well compensated for the position you've taken? And this was the occasion for the corruption that followed. 6. Those who were not receiving per diems in New York could take advantage of the Villa Serbelloni in Bellagio, northern Italy. Poised on a promontory between the northern lakes of Lecco and Como, the villa had been bequeathed to the Rockefeller Foundation by Principessa della Torre e Tasso. The foundation made the villa available to the Congress as an informal retreat for its more eminent members, a kind of officers' mess where frontliners in the Kulturkampf could recover their energy. Writers, artists, and musicians on residency there would be met by a chauffeur in a blue uniform with the small insignia VS on his lapel. Guests received no grant as such, but accommodation was free, as were all travel expenses, meals, and the use of the tennis court and swimming pool. Writing on the villa's elegant stationery, Hannah Arendt told Mary McCarthy, "You feel as though you are suddenly lodged in a kind of Versailles. The place has 53 servants, including the men who take care of the gardens. The staff is presided over by a kind of headwaiter who dates from the time of the Principessa and has face and manner of a great gentleman of 15th century Florence." 7. McCarthy replied that she had discovered such luxurious surroundings were not conducive to hard work. The villa was also a congenial venue for the Congress's June 1965 seminar, Conditions of World Order, held in association with Daedalus and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. For a chosen few, there was also the possibility of joining Humphrey Lambert, or Junkie Fleischmann, for Mediterranean cruises in their yachts. The spenders were guests of both. When Stephen told Ernst Robert Curtius of his cruise from Corfu to Ischia in August 1955, the German said simply, "You were a communist, and now you go on yachts in the Mediterranean, J.A. 8. For those who preferred terra firma, the Congress arranged accommodation in Europe's more prestigious establishments. In London, there was the Connaught, in Rome, the Inghilterra, and at Cap Ferrat, the Grand. In Paris, Irving Brown continued to entertain at his home away from home, the Royal Suite at the Hotel Baltimore. Despite his reservations about accepting government patronage, Robert Lowell was 218. Able to suppress them in favor of a first-class ticket to South America, offered by the Congress for Cultural Freedom in May 1962. For several years, his great friend Elizabeth Bishop, who was living in Rio de Janeiro, had been urging him to come. Now, the offer of Congress funds prompted him into action. Bishop was delighted. "The State Department people in Brazil behave so stupidly and rudely," she wrote, "and usually send very minor and dull novelists and professors. Lowell's visit promised to be much more interesting." The Congress had been trying to increase its influence in South America for several years. Its journal there was Cuadernos, edited by Julian Gorkin. Gorkin had founded the Communist Party of Valencia in 1921, and worked in an underground network for the Comintern, learning, amongst other things, how to forge passports. Breaking with Moscow in 1929, he alleged that the Soviets had tried to persuade him to become an assassin. Towards the end of the Spanish Civil War he fled to Mexico, the traditional roost for Bolsheviks on the run, and there survived 5 attempts on his life, one of which left him with a hole in his skull. As editor of Cuadernos, his job was to try and penetrate the great distrust in Latin America, where the only way to achieve significant impact, he joked, would be constantly to attack the US and sing the praises of Sartre or Pablo Neruda. Gorkin wasn't helped by the CIA-backed coup in Guatemala and Cuban Revolution of 1958. In the wake of American intervention in these areas, This was a period of euphoria for the Latin American communists and their allies. 10 But Gorkin battled the odds, giving the Congress an important niche in a hostile environment. Lowell arrived in Rio de Janeiro with his wife, Elizabeth Hardwick, and their 5-year-old daughter Harriet, in the first week of June 1962. Nabokov was there to meet them at the airport, with Elizabeth Bishop. Things went fine until Lowell's family boarded the ship back to New York on September 1, and he was left to continue the tour south to Paraguay and Argentina. Accompanying him was Keith Botsford, the Congress's permanent roving representative in South America, who was plugged into the trip by John Hunt in order to keep an eye on the poet. It was in Buenos Aires that the trouble started. Lowell threw away the pills prescribed for his manic depression, took a string of double martinis at a reception in the presidential palace, and announced that he was Caesar of Argentina, and Botsford his lieutenant. After giving his Hitler speech, in which he extolled the Führer and the Superman ideology, 11 Lowell stripped naked and mounted an equestrian statue in one of the city's main squares. After continuing in this vein for several days, Lowell was eventually overpowered, on Botsford's orders, wrestled into a straitjacket, and taken to the Clinic of Bethlehem, where his legs and arms were bound with leather straps while he was injected with vast doses of thorazine. Botsford's humiliation was completed when Lowell, from this position of Prometheus bound, ordered him to whistle Yankee Doodle Dandy or the Battle Hymn of the Republic. 12 Later that month, Nabokov telephoned Mary McCarthy. His voice was tremulous and weary as he informed her that Lowell was in a mental ward in Buenos Aires and that Marilyn Monroe committed suicide because she had been having an affair with Bobby Kennedy and the White House had intervened. 13 Sharing Nabokov's disgust, Mary McCarthy concluded. Our age begins to sound like some awful colossal movie about the late Roman emperors and their Messalinas and Pompeias. The Bobby Kennedy swimming pool being the bath with ass's milk. 14 The Lowell incident was an unmitigated disaster. Chosen by the Congress as an outstanding American to counteract communist people like Neruda. 15 Lowell turned 219 out to be an emissary for nothing beyond the powerful properties of thorazine. He had badly let his side down. Amazingly, neither Hunt nor Joss Elson dumped Botsford, but continued to use his services as their representative in Latin America. More amazingly, less than a year later, they even considered sending Lowell to represent the Congress at a conference in Mexico. But Joss Elson stalled, afraid that Lowell would follow his psychiatrist's recommendations as little as he did the last time. There is no guarantee whatsoever that he will not again give some lunatic speeches in favor of Hitler. 16 Botsford, who had no desire to repeat his previous experience, warned against sending Lowell, and it was agreed that Robert Penn Warren and Norman Podhoretz were more reliable candidates to send behind the tortilla curtain. Although Joss Elson had his doubts about Botsford, 17 Hunt's protégé continued to flourish in the Congress. 18 He now told Hunt that Brazilian intellectuals regarded the Congress as a Yankee front, and suggested that the Congress become more discreet, modest, and invisible, supporting only projects that had strong local support. But Hunt rejected that approach, telling him that no area of the world should be neglected in the fight against communism. 19 And in this mood, a campaign to undermine the poet Pablo Neruda was vigorously pursued by Hunt and Botsford. In early 1963, Hunt received a tip-off that Pablo Neruda was a candidate to win the Nobel Prize for Literature for 1964. This kind of inside information was extremely rare, as deliberations of the Nobel Committee are supposed to be conducted in hermetic secrecy. Yet by December 1963, a whispering campaign against Neruda had been launched. Careful to obscure the Congress's role, when Irving Kristol asked Hunt if it was true the Congress was spreading rumors about Neruda, Hunt replied teasingly that it was inevitable that the poet's candidacy for the Nobel Prize would excite controversy. 20 Actually, since February 1963, Hunt had been organizing the attack. Julian Gorkin had earlier written to a friend in Stockholm about Neruda, and told Hunt that this man is ready to prepare a small book in Swedish on Leka Neruda. 21 But Hunt doubted the usefulness of such a book, and told Congress activist René Tavernier that a fully documented report written in French and English should be prepared for circulation to certain individuals. 22 Hunt stressed that there was no time to lose if the scandal of Neruda's winning the Nobel Prize was to be averted. And he asked Tavernier to organize the report in collaboration with Julian Gorkin and his Swedish friend. 23 Tavernier's report focused on the question of Neruda's political engagement, and argued that it was impossible to dissociate Neruda the artist from Neruda the political propagandist. 24 It charged that Neruda, a member of the Central Committee of the Chilean Communist Party, used his poetry as an instrument of a political engagement which was total and totalitarian. This was the art of a man who was a militant and disciplined Stalinist. Great use was made of the fact that Neruda had been awarded the 1953 Stalin Prize for his poem To Stalin, His Master, which Tavernier labeled poetic servility. 25 Tavernier sent the proofs of the article to Hunt at the end of June. Hunt decided it needed pepping up and told its author to concentrate on the nature of Neruda's political engagement, and to focus on the anachronism of his Stalinist position, which bore little relation to the more tolerant mood of contemporary Russia. Hunt finished in professorial tone, telling Tavernier that he expected to see the revised report in a matter of days. 26 It's obvious they would have campaigned for Neruda not to get the Nobel Prize. It's a 220. Given, said Diana Joss Elson. 27 Accordingly, Joss Elson had written to Salvador de Madariaga, the philosopher and honorary patron of the Congress, to seek his intervention. But de Madariaga was sanguine, arguing that Stockholm aurait une réponse facile et impeccable, on a déjà courant Nobel la poésie chilienne en la personne de Gabriela Mistral. Un point, c'est tout. Et la politique n'y rien à faire. 28 Politics, of course, had everything to do with it. Pablo Neruda did not win the 1964 Nobel Prize for Literature. But there was no cause for celebration in the offices of the Congress when the winner was announced. It was Jean-Paul Sartre. He, famously, refused to accept the award. Neruda had to wait until 1971 before he was honored by the Swedish Academy, by which time he was Chile's ambassador to France, representing the democratically elected government of his friend Salvador Allende. In 1962, just months after the construction of the Berlin Wall, Nicholas Nabokov was invited by Willy Brandt, the mayor of West Berlin, to become advisor on international cultural affairs to the Berlin Senate. This appointment solidified an old friendship, and it brought Nabokov back to the city which he felt closest to. Brandt and Nabokov got on very well, remembered Stuart Hampshire. Brandt was financed by the Americans, and so was the Berlin Cultural Program. Brandt was perfectly at ease with this, it didn't worry him in the least. Nicky was highly sophisticated, he knew all the right people, so he was perfect for the job of organizing Berlin's cultural affairs. 29 For Nabokov, West Berlin had lost some of its cosmopolitan glamour, and the time seemed ripe for its renewed investment in the cultural game. According to John Hunt, Nabokov had never been ready to take on the world for his convictions, and he seemed now to have lost interest in the tired old paradigms of the Cold War. His plans and proposals for Berlin, which was now divided by a concrete wall, contained none of the old anti-communist rhetoric. It was clear to me that in such a game one should try to gain the support and participation of scholars and artists from the Soviet Union and Socialist Bloc. 30 He wrote, in a mood full of the warmth of détente. To this end, he befriended the Soviet ambassador to East Berlin, Peter Andreyevich Abrasimov. The two spent hours together at the Soviet embassy, Abrasimov eventually acceding to Nabokov's passionate requests to have Soviet artists represented at the Berlin Arts Festival, of which he was also director. For Abrasimov, this was a bold decision. Soviet intelligence was keeping a close eye on Nabokov. With a KGB spy planted on Brandt as an advisor, the Russians knew all about Nabokov's affiliations with the CIA-backed Congress. Joss Elson wasn't entirely happy with Nabokov's new appointment, but he swallowed it, according to Diana. Nabokov, who was spending more and more time in Berlin, appeared to be wandering away from the Congress, but not from its expense account. Jos Elson, who had always urged restraint, could do little to limit Nicholas Nabokov's congenital extravagance. He had very expensive taste, and this had to be paid for, 31 said Stuart Hampshire. But the link, which was formally agreed between the Congress and Brandt's office, did bring the Congress an opportunity to be represented at the Berliner Festwochen, and in 1964 it financed the appearance there of Günter Grass, W. H. Auden, Keith Botsford, Cleanth Brooks, Langston Hughes, Roby Macaulay, Robert Penn Warren, James Merrill, John Thompson, Ted Hughes, Herbert Read, Peter Russell, Stephen Spender, Roger Cale Lewis, Pierre Emmanuel, Derek Walcott, Jorge Luis Borges, and Wola Sayinka. 221. But Jos Elson couldn't swallow his resentment at what he saw as Nabokov's desertion. He was jealous, said Hampshire. He used to refer to my group of intellectuals. He flattered them, and he expected their loyalty. Nicky was part of his group, and then he got interested in something else. Jos Elson was angry and hurt. 32. By the end of 1964, Jos Elson's patience was wearing thin, and he wrote a caustic letter asking Nabokov why he had seen fit to claim expenses from the Congress for a trip to London which clearly originated in the interests of Berlin. With Nabokov currently receiving a generous salary from the Congress, why, Jos Elson asked, couldn't he draw such expenses out of the 50,000 Deutschmarks he was receiving from Berlin's taxpayers? Peeved that Nabokov had told him nothing of his visits to Abrasimov in the Soviet sector, or of Abrasimov's visit to Nabokov's house with Rostropovich, Jos Elson ended angrily by telling Nabokov, I don't want to know anything more about what you are doing. Let's just suspend our official relationship until May 1st and let's keep our fingers crossed that with your doings you will not unduly damage our friendship. 33. Unable to resist one final slight, Jos Elson hoped that the Christmas holidays would give Nabokov an opportunity to reflect, and to compose some music instead of rushing around madly and rushing, who knows, towards a precipice. 34. A dark cloud was gathering over Nabokov's and Jos Elson's relationship. When Jos Elson learned that Nabokov was planning to undertake a trip to Moscow with Abrasimov to secure the participation of Soviet artists at the Berlin Festival, he wrote in urgent tones, urging him not to make the trip. Nabokov aborted the journey at the last moment, but demanded an explanation from Jos Elson. This was forthcoming, but cryptic in the extreme. I did not for 1 minute worry about your safety, nor was I concerned about any consequences from your connection with the Congress. Believe me, I was only concerned about yourself and about a very embarrassing situation you could find yourself in, not immediately, but maybe a year or two from now. I don't want to write about this, but rest assured that what I have in mind is not something that I just picked up out of the air. Also, please bear in mind that you have many enemies in Berlin who are only waiting for an opportunity to knife you, and in your own interest, you would do well to cut the ground from under these people and their malicious gossip. 35. There was more than just hurt behind Jos Elson's objections to his friend's new career move. Nabokov had become a security risk. You could become an unwitting instrument of Soviet policy in Germany, he now warned him. You already made a first step in that direction. 36. Shortly after this letter, in August 1964, a very worrying situation arose. In the course of a congressional investigation into the tax-exempt status of private American foundations by Congressman Wright Patman, a leak occurred which identified a number of foundations as CIA fronts: the Gotham Foundation, the Michigan Fund, the Price Fund, the Edsel Fund, the Andrew Hamilton Fund, the Borden Trust, the Beacon Fund and the Kent Field Fund. These foundations, it transpired, were mail drops, often consisting of nothing more than an address, set up to receive CIA money which could then be transferred elsewhere with apparent legitimacy. After money was transferred to the mail drop, the second pass or pass-through would occur. The front foundation would make a contribution to a prominent foundation widely known for its legitimate activities. These contributions. 222. were duly listed as assets received by the foundations in their annual 990A form filed with the Internal Revenue Service, which every tax-exempt nonprofit organization was obliged to submit. This, of course, was where the system was most vulnerable. Maybe there wasn't really any other way to do it, said Donald Jameson, but these foundations were required to file all kinds of tax documents and one thing and another, which they complied with to some extent. Which meant that when people began exposing them, they could go to the tax records and link A to B to C to D directly through these things, and that was very unfortunate. 37 The third pass occurred when the legitimate foundation made a contribution to the CIA-designated recipient organization. William Hobby, president of the Houston Post and trustee of the Hobby Foundation, explained how this worked. We were told that we would receive certain funds from the CIA. Then we'd receive a letter, say from organization XYZ, asking for funds. We granted the funds. No questions asked. We believed that knew what they were doing. 38 The 990A forms of 4 other foundations illustrated this pass-through operation: the M.D. Anderson Foundation of Houston, the Oblightsel Foundation of Dallas, the David, Josephine, and Winfield Baird Foundation of New York, and the J. M. Kaplan Fund of New York. Each of these foundations were IOD assets. From 1958 to 1964 the Anderson Foundation received $655,000 of CIA money through phony foundations such as the Borden Trust and the Beacon Fund. It then dispersed the same amount to the CIA-supported American Fund for Free Jurists Incorporated, a New York-based organization later known as the American Council for the International Commission of Jurists. The Baird Foundation received a total of $456,800 between 1961 and 1964 in pass-throughs, and piped the money onto CIA programs in the Middle East and Africa. The Kaplan Fund, best known as the benefactor of New York's Shakespeare in the Park season, gave almost $1 million between 1961 and 1963 to the Institute of International Labor Research Incorporated of New York. The institute focused on CIA projects in Latin America, including a seedbed for democratic political leaders called the Institute of Political Education, which was run by Norman Thomas and Jose Figueres in Costa Rica. The funding came from the CIA, channeled to the Kaplan Fund through designated pass-throughs, the Gotham, Michigan, Andrew Hamilton, Borden, Price, and Kent Field funds, 6 of the Patman 8. President and treasurer of the Kaplan Foundation was Jacob M. Kaplan who, it will be remembered, offered his services to Allen Dulles in 1956. The Oblightsel Foundation, between 1959 and 1965, received a similar amount from the CIA. The bulk of it was passed straight to the Congress for Cultural Freedom. The Patman leak opened the hatch, however briefly, on the engine room of the CIA's covered funding. Combined with the information freely available for inspection at the Internal Revenue Service, it enabled a few imaginative journalists to piece together part of the jigsaw. In September 1964, the New York leftist weekly The Nation asked, should the CIA be permitted to channel funds to magazines in London and New York, which pose as magazines of opinion and are in competition with independent journals of opinion? Is it proper for CIA-supported magazines to offer large sums in payment of single poems by East European and Russian poets regarded as men of a character who might be encouraged to defect by what, in the context, could be regarded as a bribe? Is it a legitimate function of the CIA to finance, indirectly, variously congresses, conventions, assemblies and conferences devoted to cultural freedom and kindred topics? 39 Cordmeyer remembered that the story was carried on the back page of the New York 223 Times and caused little stir at the time, although within the agency it caused us anxiously to review and attempt to improve the security of funding mechanisms. 40 We used to have exercises at the agency where we would ask ourselves what would happen if you took the back off the radio and started looking at where all those wires led, said Lee Williams. You know, what if someone went down to IRS and looked at one foundation giving a grant and then seeing that the figures didn't tally? This was something which really worried us when the rumors were building up. We talked about it, and tried to find a way of protecting the people and organizations which were about to be exposed. 41 But Hunt and Joss Elson, who were both in London when the story broke, Joss Elson at the Stafford Hotel, Hunt at Duke's Hotel, were suddenly very exposed. "We're in trouble," Joss Elson told Hunt bluntly on the telephone. Joss Elson had been alert to the danger well before the Patman exposures. People were beginning to jabber at cocktail parties. "Half the problem was that people in Washington couldn't keep their mouths shut," said Diana Joss Elson. Paul Goodman had hinted explosively at the truth as early as 1962, when he wrote in Dissent that cultural freedom and the encounter of ideas are instruments of the CIA. There can be little doubt that Joss Elson had been forewarned of Patman's findings 2 years later, thus accounting for his mysterious letter to Nabokov of June 1964. Joss Elson had long fretted that the Congress's cover was insecure, and in 1961 he had persuaded Cord Meyer that they should find a crop of new sponsors. In answer to Michaels and the CIA's apprehensions, they rather smartly thought they would diversify the source of funds, and so they did, 42 recalled Diana Joss Elson. Nabokov went to New York in February 1961 to talk to foundation trustees. Curiously, none of the foundations he approached came through. It seems as though his trip was just a smokescreen, designed to make it look like the Congress was actively and openly seeking financial partners, whilst in fact the backroom deals were already being agreed between the CIA and other foundations. By 1963, the Congress's statement of receipts showed a brand new set of donors. These were the Colt, Florence, Lucius N. Littauer, Ronti Lim Charitable Trust, Shelter Rock, Sonnabend, and Sonnen Foundations. As for the Farfield Foundation, its credibility as an independent foundation had become increasingly stretched. It was meant to be a cover, but actually it was transparent. "We all laughed about it, and called it the far-fetched foundation," said Lawrence de Neufville. "Everybody knew who was behind it. It was ridiculous." 43 Junkie Fleischman's legendary personal meanness seemed to ensure the rumors now circulating at every Washington and New York party that he was not the real angel of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Nabokov later told Joss Elson that Junkie was the stingiest rich man I have ever known. 44 Natasha Spender likewise recalled that Junkie was famously mean. "At a dinner party in a Cincinnati restaurant with Junkie and others, I had to borrow a dime from him to make a telephone call. When we were going back in the taxi, Stephen said to me, 'You must send that dime back tomorrow morning.' And I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. So I sent the dime back." 45 It was now reasoned that if the Farfield Foundation were to disperse funds to American, as well as international, projects, then the CIA's interest, thus sandwiched, would become less conspicuous. The Farfield was engaged in other activities because it needed to cover for the foundation, in case anyone inquired what it was doing, 46 explained Diana Joss Elson. The Farfield report for the period January 1, 1960 to December 31, 1963 lists some of the hundreds of grants made for that period. Recipients included the American Council of Learned Societies. 224. The American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Modern Language Association, the Dancers' Workshop, the Festival of Two Worlds at Spoleto, Italy, the Institute for Advanced Studies in the Theater Arts, the Living Theater of New York, the New York Pro Musica, the Association of Literary Magazines of America, Partisan Review, and the International Institute in Madrid. Under Travel and Study, the Farfield gave fellowships to scores of individuals, including Mary McCarthy, the Chilean painter Victor Sanchez Ogaz, the poet Derek Walcott, Patricia Blake, Margarita Buber-Newman, Lionel Trilling, and Alfred Sherman, contributor to The Spectator, for a trip to Cuba. Ironically, it was the sheer scale of the Farfield Foundation's endowments which made it especially vulnerable to discovery. In the wake of the Patman revelations, it wouldn't have taken a Conan Doyle to deduce who was the schemer behind the foundation. Astonishingly, not a single journalist thought to inquire any further. The CIA did take a hard look at this technique of funding, but, to the later amazement of a select committee inquiry into the matter, it did not reconsider the propriety of bringing the independence of America's foundations into question by using them as conduits for the funding of covert action projects. 47, the very situation that had prompted Patman to leak his findings in the first place. The real lesson of the Patman flap is not that we need to get out of the business of using foundation cover for funding, but that we need to get at it more professionally and extensively. 48 reasoned the chief of Covert Action Staff Program and Evaluation Group. This thinking was egregiously flawed, as later events would show. Joss Elson certainly did not subscribe to it. He knew that the current funding mechanisms were hopelessly vulnerable, and that he was sailing a leaky boat. The seas got rougher and rougher, and navigation got harder and harder, but still they were navigating, but in a state of constant alert. 49 said Diana Joss Elson. From late 1964, Joss Elson tried frantically to steer the Congress for Cultural Freedom away from the pending revelations and the damage they would cause. He considered changing its name. He once again investigated cutting the financial link with CIA, to be replaced entirely by Ford Foundation funding. Above all, he attempted to direct the Congress away from its Cold War perspective and to minimize the plausibility of any suggestion that it was a tool of the U.S. government in this Cold War. In October, he told the Executive Committee at its meeting in London, "I frankly wouldn't like to see the Congress's raison d'etre to be the Cold War. I somewhat get the feeling that this is its raison d'etre, and, frankly, I don't like it." 50. 225. 22. Pen Friends. A new kind of man has come to his bliss to end the Cold War he has borne against his own kind flesh. Allen Ginsberg, Who Be Kind To. The year 1964 was a bad one for Cold Warriors. The myths upon which they relied were being systematically exploded. First there was the publication of The Spy Who Came In From the Cold. Written in 5 months by a junior diplomat in the British Embassy in Bonn using the nom de plume John Le Carre, it sold 230,000 copies in America, and a further 2 million more in paperback in 1965, when Paramount released its film version. Le Carre traced the novel's origins to his own great and abiding bitterness about the East-West ideological deadlock. Richard Helms, who was then in charge of CIA undercover operations, detested it. Le Carre was now ranked alongside Graham Greene as authors the agency liked to hate. They were dupes, said Frank Wisner, ill-wishing and grudge-bearing types. This was followed by Stanley Kubrick's film Dr. Strangelove, which satirized the madness of Cold War ideology. In a letter published in the New York Times, Lewis Mumford called it the first break in the catatonic Cold War trance that has so long held our country in its rigid grip. What is sick is our supposedly moral, democratic country which allowed this policy to be formulated and implemented without even the pretense of public debate. Then, on September 18, 1964, America's single most influential Cold Warrior, C.D. Jackson, died in a New York hospital. Days before, Eisenhower had flown down from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, to see the critically ill C.D. The Boston Symphony Orchestra, which owed its global reputation largely to C.D.'s support, held a memorial concert for him, with the soloists Vyshyavrensky and Victor Babin playing Mozart. Later, the orchestra's summer school, Tanglewood, set up the C.D. Jackson Master Awards and prizes in his memory. Sponsoring the prize were many alumni of that special school of Cold Warriorism over which C.D. had presided. By 1964, these people were already walking anachronisms, members of a diminishing sect whose demise, though by no means complete, seemed ensured by a wave of revulsion and protest against the values they represented. They were like so many wiffle birds, the name one New York intellectual invented for a fabulous creature that flies backwards in ever-decreasing circles until it flies up its own asshole and becomes extinct too. With the rise of the New Left and the Beats, the cultural outlaws who had existed on the margins of American society now entered the mainstream, bringing with them a contempt for what William Burroughs called a snivelling, mealy-mouthed tyranny of bureaucrats, social workers. Psychiatrists and union officials. 3. Joseph Heller in Catch-22 suggested that what America deemed sanity was actually madness. Allen Ginsberg, who in his 1956 lament howl had mourned the wasted years, "I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness," now advocated the joys of 226. Open homosexuality and hallucinogenic peyote solitudes. Munching LSD, singing the body electric, reading poetry in the nude, navigating the world through a mist of benzedrine and dope, the Beats reclaimed Walt Whitman from stiffs like Norman Pearson Holmes, and sanctified him as the original hippie. They were scruffy rebels who sought to return chaos to order, in contrast to the obsession with formulae which characterized magazines like Encounter. Exasperated by these developments, Sidney Hook wrote to Joss Elson on April 20, 1964. In Europe they have a theater of the absurd, and in existentialism a philosophy of the absurd. In the US, the latest development among intellectuals is a politics of the absurd, whose slogans are "Down with you.s. America stinks. Long live sex, etc." It is really very amusing, Mailer, Podherets, etc. And they have a new and fervent disciple, Mr. Jack Thompson, whose discretion, I fear, is no better than his intelligence. For Thompson had discretion enough to realize that it was the better part of valor, and stayed on as executive director of the Far Field. 1964 also marked the first birthday of the New York Review of Books. Guided by Jason Epstein and Robert Silvers, the review's instant success clearly signaled that not all American intellectuals were happy to act as Cold War legitimists orbiting around the national security state. As the ruling consensus began to fragment, the review signaled the emergence of a newly critical intelligentsia, free to speak on those issues on which magazines like Encounter, bound, as it was, to a consensual discipline, were virtually mute. If the impression had been given that all New York intellectuals had, by some kind of reverse alchemy, transformed themselves from bright radicals to become just another base metal of the CIA arid the rest of the Cold War establishment, here was evidence to the contrary. Far from being apologists for American power, these were thinkers who rallied to the review's readiness to denounce imperialism just as it denounced communism. And, to the horror of the CIA, it became the flagship for intellectual opposition to the Vietnam War. We had a big problem with the yin and yang of the New York Review crowd, especially when it got so anti-Vietnam, and so left-wing. 5. Remembered Lee Williams, who was less than forthcoming about what measures were taken to counteract the review, limiting himself to saying that it wasn't a counter-punch situation. 6. Michael Joss Elson himself was not impervious to the new spirit. Although he took pains to conceal his growing disillusionment with the American proposition, privately he conceded that he was appalled by the shape it had assumed. Years later, he was to write that the experience of working with and for the outfit truly traumatic. In the 1950s our motivation was buttressed by America's historic promises. In the second half of the 1960s our individual values and ideals been eroded by our intervention in Vietnam and by other senseless U.S. policies. 7. The claimed missile gap, the doomed U-2 flights, the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis, all these imperial blunders had undermined Josselson's faith in the American century, and in the government agencies which were charged with realizing it. Even Harry Truman, whose administration had founded the CIA in 1947, said he now said something about the way the CIA has been functioning that is casting a shadow over historic positions, and I feel that we need to correct it. 8. In an era which was beginning to embrace the idea of détente, Joss Elson now looked to move the Congress away from the habits of Cold War apartheid, and towards a dialogue with the East. Through its relationship with Penn, the Congress was ideally poised to do just that. By the mid-1960s, International Penn had 76 centers in 55 countries, and was officially recognized by UNESCO as the organization most representative of all the RIT. 227 ERS of the world. Its task, fixed by statute, included a promise to avoid, in all circumstances, engagement in state or party politics. It was this refusal to succumb to bias or parti pris, coupled with a robust defense of freedom of expression, which guaranteed the worldwide expansion of PEN during the Cold War years. But the truth is that the CIA made every effort to turn PEN into a vehicle for American government interests. And the Congress for Cultural Freedom was the designated tool. The Congress had long taken an interest in PEN, despite Arthur Koestler's peroration that it was run by a bunch of arseholes who worried that the campaign for cultural freedom meant fanning the Cold War. Initially, the Congress's efforts had been directed at keeping Eastern Bloc delegates out of PEN, fearing that the Communists would attempt to infiltrate the organization and influence its debates. We are prepared to talk to Russian writers, Russian artists, Russian scientists, Nabokov had written to Richard Crossman in 1956, but we do not want to meet and talk to Soviet bureaucrats or Soviet officials in their stead. Unfortunately, we are much too often confronted with precisely that type of subservient and police-minded Soviet bureaucrat whom we want to avoid. 10. Rightly concerned to keep these impostors out, the Congress had liaised successfully with PEN's secretary, David Carver. When news reached Jos Elson in 1956 that the Communists planned to make a big push at the PEN conference in Japan the next year, he easily persuaded Carver that the Congress's top battery should be brought out in opposition. John Hunt, himself a member of International PEN, had a friendly relationship with David Carver, who acted as an unofficial agent for Encounter, distributing copies of the magazine at PEN meetings. In 1964, Hunt decided that Carver was overworked and needed help. So, the Congress offered to provide help in the person of Keith Botsford, who had kicked his heels in South America for a while after the Lowell fiasco, before returning to the U.S. to become co-editor with Saul Bellow of the literary magazine, The Noble Savage. Now, once again, he was conveniently on hand to help his friend Hunt, and duly appeared at the offices of International PEN in London in autumn 1964. It never occurred to me to wonder why Botsford suddenly turned up the way he did, said a PEN activist. But now I think of it, it was a bit odd. 11. The French section of PEN was infuriated to learn of Botsford's appointment, and wrote angrily to Carver to demand an explanation. Defending the appointment, Carver said that he had been working with Botsford for some time in terms of complete harmony and close cooperation. Position is quite simple and uncomplicated. The English Executive Committee has appointed him my assistant and deputy, and as I combine the offices of General Secretary of the English Centre and International Secretary, it follows that I naturally expect him to help me over the whole range of my work. 12. The French had good reason to be worried. Suspicions about the nature of Botsford's links to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and about that organization's links, in turn, to the U.S. government, made them fear that the Americans were attempting to take over PEN. They were right. It was Keith Botsford who telephoned Arthur Miller in 1965 and said he wanted to come and see him with David Carver. Miller, who was in Paris at the time, knew Botsford vaguely from The Noble Savage, to which he had contributed 2 short stories. Now he was saying something about PEN, of which I had only vaguely heard, recalled Miller. The next day, Botsford arrived in Paris with David Carver, who invited Miller to become the next Presi. 228. Dent of International PEN. The point now was that they had come to the end of the string, Miller later wrote. The recent détente policy called for new attempts to tolerate East-West differences, which PEN had not yet gained the experience to do. A fresh start was needed now, and it was me. 13. But, said Miller, I had a suspicion of being used and wondered suddenly whether our State Department or CIA or equivalent British hands might be stirring this particular stew. I decided to flush them out. PEN stood stuck in the concrete of what I would soon learn were its traditional Cold War anti-Soviet positions, but like the Western governments at this point, it was now trying to bend and acknowledge Eastern Europe as a stable group of societies whose writers might well be permitted new contacts with the West. Miller told one historian that it passed through my mind, that the government might have wanted me to become president of PEN because they couldn't otherwise penetrate the Soviet Union, and they figured that traveling behind me could be their own people. They wouldn't expect me to do it, I don't think. One of the early people who approached me about Penn, I can't remember his name now, but people later would say about him, why, that guy was an agent all the time. Now I have no evidence of that, it was gossip. 14 The Americans wanted an American president of Penn, and they were about to get one. Carver had in fact been going all out to get John Steinbeck, but he never materialized, and Miller was the second choice. For the French, neither candidate was suitable. They wanted at all costs to keep the Americans out. As soon as they learned of Carver's intentions to find an American candidate, French Penn put forward one of their own in the person of Miguel Angel Asturias, the great Latin American novelist, and a member of Penn's French Center. Jos Elson referred to him in disgusted tones as that old Nicaraguan fellow traveling war horse Asturias, 15, and wrote in urgent tones to Manis Sperber, who was then living in Paris, urging him to appeal to André Malraux, de Gaulle's Minister of Culture, and a longtime friend of the Congress, to block the Asturias candidacy. Sperber was hesitant, writing back that the Ministry of Culture had nothing to do with Penn, an independent organization. But Jos Elson insisted, telling Sperber that nothing less than French prestige was at stake, and as such the government would surely take an interest. If Asturias was elected, Jos Elson claimed, it would be a catastrophe as it would signal the end of our friend Carver. 16 Carver, with full backing from his American friends, continued to pursue his own candidate, writing an 8-page open letter to Penn members in April 1965, challenging the legitimacy of the French candidacy, accusing the French Center of falsifying the facts, and dismissing Asturias as a man who lacked every qualification needed for the job of the international presidency. After receiving a copy of Carver's letter, veteran Cold Warrior Louis Gallantier, a member of the executive board of American Penn, warned his confreres that the French offensive is designed not only to thwart the election of an American international president, but also to capture the international secretariat. I consider the French move to be one more example of the overweening hubris that has seized French officialdom. 17 members of the executive board of the American Center included several friends of the Congress, other than Gallantier. One member in particular stands out on the letterhead, Roby Macaulay. With Macaulay, the CIA had a man with executive power in American Penn. This meant that when Cord Meyer decided to send him to London as the IOD's case officer for Penn, his interests in its activities there would appear to be perfectly natural. Nonetheless, 229. Make sure his cover was tight. Macaulay was a Guggenheim Fellow and then a Fulbright Research Fellow for the 2 years he was in England. With Botsford and Macaulay in London, and Carver a recipient of Congress funds, the CIA had achieved excellent penetration of Penn. In the midst of the battle over the presidency, Carver and Botsford forged ahead with plans for the next big Penn Congress, scheduled to take place at Bled in Yugoslavia in the first week of July 1965. John Hunt agreed to fund a group of writers to attend the meeting, and Kenneth Donaldson, the CIA's London-based Controller General, was instructed to organize payment to Penn out of the Congress's account. The list of proposed delegates was compiled by John Hunt, with the strict proviso that if any of these individuals cannot go, the Penn Club Secretariat must have the approval of the Congress in Paris to use the funds to send someone else. 18 Hunt's list included David Rousset, Helmut J. Rich, Max Hayward, Spender, Chiaro Monti, and Silone. Under a separate grant from the Farfield Foundation, travel expenses were provided for Carlos Fuentes and Wola Sayinka. 19 Together with the other delegates, they elected Arthur Miller as Penn's new president. Having scored a victory at the Bled Congress, John Hunt started preparing for the next Penn conclave, due to take place in New York the following June. This would be the first time in 42 years that the American Center had played host to an international Penn Congress. With the stakes this high, the CIA decided to bring out the full battery of its covert arsenal. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, for one, was to play a significant role. The Ford Foundation made a timely intervention, awarding American Penn a substantial grant in January 1966, and the Rockefeller Foundation coughed up an additional $25,000. The CIA also channeled money to American Pen through the Asia Foundation and the Free Europe Committee. With such investments at stake, John Hunt wrote to David Carver on February 9, 1966, telling him that he thought it wise to try and limit their liability. Hunt's proposed insurance was to place the Congress for Cultural Freedom seminar organizer, Marion Bieber, either in Carver's office, or in New York for 3 weeks prior to and during the conference itself, at the Congress's expense. The multilingual Bieber, who was working for the Institute of Contemporary History in London, was a veteran of such campaigns from her work in the 1950s as Deputy Executive Secretary of the Congress. With such a top-flight person placed in the heart of English or American Pen, Hunt could be assured that his interests would be protected. At the same time, Hunt wrote to Louis Gallantier, now president of American Pen, to make a similar offer. Who better than Roby Macaulay, recently returned to Washington, whose cover as editor of the prestigious Kenyon Review meant that he was above suspicion. Macaulay was subsequently placed at the disposal of American Pen as a kind of fixer factotum. Additionally, Hunt agreed to pay travel expenses for prominent Western intellectuals to attend the Congress. The 34th International Pen Congress took place between 12 to 18 June 1966. Its organizers, both overt and covert, congratulated themselves that the prestige of hosting the event meant that a blot on the U.S. record was thereby removed. A report of the conference described euphorically how the preeminence of the U.S. as the pace-setter of contemporary 230 civilization was triumphantly confirmed by that the Congress took place in New York City. Organized around the theme of the writer as independent spirit, the concentration on the writer's role in society and his concerns as artist was something which redounded to the credit of our country. But not all observers came to the same conclusion. In a lecture delivered at New York University on the eve of the Penn Conference, Connor Cruz O'Brien took a heavy sideswipe at the idea of intellectual independence. The Dr. Jekyll of the Congress's general theme, the writer as independent spirit, is, in danger of turning into Mr. Hyde, the writer as public figure, he said. Whereas writers in the past could be accused of being strangers to political passions, now they were liable to be distracted or debauched by them. O'Brien went on to summarize a recent article in Encounter, in which Dennis Brogan had praised the magazine for its struggle against la trahison de clercs, the phrase Benda had used to attack writers of talent who made themselves spokesmen and propagandists for political causes. This, of a magazine which was so congenial to the prevailing power structures, struck O'Brien as misleading. Far from being politically quietist, O'Brien found that Encounter had consistently followed a political line, a key element of which was the inculcation of uniformly favorable attitudes in Britain towards American policies and practices. The New York Times reported O'Brien's claims, which hung over the Penn meeting, and signaled the beginning of the end of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. 231. 23. Literary Bay of Pigs. Remember the figure of Marx, the bourgeois politicians of the 1840s, after 48, who were clinging to the coattails of the one ahead, and trying to kick the one who was clinging to their own coattails? Well, a lot of coattails are going to be torn in the days to come, and I have grave fears that in the process of tearing coattails and kicking, there may be an injured testicle or two. James T. Farrell. Connor Cruz O'Brien's charge that intellectuals in the West were serving the power structure hit hard at a time when American soldiers were dying in Vietnam. Something was rotten in the state of Denmark, and many of the professional anti-communists grouped around the Congress for Cultural Freedom now found they could not escape the trap deepest convictions had set for one as custodians of the American century. They believed, like the conservative columnist Joseph Alsop, that the Vietnam War was the logical and righteous extension of America's post-war vision and destiny to come Vietnam, and our anti-Stalinism gets used to justify our own aggression, Jason Epstein claimed. These people get into a real bind now. They're caught with their pants down. They have to defend Vietnam because they've towed the anti-communist line for so long that otherwise they stand to lose everything. They did help make Vietnam possible, they did help make our policy with China possible, they did help make possible the brutal anti-Stalinism embodied in people like McCarthy, they did contribute to the stagnation of intellectual culture in this country. 3. Arriving at the same conclusion, Robert Mary, biographer of the Alsop brothers, has written, years later it would become fashionable to view the war as a policy aberration, a national tragedy that could have been avoided if America's leaders had simply seen clearly enough to avoid the commitment entirely. But this would ignore the central reality of U.S. involvement in Vietnam, that it was a natural, and hence probably inevitable, extension of the American global policy established at the dawn of the post-war era. 4. There is literally a miasma of madness in the city. I am at a loss for words to describe the idiocy of what we are doing, 5. Wrote Senator William Fulbright, who had undertaken an extraordinary journey from Cold War ideologue to outspoken dissenter. Inveighing against the Pax Americana and the hopeless illogicality of its foreign policy, Fulbright led the charge of the New Left, to which he never properly belonged, against what he saw as an uncritical acquiescence in the American imperium. Neither in the executive branch of our government nor in Congress were more than a few isolated voices raised to suggest the possibility that Soviet policy in Europe might be motivated by morbid fears for the security of the Soviet Union rather than by a design for world conquest. Virtually no one in a position of power was receptive to the hypothesis that Soviet truculence reflected weakness rather than strength, intensified by the memories of 1919, when the Western powers had intervened in an effort, however half-hearted, to strangle the Bolshevik monster in its cradle. Our own policy was formed without the benefit of constructive adversary proceedings. 6. With equal conviction, Norman Mailer argued that America's war in Vietnam was the 232 culmination to a long sequence of events which had begun in some unrecorded fashion toward the end of World War II. A consensus of the most powerful middle-aged and elderly WASPs in America, statesmen, corporation executives, generals, admirals, newspaper editors, and legislators, had pledged an intellectual truth. They had sworn with a faith worthy of medieval knights that communism was the deadly foe of Christian culture. If it were not resisted in the post-war world, Christianity itself would perish. 7. It was against this backdrop of critical dissent that the New York Times began to take an interest in what lay hidden in the dark recesses of the closet of American government. In April 1966, its readers were astonished by a splatter of revelations about the CIA. The ramifications of CIA activities at home and abroad seem endless, read one article. Though satellites, electronics, and gadgets have taken over much of the drudgery of espionage, there remains a deep involvement of human beings, who project the agency into awkward diplomatic situations, raising many issues of policy and ethics. That is why many persons are convinced that in the CIA a sort of Frankenstein's monster has been created that no one can fully control. Is the government of a proud and honorable people relying too much on the black operations, dirty tricks, harsh and illicit acts in the back alleys of the world? Is there some point at which meeting fire with fire, force with force, subversion with subversion, crime with crime, becomes so prevalent and accepted that there no longer remains any distinction of honor and pride between grim and implacable adversaries? These questions are a proper and necessary concern for the people of the U.S. 8. One article, on April 27, 1966, reiterated Connor Cruz O'Brien's claims, which were now common knowledge, that Encounter magazine had been a recipient of CIA funds. There the matter might have rested but for Lasky's impetuous next move. He ran an article by Garon Wyries, a man later described as a ridiculous and subsequently discredited fisher in Cold War waters, 9, which, rather than simply rebutting O'Brien's charges against Encounter, libeled him by questioning his conduct when he was a UN representative in the Congo a few years previously. O'Brien immediately issued a libel suit against Encounter. With Lasky absent, and Spender in America, Frank Kermode, who had stepped in as co-editor of Encounter, was left to face the music. In May of the previous year, Spender had written to Joss Elson with the news that he had been appointed consultant poet for the Library of Congress, the American equivalent of poet laureate. Initially, Joss Elson was furious, writing to Muggeridge in June that Spender was unable to resist the call of a first siren. 10. It was agreed that Spender should give up his encounter salary for the year that he would be away, but Joss Elson, keen to maintain some kind of financial hold over Spender, arranged to continue to take care of him quite handsomely. 11. This, he told Muggeridge, was strictly confidential. Spender, meanwhile, had suggested that Frank Kermode would be a suitable replacement, at least for the time he was absent. Lasky was delighted with this development. His relationship with Stephen had always been strained, and was now at breaking point. As good as these years have been, full of work and not a few successes, the worst part of them has been Stephen in the next office, he complained to Joss Elson. How? 233. Elated I have been at every prospect of his absence, and how calm things were then. I always in the past pooh-poohed the notion of getting a replacement. But I sometimes indulge in horrified speculation at what my life will be like with him around in the next years. To have to live with that kind of nagging, based on his own daily troubled guilty conscience, getting a maximum of glory for a minimum of work, doing only really his own books, plays, anthologies, articles, reviews, broadcasts, sinks me into despair. I don't mind doing it all, in fact, love it. I do mind being constantly harassed by his uneasy sense of cheating. Does he deserve it all? Must we always live under the cloud of his insincerity and characterlessness? 12. Joss Elson eventually came round to Lasky's view, agreeing that the more time Spender spends in London, the more chances there are for clashes and for his going around bitching and gossiping to his outside friends. 13. But those closest to Joss Elson had their doubts about Kermode, too. Although no one came close to Philip Larkin's memorable description of him as a jumped-up book-drunk ponce, they damned him with faint praise. Edward Shills described him witheringly as an average little professor. 14. Roby Macaulay told Joss Elson that he didn't like him as a person, though he enjoyed his writing. I am grateful for your remarks about Kermode, Joss Elson told Macaulay. I, too, like his writings, but haven't met him. From what you say about his personality, I can deduct that there is sure to be trouble ahead. At the same time, if Kermode proves to be strong enough, he can do a lot for the magazine, because it is the whole literary part, including the review section, that is so weak. 15. In the same letter, Joss Elson made an extraordinary confession: I am having my problems with Encounter. I am beginning to get bored with it. I haven't confessed this to anyone else, except Diana, who feels the same way. I find the New York Review of Books so much more exciting and get greater satisfaction even out of commentary. 16. Despite the reservations of Joss Elson's inner circle, Kermode was officially invited to co-edit the magazine with Lasky in summer 1965. Kermode, who understood he was being asked to handle the literary side, with Lasky the uncontested boss, thought it odd that Lasky didn't choose someone better qualified, someone who at least lived in London. Actually, Kermode's distance from the daily running of the magazine made him a perfect candidate. What I took to be a handicap was in fact my chief qualification. Somewhere in my mind or heart, mixed in with mere vanity, and my reluctance to disregard the wrong road, I knew I was being set up. 17. Nevertheless, Kermode accepted the offer. He immediately discovered that the whole Encounter operation was mysterious. He could not discover the circulation of the journal, or how it was really financed. He was offered very little say in the makeup of the journal, and soon concluded that it would have made very little difference if I'd never turned up at all. 18. Kermode, like everybody else, had heard the rumors linking Encounter to the CIA. Spender told him that he too had been disconcerted by such allegations, but was satisfied that denials he had received from Joss Elson and the Farfield Foundation were proof to the contrary. 19. In fact, by the time Kermode came on board, Encounter was no longer sponsored by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, but was being published by Cecil King's Daily Mirror Group. Well, officially at least, that's how things stood. The King deal had been put together in response to a batch of critical reviews of Encounter, which had included a 1963 editorial in the Sunday Telegraph which referred to a secret and regular subvention to Encounter from the 234 in office. Such reports clearly threatened Encounter's credibility, so the search for private angels began in early 1964. By July of that year, the editors were able to announce in Encounter that in future all financial and business affairs would be handled by Cecil King's International Publishing Corporation. As part of this deal, a controlling trust was established consisting of Victor Rothschild, Michael Jos Elson, and Arthur Schlesinger. Schlesinger's appointment was made in spite of Schilz's warning that this would simply reduce the time in which Spender's twisted version of events would travel to Schlesinger, and thence from Schlesinger to the New York Gang 20. Jos Elson took a more generous view, reasoning that as President Kennedy's premature death has left Arthur at somewhat loose ends. I thought it would be a nice gesture on our part to assure him at least one trip a year to Europe, which he could not afford on his own. 21 of this new arrangement, Malcolm Muggeridge wrote disparagingly to Jos Elson, I now realize, that in fact, King's assumption of financial responsibility will alter nothing. He will be out of pocket, instead of the Congress. Otherwise everything will be as it was. I was partly responsible for starting Encounter, and have subsequently tried in a desultory sort of way to help it along. There are certain dangers, due to the circumstances in which it was founded, belated involvement in a phase of the Cold War which is over, too close and overt association with the Congress which, though a condition of its coming into existence in the first place, has now become inconvenient and unnecessary. I had hoped that the change in financial responsibility might provide an opportunity, to some extent at any rate, to circumvent these dangers. I now see that I was mistaken. 22. As Muggeridge well knew, the King deal kept Encounter very much in the intelligence fold. For a start, the Congress for Cultural Freedom did not, contrary to public claims, fully relinquish editorial or even financial control of the magazine. As Jos Elson later made clear in a letter, one aspect of the problem involved in making arrangements with publishers for some of our journals, viz. that we must find publishers who can be relied upon not to tamper with the contents or with the general line of the journals or not to replace the editors of our choice. We were fortunate in this respect to find a Cecil King in England and a Fischer Verlag in Germany, but such people or publishers are rare. 23. In fact, the deal with King specifically stated that the editorial salaries of the two senior co-editors and a partial remuneration for an assistant editor would remain the responsibility of the Congress. These have in the past not been directly a part of Encounter's expenses, and they will continue to be a separate expense. 24. Jos Elson stated. The rest of Encounter's regular subvention from the Congress, £15,000 annually, would, said Jos Elson, be redirected in the form of an outright grant to Encounter Books Ltd. The deal with Fischer Verlag assumed the same characteristics. Ostensibly, the International Publications Company took over the publishing of Der Monat. In reality, the Congress was still the owner of the journal after it purchased 65% of the shares in this company with a special grant of $10,000. These shares were held in trust by for the Congresses 25 in both cases. The Congress for Cultural Freedom remained the editorial arbitrator, whilst concealing its influence and financial commitment. Furthermore, with Victor Rothschild, Sir William Hayter and, by 1966, Andrew Schonfield on the Board of Trustees, a grisly trio, according to Muggeridge, Encounter found itself just as closely tied to British intelligence as it had always been. Before becoming Warden of New College, Hayter had been ambassador to Moscow and then Deputy Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Office. Prior to this, he had been head of the Services Liaison Department. 235. And chairman of the UK Joint Intelligence Committee. As such he sat in with the joint planners under the Chiefs of Staff, dealing with all intelligence questions, and visiting various British intelligence posts overseas. Significantly, it was Hayter's draft proposal of December 1948 calling for a psychological warfare outfit to wage the Cold War, which helped persuade Attlee's cabinet to set up the Information Research Department, with which Hayter was subsequently closely involved. At Winchester, he had been a contemporary of Richard Crossman, and at New College, of Hugh Gaitskell. Like them, he was a social democrat, and broadly in sympathy with the labor wing that encounter under Lasky had cultivated so assiduously. Andrew Schonfield, director of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, was also well known to the intelligence community. Victor Rothschild, of course, was there in his capacity as a front for the Foreign Office. The members of this network all felt at home with Cecil King, who, according to Peter Wright's Spycatcher, was himself a long-term contact of MI5, an association which would have disposed him to be sympathetic to the covert cultural operations of the CIA. But Josselsson's efforts to remove the Congress's assets from damaging allegations were doomed to fail. There were now more holes than boat. If rumors had circulated on the cocktail circuits of London, Paris, and New York for years, now they were beginning to harden into fact. Mary McCarthy later told her biographer, Carol Brightman, that Josselson intercepted a letter she had drafted to the New York Times around 1964 asserting the independence of the Congress's magazines, because he knew it wouldn't be true. He said, "Just lay off, dear. Forget it. Why didn't the agency fold its tent and leave the Congress, which was fully able to look after itself, to its own devices? What kind of hubris or vanity was it that inspired the ill-fated decision to cling to the Congress when Josselson himself was pleading for independence? They held on, I suppose, because it was one of their few successes. But they should have let go if they really cared about the integrity of the Congress," 26 said Diana Josselson. But covert action has a bureaucratic momentum which is hard to break. For 2 decades, CIA officers had been conditioned by a project-based system which encouraged growth rather than leanness. By attaching undue significance to the elephantine size of its worldwide clandestine infrastructure, the agency failed to note that the risk of exposure was exponentially increased. This is the only country in the world which doesn't recognize the fact that some things are better if they are small, 27 Tom Braden later commented. Nobody, of course, was supposed to know who was financing the Congress for Cultural Freedom, said Jason Epstein. But by the middle of the 60s anybody who didn't know it was a fool. Everybody knew. The director of the Farfield Foundation at the time was a very good friend of mine, and I would confront him with this and say, "Oh, come on, Jack, what's the point of pretending?" And he would say, "Oh no, no, no. That's not true. That's not true at all. We're an independent outfit, nothing to do with the CIA." 28 One day, whilst lunching with Spender, Epstein said, "Stephen, I think this whole outfit is being paid for by the Central Intelligence Agency, and you haven't been told, and you should find out right now what's going on." And Spender replied, "I will. I'm going to speak to Jack Thompson and find out right now whether what you tell me is true." A while later Stephen called Epstein and said, "Well, I did confront Jack and he told me it wasn't true, so I think it's not true." And that's how it would go, Epstein later remarked. Nobody wanted to admit what the sponsorship really was. But I think everybody knew and nobody wanted to say. 29 Spender had been investigating the rumor since 1964, at least. A letter from John Thompson to Spender, dated May 25, 1964, in 236. Which Thompson dismissed as ridiculous. The claim that the Farfield Foundation was a front for the American government, 30 is proof of this. 2 years later, Spender wrote to Junkie Fleischman, raising the same query about funding. CIA agent and Farfield director Frank Platt had sent Spender's letter on to Josselson with a cover note saying, "Sorry this letter to Junkie took so long a time getting over to you, but it has made the rounds." Only after Spender's letter had been seen by the CIA did Fleischman add his own strenuous denials, writing to Spender that certainly as far as Farfield is concerned, We have never accepted any funds from any government agency. 31. This was, of course, a gross deception. According to a story told by Mary McCarthy, Spender had once been the object of an extraordinary confession by Nicholas Nabokov. McCarthy claimed to have been told by Spender that on an occasion when he was riding in a taxi with Nabokov, suddenly Nabokov had turned to him and spilled the beans, then jumped out of the taxi just at that moment. This was a second-hand story, passed on by Mary to me, conceded Carol Brightman, McCarthy's biographer. But you can imagine it happening. You can imagine that incidents like that happened dozens of times, over and over again. And it must have been a sort of a joke. 32. I think Nabokov diddled Stephen from the very beginning. 33. Natasha Spender later said. Certainly, Spender had been aware of the rumors from 1964, and before, as Wollheim's account shows. Nonetheless, Spender had added his signature to that of Crystal and Lasky in a letter to the New York Times, dated May 10, 1966, which stated, "We know of no indirect benefactions, we are our own masters and part of nobody's propaganda," and defended the independent record of the Congress for Cultural Freedom in defending writers and artists in both East and West against misdemeanors of all governments including that of the U.S. 34. Unofficially, Spender was not at all sure that this was the whole truth. I should be annoyed by all the echoes I hear from all sides of your conversations all around the world, Joss Elson was later obliged to write. The New York Times seems to be your favorite subject these days and you seem to be bringing it up with everyone you talk to, and what's more you seem to volunteer your agreement with the New York Times allegation without any shred of evidence. 35. A week before the Crystal Lasky Spender letter was published, John Hunt had flown to New York from Paris. He went straight to Princeton, where he met Robert Oppenheimer to discuss the New York Times allegations and to ask if there would be any way that he and certain others would agree to sign a letter testifying to the independence of the Congress. Oppenheimer was happy to oblige. Stuart Hampshire, who was in Princeton at the time, later recalled that Oppenheimer was amazed that I was amazed, and amazed that I was upset at the New York Times revelations. But I was upset, yes. There were people who were put in a terrible position. Oppenheimer wasn't amazed because he was half in it himself. He knew full well. He was part of the operate. I don't think it bothered him morally. If you're imperially minded, which the Americans were at the time, you don't think much about whether it's wrong or not. It's like the Imperial British in the 19th century. You just do it. 36. The letter went off to the New York Times on May 4, and was published on May 9, just a day before the Spender-Lasky Crystal letter. Signed by Kenneth Galbraith, George Kennan, Robert Oppenheimer, and Arthur Schlesinger, it stated that the Congress has been an entirely free body, responsive only to the wishes of its members and collaborators and the decisions of its executive committee. 37. But it didn't explicitly deny the CIA link, leading Dwight MacDonald to comment that it was an evasion, not a lie, but not meeting the issue either. 38. 237. Schlesinger later claimed that the letter was his idea, and that he had contacted Oppenheimer and the others to ask for their cooperation. However, given the time scale, the text of the letter must have been agreed with Hunt before he left Oppenheimer. A few people saw through the stratagem. Angus Cameron, Howard Fast's editor at Little, Brown, commented, "I think of liberals, generally speaking, as people who support the establishment by being niggling little side critics who can always be depended on to support the establishment when the chips are down. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., is the classic example of that." 39 papers in Schlesinger's own archives testify to this. He was a source, a consultant, a friend, a trusted colleague to Frank Wisner, Alan Dulles, and Cord Meyer. He corresponded with all of them, over more than 2 decades, on subjects ranging from the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, Encounter, and the reception of Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago. He was even helping the CIA get coverage for themes it wanted aired, agreeing on one occasion to Cord Meyer's suggestion that he, Schlesinger, suggests to the editor of an Italian journal that he run a series of articles on the problem of civil liberties inside the Soviet system as companion pieces to the articles on the status of civil liberties inside the US-40, and who was to doubt the probity of Schlesinger, a member of Kennedy's kitchen cabinet. In the midst of all these maneuvers, Frank Kermode had been to see a top London silk to take advice on O'Brien's libel action against Encounter. The solicitor recommended defending the action on the basis of an arcane legal defense called qualified privilege. A friend of both Kermode and O'Brien urged Kermode not to defend the action. Kermode wavered. Then, invited to lunch at the Carrick with Jos Elson, he received solemn word that there was no truth whatsoever in O'Brien's allegations. "I am old enough to be your father," Jos Elson said, "and I would no more lie to you than I would to my own son." Jos Elson was, of course, lying. Michael was determined to protect the Congress from damaging revelations, and so was I, Diana Jos Elson later said. "I had no problem in lying about it. We sort of worked as a double act." 41 Truth was reserved for the inside, Tom Braden later wrote. To the outsider, CIA men learned to lie consciously and deliberately without the slightest tinge of the guilt that most men feel when they tell a deliberate lie. 42 Other than taking Kermode to lunch at the Carrick Club, what else did Michael Jos Elson do? A trial involving Encounter would result in exposure of evidence regarding its less than conventional funding and publishing arrangements, evidence which would have been especially embarrassing in the light of repeated official denials. And yet, curiously, Jos Elson failed to ensure that the whole thing was settled out of court, and instead allowed Kermode to go ahead. O'Brien had even offered to drop the action if an apology was printed. It was certainly within Jos Elson's power to stop the whole thing. But he didn't. Connor Cruz O'Brien, meanwhile, had chosen to have the writ for libel served in a Dublin court. To Kermode's horror, he learned that the defense of qualified privilege was not recognized in Ireland. Encounter's legal advisors now recommended they simply ignore the writ, as the magazine had no assets in Ireland. But before Kermode had time to consider this advice, he was overtaken by events which instantly made the Encounter defense redundant. 238. 24. View from the ramparts. There was a girl in Norfolk, Virginia, who was suing a man for alleged rape. The judge said to her, "When did this rape occur?" "When did it occur, Judge?" said she. "Why, hell, it was rape all summer long." Michael Jos Elson. In early 1966, the CIA learned that the California-based magazine Ramparts was pursuing leads to the agency's network of front organizations. Richard Helms, Deputy Director for Plans, immediately appointed a special assistant to pull together information on Ramparts, including any evidence of subversion, devising proposals for counteraction. By May 1966, Helms was feeding the White House with the inside dope on Ramparts as part of a campaign to smear the magazine, its editors, and contributors. Much of the information supplied by Helms had been produced as the result of a trawl through agency records, with additional dirt supplied courtesy of the FBI. To Helms, who was convinced that Ramparts was being used as a vehicle by the Soviets, ordered a full investigation of its financing, but failed to turn up any evidence of foreign involvement. After reading through the Ramparts file, Presidential Assistant Peter Jessup penned a memo with the memorable subject line "A right cross to the left temple." In view of Ramparts' dedication to smearing the administration and the murky background of its sponsorship, one might think that some agency of the government would be pursuing the threads involved here. A week later, the magazine Human Events ran a smear under the title "The Inside Story of Ramparts Magazine." Its journalists were dismissed as snoops, eccentrics, ventriloquists, and bearded new leftniks who had a get-out-of-Vietnam fixation. Signed by one M. Morton, the pen name of an expert on internal security affairs, the article bore all the hallmarks of a CIA plant. As did a News Weekly piece of the same week, "Who Really Mans the Ramparts?" and an article in the Washington Star, both of which announced serious doubts about the bona fides of Ramparts, which was described as not only a muckraker, but a muckraker with a malevolent motive. For more than a year the CIA did everything it could to sink ramparts. I had all sorts of dirty tricks to hurt their circulation and financing, Deputy Inspector General Edgar Applewhite later confessed. The people running ramparts were vulnerable to blackmail. We had awful things in mind, some of which we carried off. We were not the least inhibited by the fact that the CIA had no internal security role in the United States. For amazingly, given the awfulness of the CIA's intentions, ramparts survived to tell the tale. Just as the CIA feared, Ramparts went ahead and published its investigation into CIA-covered operations. The magazine's findings, published in April 1967, were swiftly picked up in national newspapers, and an orgy of disclosures followed, leading one commentator to conclude that before very long, every political society, philanthropic trust, college fraternity, and baseball team in America will be identified as a front for the Central Intelligence Agency. 5. It wasn't just domestic American fronts that were exposed, of course. As details of the CIA's sponsorship of the Congress for Cultural Freedom and its magazines emerged, everything. 239. O'Brien had said about Encounter appeared to be true. Spender, who was still in the States at the time the story broke, went into an instant spin. Desperate to contain him, Joss Elson and Lasky both appealed to Isaiah Berlin, who was known to have a moderating effect on Stephen's temperament, and who was teaching at the City University of New York at the time. Dear Isa Mendelevic, wrote Joss Elson on April 8, what I wanted to discuss with you cannot very well be done over the phone. I am very seriously concerned about Stephen and Encounter ending up by being real victims of the present mess, if Stephen keeps on pouring oil on the flames. I am genuinely fond of both of them, hence my concern, and I also know that if anyone can influence Stephen, it is you. The situation is serious indeed, but surely Encounter's future cannot be solved by making drastic moves under pressure. 6. There is indeed a problem about Stephen and Encounter, and Arthur, who has just informed Lasky that the issue is dead here and there is no need to have a meeting about all this in London, is, I think, being somewhat optimistic, wrote Berlin by return. Whatever may be the reactions here, the issue is likely to go boiling on in London, since both Stephen and Kermode are said to be troubled. It seems to me that whatever the future of Encounter, there will be some sense in publishing some kind of statement telling the readers that the editors of Encounter were not aware of the sources of funds to the Congress of Cultural Freedom, which will be true of at any rate most of them. How much Lasky did or didn't know I have, of course, no means of telling. At any rate, I think you should probably recommend that a meeting of the relevant parties be held in London for the purpose of settling this issue. Transatlantic telephone calls to Stephen in Chicago, the others in London, Arthur in New York, yourself in Geneva, etc. won't be enough. You will never see the situation as a whole unless there is some kind of meeting to settle the moral, intellectual, and organizational future of Encounter. 7. In London, meanwhile, Kermode's defense of the libel action was irretrievably lost. Furthermore, he was convinced that, although the new sponsorship of Encounter under Cecil King was perfectly licit, the magazine was still in rather devious ways under the control of the CIA. Kermode wrote to Lasky to detail his complaints and to tell him that in the absence of very persuasive explanations I couldn't go on working with him. He didn't answer the letter but came out to Gloucestershire to talk it over. As we walked, hour after hour, round the garden and paddock, he gave me the fullest account that could have been expected of his relation to the Congress and of the history of Encounter. 8. This was the moment of Lasky's soi-disant confession. He admitted to Kermode that he had known of CIA support for some years now, but that he could not possibly say this publicly. Soon after, and at Isaiah Berlin's urging, an emergency meeting of the Encounter trustees was convened, attended by Lasky, Kermode, Spender, Edward Shills, Andrew Schonfield and William Hayter. They met in a private room at Scott's restaurant on the Haymarket, just a few yards away from the Encounter office. Shills and Schonfield defended the CIA's actions, but Kermode and Spender announced their intention to resign. Lasky refused to resign, and inveighed against Spender, calling him a hypocrite. Then he dropped a bombshell. Spender should get off his high horse about CIA funding and consider this: his salary had for years been covered by a subvention from the Foreign Office. Spender became very agitated and announced that he was going off to look at some picture in the National Gallery to calm himself. 9 Kermode remembered. 240. By the time Spender got home to St. John's Wood, he was, said Natasha, in a shocked and angry state. Melvin had apparently said something to Stephen about his salary which Stephen said was completely incomprehensible. 10 Spender decided to clear the matter up once and for all by speaking to Muggeridge. Malcolm had effectively been Stephen's employer throughout all this. As it happened, he spoke to Kitty, who said Malcolm couldn't speak to him as he was in Scotland. At that very moment, Malcolm was lying flat on his face in a chancel of a Scottish Cistercian monastery being filmed at prayer for a BBC television programme called A Hard Bed to Lie On. Anyway, an hour after, Malcolm called back. By this time, Stephen was absolutely fuming. I was on the other phone, so I could hear what was said. Stephen said, "Malcolm, you always told me my salary was coming from the Daily Telegraph and Alexander Korda." And Malcolm said, "So I did, dear boy, but you can't bet your bottom dollar where it really came from. You know that scene in the 39 Steps, where he's looking for the man with the missing finger? There's a terrible moment when he realizes who the man is. That's the feeling we had when Muggeridge finally admitted it." 11 Eric Bentley later told Spender that Lasky, too, had been in on the secret. "Mel told me there was nothing in the rumors, which I have heard for years. When things started humming a year ago, I asked him to say no point blank to a clearly worded letter. Silence. At which point my attitude is, Mel can keep his Cold War." 12 After his intemperate outburst against Spender, and his huge gaffe in revealing the source of his salary, Lasky was in a very precarious position. Having secured the full backing of Cecil King, Lasky now turned to Isaiah Berlin, writing him an oily letter on April 13. He hoped he was not burdening him, Lasky said, "but you have been so much part of our history, our splendors and, alas, our miseries, that I feel you ought to be kept completely informed." 14 Lasky said that it had been agreed that we should end the story by issuing a dignified statement, and also by settling the O'Brien affair, simply and quickly, if possible, on the basis of costs to O'Brien and the publication of the 10 lines of apology he wants. Why not? Emotions may rebel, but reason dictates. Lasky ended by asking the great philosopher to drop me a word with your thoughts and advice. As you know, they mean much, and deeply, to me. 15 These were fulsome words for a man revered by many as the prophet, but whom Lasky privately scorned as a mugwump and a fence-sitter. 16 The trouble with Berlin, said Lasky, was that he wasn't a crusader. There are some crusaders with temperament who say, "Devil take the hindmost," and there are those who are prudent. In the heat of the campaign you feel let down, you want to say, like Henry IV, "Where were you?" 17 But Berlin had always been there, the wise man to whom the Washington elite had turned all those years ago when it first came up with the idea of embracing the non-communist left. Could he have managed not to know about the CIA's involvement in this? Anecdotal evidence suggests he was aware, though not actually willing to take an active part. Stuart Hampshire recalled that Berlin was repeatedly approached by members of the intelligence community. They were constantly making overtures to Berlin to be more involved. "I remember they once approached him at Aspen, Colorado, that was CIA all over, they ran it, because they thought he was the ideal liberal to head up some organization or other. And he said he wasn't interested, but he suggested." 18 Another story has it that Berlin was once asked by one of the largest American foundations which wanted to cut a swathe in philosophy, "What can we do to help you? Pragmatism made a great contribution, but now is passé, how about existential?" 241. Ism. Berlin had a momentary vision of subsidized CIA cafes in Paris, but replied that the only things he wanted were paper, a pen, and the occasional discussion. 19. In his letter to Berlin, Lasky enclosed the text of the editorial statement which had been drafted by the trustees, and which was due to be printed in the next issue of Encounter. In view of recent newspaper reports concerning the employment of CIA funds by some U.S. foundations to support cultural and educational organizations, we wish to make the following statement. It read: "We are distressed by the news that so much of worldwide American philanthropy from U.S. foundations should have been based on indirect and covert governmental subventions. This practice was unwise, unsound, and deplorable. We find it painful to learn that some of the grants which, in the past, came to us from the Congress for Cultural Freedom in Paris and which we accepted in good faith should have derived from such funds, whose real sources were so obscured. The leading writers and scholars who have been responsibly associated with the Congress in Paris have made it clear that there was never any interference in their policies or activities by any donor, known or unknown. Encounter in its turn has from the outset been independent and entirely free from any form of interference. The editors alone have always been solely responsible for what they published, and the Congress never, in any way or on any occasion, had any say in editorial policy. Encounter continues to exercise its freedom to publish what it pleases. 20. The statement was never published. 21. Berlin, who at this point had no knowledge of Lasky's collusion in the secret behind Encounter, as confessed days before to Kermode, answered Lasky's letter on April 18. He approved of the decision to settle with O'Brien out of court, and then, with great pragmatism, schadenfreude even, signposted the way out of the complicated web. You could perfectly well say that like other organizations in need of financial assistance you went to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, they went to other foundations of a prima facie respectable kind, that recipient bodies are not in the habit of examining the sources of income of the prima facie respectable bodies which support them, but that since these revelations there is natural embarrassment and reluctance about accepting such sums. This is more or less what the Asia Foundation said, and it seems to me adequate. The proper role of Encounter is simply to say that they acted as they did in ignorance, and that now that you have been made an honest journal of the fact that you received grants indirectly from the CIA merely places you on an equality with a great many other organizations, who could not possibly have been expected to know what the ultimate sources of their funds were, or something of that kind. Men of sense and goodwill will understand this. Those who lack it will continue to snipe anyway. 22. If Berlin felt any moral repulsion at the complex deception he was here describing, he didn't show it. Rather, he borrowed from the rhetoric of the Open Society to defend what in reality was the attempted management of that society by a closed shop. Publicly, however, Isaiah Berlin was soon to take a different tack. When the story of Encounter's relationship with the CIA emerged, he spurned the magazine, and attacked Jos Elson and Lasky for having compromised decent people. His biographer, Michael Ignatieff, asserts that Berlin was as shocked as anybody by this surreptitious relationship, and that he certainly had no official or unofficial relationship with either British intelligence or the CIA. 23. Ridiculing this claim, Christopher Hitchens, reviewing Ignatieff's book, has written that the Encounter disavowal, taken literally, would mean that Berlin was abnormally incurious, or duller than we have been led to suppose, or had wasted his time in Washington. Berlin's double stand on the whole issue emanated from his allegiance to the Anglo-American supranational under 242 standing, which, says Hitchens, frequently bore the stamp of realpolitik and, well, calculation. 24. The trustees meeting at Scott's restaurant having resolved nothing, a second emergency conference was called for the weekend of April 21, for which Arthur Schlesinger now flew in from New York. According to Natasha Spender, it was decided at this meeting that Lasky should resign, and he agreed to do so. This would be announced in a statement of the trustees, to be published in Encounter. Lasky had opened by making a terrific personal attack on Stephen, saying that he must have known what was going on. All the other trustees told Lasky that this was totally out of order, and should be struck from the record. 25. Natasha recalled. Edward Shills said he would find a position for Lasky in Chicago, and the next week Shills flew back with that aim in view. But the day after the meeting, Lasky had changed his mind, saying he had no intention of resigning, and he wasn't going to agree to the statement at all. A few days before this meeting, Natasha took a telephone call from Michael Jos Elson in Geneva, and he told me not to rock the boat, and he went on and on about how he was trying to protect Stephen. And I think I said, whose boat? I don't think Stephen and Frank are in the same boat as Mel. 26 Having failed to calm either Natasha or Stephen by telephone, Jos Elson now tried a different tactic. In an attempt to remove them both from the fray, he hinted to Junkie Fleischman that maybe the Spenders needed a holiday. But it didn't wash. I was absolutely furious with Junkie when, on top of everything that was going on, he sent us a telegram saying would we like to spend a week on his yacht, fumed Natasha Spender. We sent him a stinker back, and that was that. We never saw him again. 27 The Junkie proposal came to nothing, so Jos Elson now wrote directly to Stephen. First, he said that Lasky's comments at the trustees' meeting about the Foreign Office subvention had been misinterpreted, the result of a confusion, and that he had only been referring to a rumor which had disturbed him deeply. I was afraid that if Mel was sufficiently nettled he would do just what he finally did at the trustees' meeting. I had tried to prevent this as best I could, and hence my plea to you and to Natasha not to rock the boat too much and my assurance that I was only trying to protect everybody. I got particularly alarmed after I heard from Bridget Lasky that Natasha had snubbed her at a recent party. Jos Elson went on to say that Natasha Spender had been publicly and bitterly critical of Lasky. In view of what she's been through, I forgive Natasha everything, wrote Jos Elson. But this conversation with her convinced me that it was not only a matter of her disliking Mel, but of her hating him, excuse the harsh word, pathologically. 28 Jos Elson went on to apologize for Lasky's outburst against Spender. Mel has since told me how much he regrets having let himself get carried away, and implored Spender not to resign. I still believe that Encounter is a truly magnificent achievement, and I would hate to see it go under, and go under ignominiously, if the three of you, because obviously Mel would also resign, cannot view what has happened more dispassionately, more philosophically. 29 Jos Elson offered a palliative. He hinted heavily that Lasky was due for a career change, and that the 10th anniversary of his editorship of Encounter, due in 1968, would be psychologically a good time for him to leave. Jos Elson also revealed that he had experienced recurring moments of despair over the whole affair, but that this was given a perspective by a much greater problem, that of remaining an American citizen in the face of the war in Vietnam. Finally, he said he had had no ulterior motives for keeping the funding secret. I was in a 243 position to help hundreds of people all over the world do what they themselves wanted to do, whether it was to write books, paint pictures, pursue certain studies, travel when and where they wanted to go, or edit magazines. All this I enjoyed doing, and if you think the CIA got anything out of it, believe me, the shoe was on the other foot. 30 On May 8, 1967, the New York Times ran a front-page story under the headline "Stephen Spender Quits Encounter." Spender was quoted as saying he had heard rumors for several years that the magazine was being supported by CIA funds, but I was never able to confirm anything until a month ago. In view of the revelations that have been made and allegations which may still be made about past sources of Encounter funds, I feel that any editor who was knowingly or unknowingly involved in receiving these should resign. I have done so. 31 So did Kermode, which left only Lasky at the helm. And there he clung, despite calls for his resignation, and to the consternation of Jos Elson, who knew the game was up. Later that afternoon, a statement was issued by Cecil King: "We consider that Encounter without Mr. Lasky would be as interesting as Hamlet without the prince." When the whole thing blew, I was in Portofino with Isaiah and other friends, Stuart Hampshire recalled. I remember that 6 of us cabled in defense of Stephen in London, but Mary McCarthy refused to sign, saying, "Oh, You're just turning on our little New York boy. Stephen was very upset, and Natasha even more so. And particularly with Lasky. But why were they surprised at his behavior? Did they really expect him to resign? I mean, that's not what he would have done. Of course not. 32 Writing to Spender some days later, Muggeridge said that he found it monstrous that in spite of everything Mel should remain in the chair. 33 Some days after Spender's resignation, Natasha, accompanied by a friend, went to collect his belongings from the Encounter office. To her horror, she found that Stephen's locked cupboard had been broken into, and said, "Oh well, we had a burglary here last week." 34 Stuart Hampshire, who had begged Spender to keep a record of everything, to maintain a personal archive, was not surprised when he later learned of this. It was, he said, obvious. 35. 244. 25. That sinking feeling. You think you are doing the pushing. But it is you who are being pushed. Mephistopheles in Goethe's Faust. On May 13, 5 days after Spender and Kermode resigned, Michael Josselson and John Hunt found themselves sitting in what had been Josselson's office on the second floor of the Boulevard Haussmann. Josselson, accompanied by Diana and Jennifer, had arrived in Paris from Geneva, where from his sparsely elegant flat in the Plateau du Champel he had been battling tirelessly for the past weeks to contain the fallout. In the streets below the Boulevard Haussmann, cafes were opening to welcome the Saturday shoppers as they disgorged into the spring sunshine. Somewhere amongst them, Diana was taking Jennifer to buy a costume for her end-of-term ballet recital. But she was distracted, and moved through the crowd towards the Galeries Lafayette feeling strangely disengaged. In a room adjoining the office where Josselson and Hunt sat, the General Assembly of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was locked in conference. Chaired by Manu Mazzani, the meeting consisted of Raymond Aron, Daniel Bell, Pierre Emmanuel, Louis Fisher, Anthony Hartley, K.A.B. Jones-Carty, Ezekiel Mfalil, Nicholas Nabokov, Hans Oprecht, Michael Polanyi, Dennis de Rougemont, Yoshihiko Seiki, Edward Shills, Ignacio Silone, and Manis Sperber. Flying in from all corners of the globe, their unenviable task was to pass judgment on Josselson and Hunt, whose letters of resignation lay on the table before them, and to decide the fate of the Congress. Sitting like philosopher kings, they knew that their word would be final. Mike and I sat in his office most of the day right beside the meeting room, remembered John Hunt. We sat there alone. What do you do at such a moment, with the jury across the hall? One Michael sat in silence, his slender, well-manicured fingers drumming on the desk. He looked tired of waiting here this morning, tired from the last 2 decades of relentless work. His hair was side-parted and combed across the dome of his head, revealing a high forehead and small eyes at the center of which sat huge black pupils. The jury, meanwhile, debated the evidence. For 2 decades, Michael Josselson had maintained an enormous lie, with John Hunt a secondary transgressor, having been involved in the deception for only half that time. The seriousness of this concealment had immediate implications for hundreds of people. Beyond that, it presented a moral dilemma that would never be easily resolved. Both men had made statements about their relationship with the CIA, and its relationship, in turn, to the Congress. Josselson had accepted full responsibility for what he still maintained had been a necessary lie. The General Assembly's opprobrium was by no means guaranteed. Sperber, Polanyi, and Silone spoke up for Josselson and Hunt, and urged the Assembly to take a fighting position. Sperber said something to the effect of "To hell with all this, we don't care what the New York Times says. We helped set this up and run it for 245. Years, we've dealt with tougher things than this in our political life, so let's just go on as before, if there's support for it." But there wasn't. Aaron and Emmanuel, especially, were bound to see things a little differently. As Frenchmen belonging to an organization based in Paris which was now tainted by associations with American intelligence, their reputations hung in the balance. They had a huge stake in this, Hunt later said. 3. Aaron, in fact, was so vexed by the matter before him that he withdrew stormily from the meeting, slamming the door as he left the room. By lunchtime, no agreement had been reached, and at Mazzani's suggestion they took a break. Reconvening in the afternoon, the meeting dragged on until finally, at 6 o'clock, Nabokov and Darujamant appeared before Jos Elson and Hunt, the draft statement of the assembly in their hands. They read it out to Michael, me and Hunt, said Diana, who had left Jennifer with a friend to admire her new tutu, and taken up position at her husband's side. It was shameful. There was no reference to Michael's and John's contribution. Michael and John went pale-faced, and walked out. Nicholas and Dennis said to me, "What do you think?" I said, "I think it stinks." I think I was weeping. "For why?" asked Diana from behind bitter tears. Was there no mention of Michael's devotion to the Congress, his unswerving dedication to the cause of cultural freedom? Why had they ignored the fact that without Michael, and indeed John, there would have been no Congress at all? Was this how intellectuals repaid the man to whom they were all indebted? Raising their skirts and fleeing at the first sign of trouble? Was no one prepared to stand and fight? At this point, Nabokov, always a man of flamboyant gestures, clutched his chest and had, or faked, a heart episode. Somebody was dispatched to get a glass of water and an aspirin. His confusion at this moment, if not the swooning fit, was genuine. What could Michael have expected? These were his friends, and he had misled them all these years. He had concealed the fact that he was a CIA employee, that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was the child of a covert CIA operation. What metal was he made of, that he now showed such indignant hurt? Did he really believe himself to be a man more sinned against than sinning? Suddenly, Nabokov, the man whose fortunes had been so deeply linked to Josselsson's, began to see more clearly. This was Michael's life, his faith. It was all he had. There was nothing else. Nabokov and Darujamant, horrified at the idea they had behaved ungraciously, promised Diana that they would persuade the General Assembly to redraft the statement. Mollified, Diana went out to look for Michael and John. A while later, they listened as the revised communiqué was read out. The next day, it was released to the world's press. The General Assembly expressed deep regret that the information conveyed to it had confirmed reports that Central Intelligence Agency funds had been used, and that the executive director should have found it necessary to accept such aid without the knowledge of any of his colleagues. The Assembly affirmed its pride in the achievements of the Congress since its establishment in 1950. It wished to express its conviction that its activities had been entirely free of influence or pressure from any financial backers, and its confidence in the independence and integrity of all those who had collaborated in its work. It condemned in the strongest terms the way in which the CIA had deceived those concerned and had caused their efforts to be called into question. The effect of such action, the Assembly stated, tends to poison the wells of intellectual discourse. The Assembly repudiated entirely the employment of such methods in the world of ideas. The Assembly took note of the resignations tendered by and it expressed its renewed gratitude to them for the fact that 246. Despite the difficulties attendant on the mode of financing of Congress activities, they maintained the complete independence and intellectual integrity of the organization and consequently requested them to continue to perform their duties. 5. The wording of the statement was, in many ways, disingenuous. Firstly, Josselsson's resignation was accepted by the Assembly. This was later confirmed by both Diana Jos Elson and John Hunt, who said, "My distinct recollection was that Mike, whatever the minutes may say, was in effect told that he couldn't stay on. I was in a different category, in their minds, so this didn't apply to me." 6. Secondly, and more importantly, it was simply inadequate to say that Jos Elson had accepted CIA aid without the knowledge of any of his colleagues. I can tell you that several of the most important Congress people knew the truth because their governments had told them, Hunt later revealed. Aaron was told. Malraux obviously knew. and so did Muggeridge and Warburg, who were told by MI6 after the two agencies reached an agreement regarding encounter. 7 Who didn't know, I'd like to know. It was a pretty open secret, 8 said Lawrence de Neufville. The list of those who knew, or thought they knew, is long enough: Stuart Hampshire, Arthur Schlesinger, Edward Shills, Dennis de Rougemont, Daniel Bell, Louis Fisher, George Kerman, Arthur Kestler, Junkie Fleischman, François Bondy, James Burnham, Willy Brandt, Sidney Hook, Melvin Lasky, Jason Epstein, Mary McCarthy, Pierre Emmanuel, Lionel Trilling, Diana Trilling, Sol Levitas, Robert Oppenheimer, Sol Stein, Dwight MacDonald. Not all of them were witting in the sense that they were active participants in the deception. But they all knew, and had known for some time. And if they didn't, they were, said their critics, cultivatedly, and culpably, ignorant. Mike did try and tell some people, but they said they didn't want to know, Hunt claimed. They knew, and they knew as much as they wanted to know, and if they knew any more, they knew they would have had to get out, so they refused to know. 9 Attending the General Assembly meeting as an observer was the Australian poet James Macaulay, founding editor of Quadrant. He noted that there was a contradiction between their wish to support Mike in friendship, and in honesty, because none of them had been really much deceived, and take up a public position of outraged innocence. 10 Hunt's wife, Chantal, who had worked for the French Ministry of Culture and, briefly, for the Congress, was dismissive of such moral fuzziness. Everyone in France, in my circle at least, knew the truth about who was behind the Congress, she claimed. They all talked about it. They would say, "Why do you want to go and work there? It's CIA." Everyone knew except, apparently, those who worked for it. Isn't that odd? I always thought so. 11 Mostly they all denied knowing anything about it, said Diana Joss Elson, but they made crummy liars. 12 And what of Nicholas Nabokov, who had made every step of the journey from those early days in Berlin to this painful denouement in Paris alongside Joss Elson? Did he really believe his own angry rebuttal to charges of CIA involvement, in which he had said, "I deny everything"? The Congress for Cultural Freedom has never had any link, direct or indirect, with the CIA. The whole thing has been set up by the Soviets. 13 Could anyone seriously believe that Nabokov, in all these years, had never been told, or figured out for himself, that behind this stood the heavy guns of the Virginian woods? Mary McCarthy's story, in which Nabokov apparently revealed the truth to Spender in a London taxi, suggests otherwise. As does Chantal Hunt's recollection of Nabokov telling her in conspiratorial whispers over lunch one day that he knew. Stuart Hampshire later noted with some irony that 247. Nabokov wasn't particularly devastated at the revelations. 14 As Nabokov stood before Joss Elson on that miserable day of May 13, waving a resolution in his face which condemned him for deceiving his colleagues, the fact that he was eminently unsuited to pass judgment appeared not to drive a fume across his mind. In his memoirs, Nabokov damned the abysmal and needless impropriety of the method of thinking that preceded the decision to pass money through the CIA to cultural organizations. 15 He added that this was especially glaring when one thinks that the Cold War was the toughest, most complex ideological war since the early 19th century, and that this impropriety occurred in a country that used to have a century-old tradition of what Camus called moral forms of political thinking. It still hurts me to think of those wanton bruises of immorality and the fact that a marvelous structure built with love and care by brilliantly intelligent, dedicated, and profoundly incorruptible free-thinking men and women was dragged into the mud and destroyed because of the oldest and most persistent hubris, unreasoned action. 16 Privately, though, Nabokov showed nothing of this moral indignation. I do not feel that one should be apologetic about the funding of the Congress from the CIA, he told one correspondent. Many of us suspected some sort of funding of this kind, and it was the talk of the town in many capitals of Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. The point is not the funding, but what the Congress has done. 17 Feeling much like a contemporary job, the perfect and upright man harassed for his virtue, Jos Elson left Paris after first seeing his doctors, and then meeting McGeorge Bundy, presumably to discuss the implications for the CIA of the exposures. Back in Geneva, he had barely time to unpack before the volcano erupted. In the wake of the General Assembly's acknowledgement that the CIA had subsidized the Congress, newspapers across the world had a field day. Jos Elson collapsed, leaving Diana to answer a barrage of angry telephone calls. To the spenders, she wrote that Jos Elson's day and night continuous battle under constant strain, trying to save what he can of the Congress's work in some form or another has me in a state of perpetual worry. The mess continues, it's like a hydra. 18 Utterly despondent, she declared, I want out, and a new life, and never to have anything to do with all these people ever again, except on a basis of friendship with those who are friends. 19 But the issue of friendship itself had now become hopelessly confused. My dear Mike, wrote Natasha Spender, it's the human aspect which is so distressing. I can see, looking back in the light of present knowledge, that everybody has been a prisoner of this situation in different degrees and ways. It must have been awful for you to have to deceive your friends to whom you have always been so benevolent. But I'm sure it was wrong of the CIA to expect it, for the repercussions in personal torment and relationships are endless, and if one minds intensely, as one does, then one grieves over trusts broken which cannot be retrieved. So it really comes back to the fact that if a colleague withholds information, he is robbing his colleagues of their freedom and their honor, which in turn destroys the trust of their friends, and ultimately too many people have suffered. I expect that you too are relieved to be out of a false situation which robbed you of the right to be candid to your friends. What was really wrong about the silence imposed on you by the CIA is that requiring you to treat your friends this way was forcing you to adopt the same ethics as the communists, and therefore making their methods of the West somehow on a par with those of the East in 248. That respect. 20 The shitstorm, as Jos Elson would later refer to it, continued unabating. Incredibly, it was Tom Braden who now whipped it up to new furies when he penned an article for the Saturday Evening Post. Appearing under the headline "I'm glad the CIA is immoral" in the May 20th edition, it was written, said Braden, to correct the concatenation of inane, misinformed twaddle appearing in the newspapers. But Braden did more than correct inaccuracies. He volunteered hitherto secret information which would never have been uncovered by other means, solid proof to end all the ambiguities. Explaining that those on the left in 1950s Europe were the only people who gave a damn about fighting communism. 21 He gave a detailed account of how the International Organizations Division had sought convergence with these people. He described the IOD's relationship with American labor officials, and even accused Victor Reuther of spending CIA money with less than perfect wisdom. He confirmed that money for the publication of Encounter had been provided by the CIA, and then went on to claim that an agent became an editor of Encounter. He added that CIA agents planted in this way could not only propose anti-communist programs to the official leaders of the organizations, but they could also suggest ways and means to solve the inevitable budgetary problems. Why not see if the needed money could be obtained from American foundations? As the agents knew, the CIA-financed foundations were quite generous when it came to the national interest. 22 Listing the battery of fronts deployed by the IOD, Braden said that by 1953 we were operating or influencing international organizations in every field. 23 Operating? Influencing. Of course, had he wanted to, he could simply have written of support, friendly advice. This was, after all, the official line which the agency had always spun. The effect of Braden's article was to sink the CIA's covert association with the non-communist left once and for all. So what possessed him to write it? His own explanation was that his old friend Stuart Alsop rang him up in California and asked him to write a piece for the Saturday Evening Post to set the record straight. I think I regarded it as catching up with history, Braden said. I was in on the beginning, and it was now 20 years later, and there were still things going on, and my thought was, it's become ridiculous, It's time to stop this pony show. 24 Braden began drafting the article in early March. With a long lead of nearly 3 months, he had plenty of time to finesse it. He and Alsop conferred several times by telephone, and Braden sent several drafts in, each one becoming more and more revelatory. Braden himself claimed he wanted to set the record straight, iron out the mistruths. But in his article, he deliberately disguised code names, giving his own as Warren G. Flaskines when it was Homer D. Hoskins. Why, in the midst of his incendiary revelations, did Braden bother to protect code names? Was he thinking of the secrecy agreement which every CIA agent signed as part of the swearing-in process? When asked about the secrecy agreement, Braden gave an extraordinary answer: "They could have reminded me of my secrecy agreement, but I had forgotten I'd even signed it. Cross my heart, I didn't know I had signed a secrecy agreement. I had signed it, but I didn't remember this. If I had remembered, I wouldn't have done it." 25 If Tom was playing by the rules as a retiree, he would have had to get approval for what he wrote, said Lawrence de Neufville. I don't think he was playing by the rules. 26 There is another scenario, one to which several CIA agents, and even Braden himself, later found themselves attracted. Tom was a company man, and he knew all about the secrecy agreement, said John Hunt. This agreement had been invoked in the past, and Braden, if he was really acting independently, would have had much to fear. My belief is that he was an instrument down the line somewhere of those who wanted to get rid of the NCL. Don't look for a lone gunman, that's mad, just as it is with the Kennedy assassination. There were lots of interested parties. Braden is witting only up to a point. Maybe Helms called him and said, "I've got a job for you." I do believe there was an operational decision to blow the Congress and the other programs out of the water. I discussed Braden's piece with Mike, and we hypothesized that it was part of a coordinated, authorized operation to end the CIA's alliance with the NCL. But we never got to the bottom of it. 27 Jack Thompson also speculated along the same lines. An old device when you want to run down an operation is, you blow it. I have an imaginary scenario. President Johnson is sitting at his desk in the Oval Office, and he's shuffling through some papers. He finds a copy of Encounter magazine. And he says, "Hey, what's this?" And someone says, "It's your magazine, Mr. President." And he says, "My magazine? My magazine? These are guys who think my war is wrong, and they're writing in my magazine." And that's it. 28 Thompson's fictional scenario is worth looking into. Lyndon Baines Johnson was a man of the 1930s, the poor Texas boy afloat in the world of Eastern sophisticates, and he had no truck with all those intellectuals, no sense of the glamour which had surrounded Jack Kennedy's Athenian interlude. Johnson's idea of a cultural festival was limited to something that would please the ladies. 2 years before Braden's article appeared, on June 14, 1965, American intellectuals had turned a White House Festival of the Arts, originally conceived by the Johnsons' advisors as a tool to quiet opposition to the war, into an angry platform on Vietnam. Robert Lowell had refused his invitation, as had Edmund Wilson, with a brusqueness that stunned the festival's organizer, Eric Goldman. Dwight MacDonald did attend, but arrived bearing a petition supporting Lowell and denouncing American policy, which was signed by Hannah Arendt, Lillian Hellman, Alfred Kazin, Larry Rivers, Philip Roth, Mark Rothko, William Starrin, and Mary McCarthy. Over dinner, MacDonald collected 9 more signatures, almost coming to blows with Charlton Heston, who accused MacDonald of being short of elementary manners and asked him, "Are you really accustomed to signing petitions against your host in his home?" 29 Johnson was left with the feeling afterwards that the White House had been taken over by a gang of traitors. 30 The event was an unmitigated disaster, and President Johnson's reaction to it had added bricks to a wall between the president and these groups, according to Eric Goldman. Mercifully, much of the story was unknown. But enough had become public to make the wall seem as impassable as the barbed concrete between East and West Berlin. 31 Johnson was quoted as saying there was a conspiracy between these people to insult him and his office, and to hurt their country at a time of crisis. 32 They were soft bitches, fools, traitors who had blown a minor event into a situation which could have anything but minor significance. The president also told two of his aides, Richard Goodwin and Bill Moyers, that he was not going to have anything more to do with the liberals. They won't have anything to do with me. They all just follow the communist line, liberals, intellectuals, communists. They're all the same. 33 James Burnham, who had helped to harness the Congress for Cultural Freedom to the CIA in its earliest days, but who had done so in the interests of a very conservative kind of realpolitik, saw in the shambles proof of what he had long been warning was a fundamental flaw in the CIA's thinking. The CIA mounted most of these activities in the perspective of 250. The non-communist left, he wrote. The CIA estimated the NCL as a reliably anti-communist force which in action would be, if not pro-Western and pro-American, at any rate not anti-Western and anti-American. This political estimate is mistaken. The NCL is not reliable. Under the pressure of critical events the NCL loosened. A large portion, in this country as in others, swung toward an anti-American position, and nearly all the NCL softened its attitude toward communism and the communist nations. Thus the organizational collapse is derivative from the political error. This political error is the doctrine that the global struggle against communism must be based on the NCL, a doctrine fastened on CIA by Allen Dulles. Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and above all Vietnam have put the NCL doctrine and practice to a decisive test. A large part of the organizations and individuals nurtured by CIA under the NCL prescription end up undermining the nation's will and hampering or sabotaging the nation's security. 34 The idea that Lyndon Johnson might have subsequently interested himself in the dissolution of the CIA's relationship with the non-communist left is not hard to imagine. The most interesting clue to what really happened lies in the question of Braden's secrecy agreement. At 2 p.m. on Wednesday, April 19, 1967, Walt Rostow, Johnson's special assistant, typed a secret memo to the president which read simply, "I assume you know of the forthcoming Braden article on the CIA in the Saturday Evening Post. Here is the story from Dick Helms." Braden's piece appeared in the May 20, 1967 edition of the Post, fully a month after Rostow had notified the president of it. Richard Helms, who was now director of the CIA, was, according to Rostow's memo, aware of the article, and conceivably of its contents also. The CIA had ample time in which to invoke its secrecy agreement with Braden, and prevent him publishing the piece. Rostow's memory on the matter was unsure. "I knew Braden only socially as an amiable person to talk to. I don't remember the memorandum. I don't remember his piece," he said. "I assume Helms told me, and I assume I told the president. But it wasn't a big deal, it didn't impress me at the time." 35 Why then, would Rostow have bothered to write a secret memo to the president about something which didn't impress him? Anything that would create a political item that would have an effect on the presidency, I would keep him informed. 36 Rostow replied, somewhat contradictorily. In fact, Rostow and Helms had plenty of occasion to keep the president informed. At Rostow's suggestion, Dick Helms had been invited to attend the Tuesday lunch, the most important high-level national security meeting in the Johnson years, because I thought the president should have an intelligence man he could consult with. 37 The subject of discussion at these weekly lunches by 1967 was almost exclusively Vietnam. Another question, why was the CIA so concerned about the Rampart stories that they mounted a full-scale intelligence operation, and yet with Braden they made no attempt to stop him? I think it's quite probable that they were anxious to get rid of all these things, Braden concluded. Stewart may have known this. I always assumed that by this time there would have been those in the agency who wanted to get rid of things like this that were virtually blown already. Everyone knew, the cognoscenti, and people like Stu certainly knew that these things were all CIA fronts. I always had it in the back of my mind that they wanted it killed, but I can't prove it. 38 Stuart Alsop was a CIA agent, according to one high-level CIA official. Other sources said Alsop was particularly helpful to the agency in discussions with officials of foreign governments, asking questions to which the CIA was seeking answers, planting misinformation. 251. Advantageous to the U.S., and assessing opportunities for CIA recruitment of well-placed foreigners. Stewart's brother Joseph dismissed as absolute nonsense the claim that Stewart was an agent, saying I was closer to the agency than Stu was, though Stu was very close. 39 But he went on, I dare say he did perform some tasks, he did the correct thing as an American. The founding fathers were close personal friends of ours. It was a social thing. I have never received a dollar, I never signed a secrecy agreement. I didn't have to. I've done things for them when I thought they were the right thing to do. I call it doing my duty as a citizen. The CIA did not open itself at all to people it did not trust. Stu and I were trusted, and I'm proud of it. Stuart Alsop referred to Dulles and his crowd as the brave Easterners, and reveled in being part of that tight establishment, the Broederbond 40. In one crucial respect, Braden's article did not have the expected outcome. His claim that the agency had planted an agent at Encounter could only have been intended to expose that agent and precipitate his resignation. This man, Braden later elaborated, was one of our agents, a man of distinct intellectual achievement and writing ability, and we paid his salary. 41 Irving Kristol, who was now co-editor with Daniel Bell of a journal called The Public Interest, was landed right in the soup. When Tom Braden published that article, saying that there had been a CIA agent at Encounter, I was furious, because I knew damn well that I had not been a CIA agent, and I certainly knew that Stephen Spender had not been a CIA agent, he later said. What in God's name Mr. Braden had in mind when he wrote that article I do not know. 42 Spender, who was never in the frame, said, I just can't believe it was Kristol, I really can't. I know it wasn't me. 43 That left Lasky. Years later, he was, predictably, totally scornful of Braden's claim, calling him a dottery, foolish old man. Dismissing the whole affair as so much James Bond melodrama, the syndrome of the spy and the mole network, Lasky said, I've never edited a CIA magazine and I never have and never will. 44 Who was the CIA agent? Was it you? Was it me? Was it who? He replied. Listen, we did what we did. No, 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 this was a fantasia, and not to be taken seriously, certainly not by historians. 45 But Braden, 30 years later, was categorical. There was no fantasy. The Joss Elsons were devastated by Braden's betrayal. I've always kept such nice memories of you at the 6-day bike races, etc., not to mention a high regard for your professional performance, so that I am all the more sad at the gratuitous betrayal of Mike and his friends in your article, wrote Diana. Your totally false statement clearly implicating Irving K., whom you apparently forgot was completely unwitting, has created a situation of chaos and personal suffering which I believe you cannot imagine, though you may realize you have dealt a death blow to a good magazine. As I know from lived experience through all these grueling years, and as you must know in your heart, too, Tom, if ever there was a man who was a free agent, who answered only to the dictates of his own conscience, it was. 46 Diana ended by imploring Braden to issue an apology, and retract his statement that Joss Elson was planted in Congress. Her letter was never answered. Curiously, despite what would technically be known as a flap in the agency, there was apparently only a little bit of concern that this wasn't necessarily the happiest thing that ever happened. 47 Tom Braden got off without any official censure. Furthermore, the careers of those agents who had been closely involved with the blown NCL program were in no way prejudiced. Cord Meyer and his cohorts all moved swiftly on to bigger and better things. Only those who had been recruited from the non-communist left itself were now deemed dispensable. Roby Macaulay got scuffed around a bit, and, According to Diana Joss Elson, eventually they squeezed him out. He left the agency, and Kenyon Review, for a job as fiction editor of Playboy magazine. John Thompson, who had begun flirting with the New Left in the mid-1960s, was also dropped from what he liked to call the good ship Lollipop. Writing of America in 1968, he told the Joss Elsons that everything that wasn't Vietnam was going to be about the African Americans. 48 Joss Elson, despite the fact that he had resigned from the CIA sometime before the General Assembly meeting of May 13, was irretrievably compromised. His pension was derisory, and certainly no reflection of the enormous contribution he had made. In 1965, Joss Elson was employed by the Farfield Foundation as its international director for a period of 2 years at a salary of $21,000, which was paid in 12 installments. Now, in principle at least, the CIA had no further financial obligations towards Joss Elson. But Frank Platt and John Thompson, conscious that he had been left high and dry, arranged a termination retirement plan for Joss Elson of $30,000 a year, payable from the capital reserve of the Farfield. According to Thompson, this reserve amounted to $1 million. Unable, for some reason, to return this fund to its donors, Thompson suggested that it be made immediately available. 50 Joss Elson's handshake, more brass than golden, accounted for a fraction of the termination fund of the Farfield. How the rest was dispersed is not recorded. Before even the Ramparts exposures appeared, Senator Mike Mansfield demanded a wide-ranging congressional investigation of all clandestine financing by the CIA. President Johnson opted instead for a special three-man committee composed of Under-Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach, Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare John Gardner, and CIA Director Richard Helms. The Katzenbach Committee's final report, issued on March 29, 1967, concluded that it should be the policy of the U.S. government that no federal agency shall provide any covert financial assistance or support, direct or indirect, to any of the nation's educational or private voluntary organizations. 51 The report set December 31, 1967 as the target date for the termination of all such covert agency funding. This was to allow the CIA opportunity to make a number of substantial terminal grants, a technique known as surge funding, to many of its operations. The Katzenbach report has been widely referred to as the instrument by which the government enjoined the CIA in future from this type of activity. But the CIA had a very different interpretation of what they could do in the post-Katzenbach era. According to the Select Committee Report on Government Intelligence Activities of 1976, Deputy Director of Plans Desmond Fitzgerald circulated the following guidance to all field offices after the report was published: A. Covert relations with commercial U.S. organizations are not, repeat, not barred. B. Covert funding overseas of foreign-based international organizations is permitted. 52 In other words, in the field of international covert operations, nothing at all had changed. Thus, when the CIA decided to continue funding Forum World Features beyond 1967, it did so with no impediment. For although Johnson adopted the Katzenbach report as official government policy, it was not issued as an executive order or enacted as a statute. It had no firm legal status. Reading between the lines, an editorial in The Nation judged that the report was piously expedient, evasion by definition, and concluded, Mr. Johnson's ringing slogan, "The Great Society," begins to sound like one of the more cynical utterances of the Bourbon monarchs. 53 10 years later, a government inquiry criticized the fact that many of the restrictions developed by the CIA in response to the events of 1967 appear to be security measures aimed at preventing further public disclosures which could jeopardize sensitive CIA operations. They did not represent significant rethinking of where boundaries ought to be drawn in a free society. 54. 254. 26. A bad bargain. In this vile world, everything is true or false according to the color of the glass through which you view it. Calderón de la Barca. Throughout the rest of 1967, and well into 1968, Jos Elson found himself in a state of mental and physical exhaustion, daily reminded of the confusion and bitterness his actions had occasioned. It is inconceivable for me how anyone who believed in freedom, in the open society, in the moral correspondence between means and ends, could have thought it proper to accept funds from an agency of international espionage, wrote Jayaprakash Narayan, chairman of the Indian Congress for Cultural Freedom. It was not enough to assess that the Congress had always functioned with independence. The agency was only doing what it must have considered useful for itself. One writing to announce he was quitting the Indian office, K.K. Sinha said, "Had I any idea that there was a time bomb concealed in the Paris headquarters, I would not have touched the Congress." 2. For some, there were real explosives to be dealt with. In Japan, one Congress activist's house was firebombed, and he had to seek police protection. In Uganda, Rajith Nioja, the editor of Transition, had no sooner deduced that the damage to his magazine would be incalculable than he was arrested and imprisoned. There were real victims, said Diana Jos Elson, and Michael felt anguish, remorse and, at times, he questioned his judgment for going along with things at all. We wavered over the Jesuitical line of the ends justifying the means, but in the end we agreed it had been the right thing to do. But the real damage to people's reputations anguished him terribly. 3. There were people in India, in the Lebanon, in Asia, in Africa, men and women who cast their lot in with the Congress on the strength of representations that I, Mike, and others made, who then found themselves caught in the hurricane, said John Hunt. And I know many of them suffered deeply, and no amount of high strategy moralizing or discussion will make that fact go away. They put their honor and life on the line, and I haven't forgotten that. You can't override the moral dilemma by using phrases like raison d'etat or the cunning of history or whatever. But I'd do it all over again if I had the chance. You can have regrets and still say it was all worthwhile. 4. In Europe and America, far from what K.K. Sinha called the din of the advancing threat, reactions were mixed. Michael Polanyi found the fuss around the CIA revelations contemptible, and said, "I would have served the CIA in the years following the war, with pleasure." 5. Kessler described it merely as a storm in a teacup which would blow over. Yehudi Menuhin thought much more of the CIA for associating with people like us. 6. George Kennan, predictably, issued a ringing defense, saying that the flap about CIA money was quite unwarranted, and caused far more anguish than it should have been permitted to cause. I never felt the slightest pangs of conscience about it. This country has no Ministry of Culture, and CIA was obliged to do what it could to try to fill the gap. It should be praised for having done so, and not criticized. 7. The idea that the CIA's involvement in the cultural life of the West could be rationalized. 255. As a necessary evil of democracy found increasingly few supporters. Writing of a deeper sense of moral disillusionment, Andrew Kopkind argued that the distance between the rhetoric of the open society and the reality of control was greater than anyone thought. Everyone who went abroad for an American organization was, in one way or another, a witness to the theory that the world was torn between communism and democracy, and anything in between was treason. The illusion of dissent was maintained. The CIA supported socialist Cold Warriors, fascist Cold Warriors, black and white Cold Warriors. The Catholicity and flexibility of CIA operations were major advantages. But it was a sham pluralism, and it was utterly corrupting. 8. This position, much repeated, was attractive for its moral simplicity. But it was too simple. The real point was not that the possibility of dissent had been irrevocably damaged, or that intellectuals had been coerced or corrupted, but that the natural procedures of intellectual inquiry had been interfered with. What most irritated us, wrote Jason Epstein, was that the government seemed to be running an underground gravy train whose first-class compartments were not always occupied by first-class passengers. The CIA and the Ford Foundation, among other agencies, had set up and were financing an apparatus of intellectuals selected for their correct Cold War positions, as an alternative to what one might call a free intellectual market where ideology was presumed to count for less than individual talent and achievement, and where doubts about established orthodoxies were taken to be the beginning of all inquiry. It had at last become clear how bad a bargain the intellectuals had made, that it could never have been in the interest of art or literature, of serious speculation of any kind, or even of humanity itself, for them to serve the will of any nation. 9. Do you think I would have gone on the encounter payroll in 1956-7 had I known there was secret U.S. government money behind it? Dwight MacDonald angrily asked Joss Elson in March 1967. If you do, we are really out of contact. One would hesitate to work even for an openly government-financed magazine. I think I've been played for a sucker. 10 suckers or hypocrites. Despite rubbing up against the front office Metternichs when they had axed his article in 1958, MacDonald had had no hesitation in asking Joss Elson in 1964 if he could employ his son, Nick, for the summer. This, at a time when anybody who was anybody had at least heard rumors connecting the Congress to the CIA. And what about Spender, who in the summer of 1967 broke down in tears at a party in Evanston, Chicago, when fellow guests responded ungenerously to his protest ions of innocence? There they all were, like so many David Levine caricatures, Daniel Bell and his wife Pearl Kazan Bell, Richard Ellman, Hannah Arendt, Stephen Spender, Tony Tanner, Saul Bellow, Harold Rosenberg, Mrs. Polanyi, recalled one of the less famous guests. They had all been involved with the Congress in some way or another. After the spaghetti, they all angrily engaged in calling each other naive for not having known who their backers really were, and for not passing the information on to the rest. I never trusted Irving, said Hannah Arendt. She said the same thing about Melvin Lasky. Daniel Bell busily defended both his friends. The argument became more and more fierce. Spender began to weep. He had been used, misled, knew nothing, never had. Some guests were heard to say Stephen was being naive. Others seemed to think he was just faux naive. 11. Stephen was very upset, said Stuart Hampshire. People have been very mean about Stephen, saying he must have known. I don't think he did. Maybe he didn't try too hard to find out, but he didn't really know anything about government or intelligence. 12. Lawrence de Nookville, however, recalled things differently. I know people who knew he knew, but you can't blame him for denying it, because everything we did had to be plausibly denied, so he could very well plausibly deny it. Joss Elson knew that Spender had been told, and he told me so. 13. My attitude on hearing of Spender and his wounded sensibilities after it all blew up, and maybe this is colored by my sense of guilt, was that he had to have known, said Tom Braden. And I think he did know. 14. Natasha Spender, who always protested her husband's innocence, concluded mournfully that his was the role of Prince Mishkin in The Idiot. Suckers or hypocrites. When Tom Braden was shown Partisan Review's famous statement on the CIA, drafted by William Phillips, and published in summer 1967, he laughed out loud. We would like to make public our opposition to the secret subsidization by the CIA of literary and intellectual publications and organizations, and our conviction that regular subsidization by the CIA can only discredit intellectually and morally such publications and organizations, read the statement. We lack confidence in the magazines alleged to have been subsidized by the CIA, and we do not think they have responded appropriately to the questions that have been raised. 15. Looking at the signatories, 17 in all, including Hannah Arendt, Paul Goodman, Stuart Hampshire, Dwight MacDonald, William Phillips, Richard Poirier, Philip Rove, William Starrin, and Angus Wilson, Braden said simply, of course they knew. 16. Perhaps James Farrell had been right when he said that those Partisan Review people fear clarity as the devil does holy water. 17. From Geneva's Plateau du Champel, a residential square whose silence was broken once a week when the vegetable market arrived, Joss Elson could only watch bitterly as the Congress, now renamed the International Association for Cultural Freedom, moved on without him under its new director, Shepherdstone. For the first year, John Hunt was retained, at Shepherdstone's invitation, to help with the budget. Initially, Jos Elson would call his former second lieutenant every day. He would say, "Let's do this," or, "Let's do that," Hunt remembered. And I would say, "Listen, Mike, Shep's in charge now." It was very sad. Mike was going on as if nothing had really changed. 18 Jos Elson was a rather tragic character, Stephen Spender said. "I think that he was in the position of an ambassador who stays in a country too long, and instead of representing the people who've sent them there starts representing the people to whom he's sent, which is why ambassadors are never allowed to stay too long in countries because they tend to switch in this way. And I think that this kind of switch happened with Jos Elson. If you view the whole thing as a kind of operation, Jos Elson was the godfather and he really loved us all, and he was also an extremely cultivated man who cared greatly about literature and music and so on, but he also was a bullying and domineering person, who took his responsibilities frightfully seriously and was not at all frivolous about it. He was really broken, I think, when the whole thing was exposed." 19 Shepherdstone, the Ford Foundation executive who had brokered millions of dollars of philanthropic funds for the Congress, had been Jos Elson's candidate for his successor, but, according to Diana, Michael soon realized it was a mistake. Michael was retained as a consultant, and the Congress being Michael's life, he wrote many memos, but they were not answered. It was difficult for Shep, because he didn't want to be Michael's boy, his figurehead. But it wasn't done in a very elegant way. Michael disagreed with things that he did, such as peeling off the country and regional associations that weren't of interest to him, in other words, India, Australia, anything that wasn't European. Shep had no feeling for this at all, he hadn't been there, so those guys were just out. He revealed a profound lack of understanding. 257. Of intellectuals. When presentations were made year after year to the Ford Foundation for funds, Shep would ask Michael to do it because he wasn't capable of doing it himself. 20 Now financed entirely by the Ford Foundation, the Congress had apparently achieved the independence which had eluded Jos Elson. Yet according to John Hunt, behind the scenes there was a bitter contest between the British, French, and American secret services to secure leadership of the organization in that summer of 1967. The fear was always that one of these organizations in which there'd been an American involvement in the beginning would be taken over by a friendly service, he explained. The thinking was that the callow, dumb, quiet Americans will go on putting up the money, and we will put up the brains, and we'll have a perfect, tidy operation, and we'll run it. 21 In the end, everyone got a slice. The Americans got their candidate in as president and chief executive, the French inserted their man Pierre Emmanuel, whose affiliations to the DXIM Bureau had long been rumored, as director, and the British, a while later, got their man in as co-director. He was Adam Watson, the CIS-CIA liaison in Washington in the early 1950s, the psychological warfare expert who had coordinated the Information Research Department's secret relationship with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Everything had changed, but nothing had really changed. Nothing, except for the rivalries and tensions which Jos Elson could rightly flatter himself he had contained for so many years. The bitchiness and friability of temperament inherent in all intellectual conclaves now came to dominate an organization which had lost the élan and sense of purpose which had made it so prominent at the height of the Cold War. From Geneva, Jos Elson could do nothing to stop the reconstituted Congress from sailing towards its own oblivion. Nabokov wrote occasionally with news, dismissing its new masters as lay compeers. Equally disparaging was Edward Shills, who broke with the organization in 1970. It was, he said, utterly discredited, a mere chatfest for complacent, overfed intellectuals. 22 In another letter to Jos Elson he wrote that he had no news of the Congress, though he had received an invitation to meet some leading goyim, to which his response was a flat refusal. 23 He shared with Sidney Hook an impression of Stone as a bumbling jackass. A fool, enjoying a position and perquisites completely undeserved. 24 The only thing Stone understood about world affairs, said Shills, was how to work an expense account. But the question that most troubled Shills, and which, he said, he would never be able to answer, was how the communists, for all their evil deeds, had managed to command, and keep, the moral high ground. 25 With the old nomenclatura no longer interested in its activities, and having lost the interest of its backers, the International Association for Cultural Freedom finally voted to dissolve itself in January 1979. In 1959 George Kennan had written to Nabokov that he could think of no group of people who have done more to hold our world together in these last years than you and your colleagues. In this country in particular, few will ever understand the dimensions and the significance of your accomplishments. 26 For decades, Kennan remained convinced that the articles of faith upon which he had helped design the Pax Americana were the right ones. But in 1993, he renounced the monist credo upon which this had rested, saying, "I should make it clear that I'm wholly and emphatically rejecting any and all messianic concepts of America's 258 role in the world, rejecting, that is, an image of ourselves as teachers and redeemers to the rest of humanity, rejecting the illusions of unique and superior virtue on our part, the prattle about manifest destiny or the American century." 27 It was upon this proposition, that it was America's destiny to assume responsibility for the century in place of a worn-out, discredited Europe, that the central myths of the Cold War had been built. And it was, in the end, a false construct. The Cold War is a delusionary struggle between real interests, Harold Rosenberg had written in 1962. The joke of the Cold War is that each of the rivals is aware that the other's idea would be irresistible if it were actually put into practice. The West wants freedom to the extent that freedom is compatible with private ownership and with profits. The Soviets want socialism to the extent that socialism is compatible with the dictatorship of the communist bureaucracy. Revolutions in the 20th century are for freedom and socialism. A realistic politics is essential, a politics which would get rid once and for all of the fraud of freedom versus socialism. 28 With these words, Rosenberg damned the Manichean dualism by which the two sides had locked themselves into a convulsive pas de deux, caught in the despotism of formulae. Milan Kundera once attacked the man of conviction, and asked, "What is conviction?" "It is a thought that has congealed." That is why a novelist must systematically desystemize his thought, kick at the barricade that he himself has erected around his ideas. Only then, said Kundera, would the wisdom of uncertainty emerge. The legacy of the 1967 revelations was a kind of uncertainty, but one which fell short of Kundera's wisdom. It was an uncertainty cultivated to obscure what had happened, or to minimize its impact. Disgusted by what he saw as the lack of accountability amongst those intellectuals who had aided and abetted the CIA's cultural manipulations, novelist Richard Ellman detected a false blasé attitude makes everything seem alike or, as one expects, a kind of comme il faut for venality and corruption, which perceives the world as essentially a paradigm for boredom. Nothing is quite worth discerning, and nobody can be truly honest. 29 Renata Adler's Roman Clef, Speedboat, captured the moral murkiness. Intelligent people, caught at anything, denied it. Faced with evidence of having denied it falsely, people said they had done it and had not lied about it, and didn't remember it, but if they had done it, or lied about it, they would have done it and misspoken themselves about it in an interest so much higher as to alter the nature of doing and lying altogether. 30 Primo Levi, in The Drowned and the Saved, offered a similar, though psychologically more sophisticated, insight. There are those who lie consciously, coldly falsifying reality itself, but more numerous are those who weigh anchor, move off, momentarily or forever, from genuine memories, and fabricate for themselves a convenient reality. The silent transition from falsehood to sly deception is useful. Anyone who lies in good faith is better off, he recites his part better, he is more easily believed. 31 If those who took part in the cultural Cold War really believed in what they were doing, then they can't be said to have been consciously deceiving anybody. If it was all a fiction, a fabricated reality, it was no less true for that. Someone once said that if a dog pisses on Notre Dame, it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the cathedral. But there's another proverb, one which Nicholas Nabokov was fond of quoting: you can't jump into the lake and come out dry. The democratic process which Western cultural cold warriors rushed to legitimize was undermined by its own lack of candor. The freedom it purveyed was compromised, unfree, in the sense that it was anchored to the contradictory imperative of the necessary lie. 259. The context of the Cold War, as drawn up by the more militant intellectuals within the Congress for Cultural Freedom, was one where you operated under the sign of total fealty to an ideal. The ends justified the means, even if they included lying to one's colleagues. Ethics were subject to politics. They confused their role, pursuing their aims by acting on people's state of mind, choosing to slant things one way rather than another, in the hope of achieving a particular result. That should have been the job of politicians. The task of the intellectual should have been to expose the politician's economy with the truth, his parsimonious distribution of fact, his defense of the status quo. Pursuing an absolutist idea of freedom, they ended up by offering another ideology, a freedomism, or a narcissism of freedom, which elevated doctrine over tolerance for heretical views. And of course true freedom is actually a better name than freedom tout court, says Anthony in Ilis in Gaza. Truth, it's one of the magical words. Combine it with the magic of freedom and the effect's terrific. Curious people don't talk about true truth. I suppose it sounds too queer. True truth, true truth. No, it obviously won't do. It's like berry berry, or wagga wagga. 32. 260. Epilogue. Some people's minds freeze. David Bruce. After that disastrous summer of 1967, Nicholas Nabokov received a generous financial settlement of $34,500 from the Farfield Foundation, and moved to New York to lecture on the arts in their social environment at City University, in a fellowship secured with Arthur Schlesinger's help. Nabokov and Steven Spender exchanged bits of gossip about their former confreres, and joked about writing a funny Gogol-like story about a man who, whatever he did, and whoever his employer, found he was always being paid for by the CIA. In 1972, they had a minor tiff. Isaiah Berlin advised Nabokov to let the matter drop. Let him be, he said. Berlin also cautioned Nabokov not to go public with his memories of the Congress when, in 1976, the composer half-joked, half-threatened to write a book called Les Riches Heures du CIA. If you serious about this, let me earnestly advise you not to do this, Berlin admonished. One's memory is not infallible, the subject is, to say the least, sensitive. I doubt if you can want to be for the rest of your life the center of unending rows. So let me strongly advise you to leave that minefield alone. Such reluctance to examine the past was shared by many. Spender, whose friendship with Nabokov had survived the tiff of 1972, recorded in his journals that in March 1976 he had attended a ceremony at the French consulate in New York at which Nabokov was awarded the Légion d'honneur, atmosphere of comedy, as the consul made a speech, going through whole life, drawing throughout it a distinction between what he called creation and career. Although the festivals he had organized were listed, the Congress for Cultural Freedom was skirted adroitly. The hollowness of French rhetoric on such occasions is so transparent that it acquires a kind of sincerity. 3. For his remaining years, Nabokov continued to teach and compose. His last major project was to score the music for Balanchine's Don Quixote, performed by the New York City Ballet. Reviewing it for The New Yorker, Andrew Porter wrote, "There is nothing, alas, that can be done about Nicholas Nabokov's wretched score, which lays a deadening hand on the evening. It is short-breathed, repetitive, feeble in its little attempts to achieve vivacity by recourse to a trumpet solo or a gong stroke." For Nabokov's motto, said one friend, could have been "Go along. Get along." Perhaps he had inherited this from his father. A young intelligence officer in post-war Berlin had once met Nabokov's 90-year-old father at a party. The old man, like all the Nabokovs, had been a liberal in Imperial Russia. I observed him going over to some high-ranking Soviets and saying, "You know, I was always on the side of the people," and then shuffling over to on the other side of the room with the same ingratiating smile, and saying, "I knew your grandfather, His Imperial Highness, Grand Duke Alexander Mikhailovich very well." I wondered how anybody of 90 could feel the necessity for such hypocrisy. 5. Nabokov died in 1978. His funeral, according to John Hunt, was quite a scene. All the 5 wives were there. Patricia Blake was on crutches after a skiing accident, and she kept saying, "I feel like I'm still married to him." Marie Claire took up the whole of the first pew, as if she was still married to him. Dominique, who was his wife when he died, said she was made to feel like she didn't exist, she was the only one who hung back. Another one draped herself. 261. Over his coffin and tried to kiss him on the mouth. 6. It was a fitting exit for a man who had lived by flamboyant gestures. John Hunt left the International Association for Cultural Freedom, as planned, at the end of 1968. In a secret ceremony on a houseboat on the Seine, he was awarded a CIA medal for services rendered. He then turned up at the Salk Institute in California as its executive vice president. He took a "fuck you Ho Chi Minh" stance on Vietnam, and watched bitterly as America, as he knew it, started to fall apart. He told Joss Elson that he felt like an alien in his own country. 7. After toying with the idea of working with Roby Macaulay at Playboy, Hunt became executive vice president of the University of Pennsylvania. In 1976, he wrote a play about Alger Hiss which was performed at the Kennedy Center. He later retired to the south of France. Irving Kristol founded the Public Interest with Daniel Bell, and in 1969 became Henry R. Luce Professor of Urban Values at New York University. By then, he had already begun calling himself a neoconservative, which he defined as a liberal who has been mugged by reality. He attached himself to the American Enterprise Institute and the Wall Street Journal, gave lectures to corporate groups for huge fees, and was dubbed patron saint of the New Right. His writing showed more and more how this young radical had aged into a morose reactionary at odds with the world around him, with its sexual license, multiculturalism, welfare mothers, and revolting students. He had become, like Lasky, like so many others, Arthur Koestler's 20th century man, a political neurotic carries his private iron curtain inside his skull. 8. In 1981, he wrote an open letter to the Pentagon in which he deplored the fact that American soldiers failed to stand properly to attention during the national anthem. He called for the reinstitution of proper military parades because there is nothing like a parade to elicit respect for the military from the populace. 9. Looking back on the CIA's intervention in cultural politics, he remarked that aside from the fact that the CIA, as a secret agency, seems to be staffed to an extraordinary extent by incorrigible blabbermouths, I have no more reason to despise it than, say, the Post Office. 10. Of Encounter, he concluded, I think it's interesting that the only British magazine worth reading at the time was funded by the CIA, and the British should be damn grateful. 11. Melvin Lasky stayed on as editor of Encounter until it folded in 1990. By this time, few were ready to grant it a proper testimonial. In its last years, Encounter often seemed something of a caricature of its former self, routinely given over as it became to Cold War mongering, with many a dire warning against the perils of nuclear disarmament. 12. The Tory editor of the Times literary supplement, Ferdinand Mount, did write a valedictory on Encounter's achievements, and acclaimed Melvin Lasky as a prophet uniquely without honor in his adopted homeland. 13. But this isolated tribute cut little ice with those who believed that Lasky should perhaps have stayed at home. After the withdrawal of CIA funds, Encounter swayed from one financial crisis to the next, and Lasky spent much of his time in these final years seeking backers. In 1976, Frank Platt wrote to Jos Elson of a wonderful picture of Mel talking with violent right-wing head of Coors Beer Empire in Denver while back. He wanted to take over MAG, make it his own. Wore shoulder holster and Colt 45 throughout meeting. No thank you Master Coors. 14 Whilst Lasky was out in the sticks looking for green, Platt did his bit to help by requesting money from the William Whitney Foundation. Later, when confronted with the issue of the CIA's support of Encounter, Lasky fired back, "Well, who's gonna give the money? The little old lady wearing sneakers from Duke, Iowa. Will she give you $1 million? Well, I mean, pipe dreams. Where will the money come from?" 15 Every English co-editor to work with Lasky had resigned, except for the last, Anthony Hartley. Lasky did his best to keep what was left of the old gang together, organizing a last encounter in Berlin in 1992, a celebration of the end of the Cold War over which Lasky presided, his beard sharp enough to stab any fellow traveler. 16 Gathered there were the veterans of the Kulturkampf, Irving Kristol and his wife the conservative historian Gertrude Himmelfarb, Edward Schills, François Bondy, Robert Conquest, Leo Labeds, Peter Coleman, men and women from Radio Liberty and Radio Free Europe, frail in form, some of them, but the fire still burning bright. This, said Bernard Levin, was the motley army which, without a shot fired, fought for the truth against lies, for reality against mirages, for steadfastness against capitulation, for civilization against barbarism, for the peaceful word against the brutal blow, for applauding courage against excusing cowardice, for put most simply, democracy against tyranny. And we were right, entirely, completely, provably, joyfully, patiently, and truthfully right. 17 The ranks of this army of the truth had been thinned by death, Hook, Kestler, Aaron, Malraux, Nabokov, Sperber. But they were also reduced by Lasky, who did not invite the longest-serving member of Encounter's staff Margot Wamsley, or Diana Jos Elson, or the Spenders. Michael Josselson's name was not mentioned once. Levin's motley army did not shed tears when the Soviet system finally imploded. And yet, the radio propagandist George Urban spoke for them all when he said he felt a curious pang of loss. A sparring partner who had in some ways served me well had fallen by the wayside. A predictable foe beyond the hills, often heard but seldom seen, had paradoxically been a source of reassurance. Having a great enemy had been almost as good as having a great friend and, at times of disaffection within our own ranks, arguably better. A friend was a friend, but a good adversary was a vocation. Or was it, I sometimes wondered, that my long preoccupation with the dialectic had so thoroughly infected me that I could imagine no life beyond an adversarial one. 18 Shortly after the fall of the Berlin Wall, George Urban was approached by a former KGB officer who claimed to have run the Kremlin's propaganda school. "And did you find our writings in Encounter useful as a clue to what the enemy was plotting?" asked Urban. "Useful, useful, I found it so fascinating that gradually you and your colleagues weaned me away from my oath and my ideology and made me into a dissident," came the answer. You see, the Encounter syllabus was too persuasive. It spawned doubt, then occasional insubordination, and finally open dissent in the mind of a master spy. 19 Urban related the incident to Lasky, who was ecstatic to learn that the enemy had studied Encounter. "It stunned me. What a compliment, the KGB were using this thing. We felt at the time that this ideological spearhead that we Cold Warriors thought up was hitting on target, and turns out we were right. 20 people like Lasky thought in exactly the same way as the Russians did. It was all just a strategic game to them," concluded Natasha Spender. 21 Frank Platt stayed on at the Farfield Foundation, as its director, until 1969. In September 1976, Platt acted as a clearinghouse and liaison for Penn's Writers in Prison Committee in London. 2 months later, he told Jos Elson, "I've been asked by Kurt, Jack Mack, others if I'd consider overseeing/taking over Penn Writers in Prison work, keeping in touch with Scammell in Lon. 263. Don at Index, who is taking it on for International Pen Coordinator, more like it? Said yes, of course. Interesting work. Travel involved. 22. At the same time, Platt fed Joss Elson with regular nuggets of gossip about the CIA, which he liked to refer to as the chocolate factory. After Cord Meyer was publicly exposed as the London station chief in 1975, Platt wrote teasingly, "In the land of the blind the one-eyed man saw the writing on the wall perhaps? Who knows? The is in one hell of a mess is all I know." Tant pies. 23. Meeting Meyer at a Georgetown party some time later, one journalist watched in horror as he harassed an elderly Canadian diplomat over the issue of Canadian secessionism. The diplomat, who had a serious heart ailment, was visibly distressed, but Meyer plowed on, without wit, taste, or mercy, wrote the journalist, unaware of the eerie resonance of the scene, following, more than a decade later, that in which Joss Elson had suffered a heart attack. As another observer put it, Meyer's generation and class never, in Cromwell's phrase, bethought themselves in the bowels of Christ that they might be mistaken. 24. On February 23, 1983, James Burnham received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Ronald Reagan, whose career in politics had been launched under the banner of the Crusade for Freedom. The citation read, "Since the 1930s, Mr. Burnham has shaped the thinking of world leaders. His observations have changed society and his writings have become guiding lights in mankind's quest for truth. Freedom, reason, and decency have had few greater champions in this century than James Burnham." 25. A week later, Arthur Koestler committed suicide with an overdose of barbiturates and alcohol in his London flat. Dying with him was his third wife, Cynthia Jeffreys. He was 77, she was 20 years younger. In 1998, Koestler was literally taken off his pedestal when his bronze bust was removed from public display at Edinburgh University following revelations by biographer David Cesarani that he had been a violent rapist. Enmeshed in antique conflicts, unimpressive overproduction and lifelong bad behavior, time is simply gone, wrote one reviewer after reading Cesarani's book. 26. Burnham died in 1987, but his spirit lived on in William Buckley, whose National Review Burnham had edited. In 1990, Buckley declared that the United States' protracted opposition to communism is one of our truly ennobling experiences. 27. Tom Braden went on to enjoy a successful career as a syndicated columnist and co-host of the CNN talk show Crossfire. In 1975, whilst a government committee was preparing the fullest ever review of U.S. intelligence activities, Braden penned a swinging attack on a CIA subsumed by power, arrogance, and an obsession with lying. "It's a shame what happened to the CIA," he wrote. "It could have consisted of a few hundred scholars to analyze intelligence, a few hundred spies in key positions, and a few hundred operators ready to carry out rare tasks of daring do. Instead, it became a gargantuan monster, owning property all over the world, running airplanes and newspapers and radio stations and banks and armies and navies, offering temptation to successive secretaries of state, and giving at least one president a brilliant idea. Since the machinery for deceit existed, why not use it?" 28. Braden concluded by advocating the dissolution of the CIA, and the transfer of its remaining functions to other departments. "I would turn the psychological warriors and propagandists over to the Voice of America. Psychological warriors and propagandists probably never did belong in a secret agency." 29. He also wrote 8 is Enough, a happy series about an all-white American family, which was adapted for television, and was later the inspiration for the Brady Bunch. He finally retired to Woodbridge, Virginia, to a house guarded by 264. 2 enormous but soppy Alsatians. Lawrence de Neufville left the CIA shortly after the Hungarian uprising of 1956. He took a variety of jobs, before becoming a stockbroker. He remained a loyal friend to Michael Joss Elson, whom he had recruited all those years ago in Berlin. Interviewed for this book from his home in West Hartford, Connecticut, he was amused at the thought that his cover would finally be blown. "I guess the old boys here in my town will get a bit of a surprise," 30 he joked. He died before he could witness their reaction. William Colby went on to mastermind the Phoenix program in Vietnam, which involved the torture and murder of over 20,000 Viet Cong. As CIA director from 1973 to 1976, he was responsible for sacking James Jesus Angleton. Under him, the agency stumbled from one public relations fiasco to the next. After his retirement, he continued to reap the benefits of his career in espionage by selling his services as consultant to the heads of East European intelligence services after the collapse of the Soviet Union. He died in April 1996, after falling headlong into the swirling waters of the Potomac River. After resigning from Encounter, Stephen Spender attached himself to the New Left, and rediscovered his revolutionary fervor. Mary McCarthy came across him in June 1968 at a Sorbonne meeting convened by revolting students. "Stephen Spender was very good throughout," she told Hannah Arendt. "I saw a great deal of him. I think he was expiating the CIA 31 for him." Amusingly, the moral problem turned on his house in Provence, a ruin they bought and have been slowly fixing up with the revenue, drearily earned, of his American lectures. He decided, in the first days, that he did not own that house and that if the revolution took it, okay. Whenever he would be talking to some especially enraged student, he would say to him, mentally, "Yes, yes, you can have my house." He took money around to a group of American draft resistors, whom he found in total isolation in a room in one of the faculties and virtually, he thought, starving. 32 In 1972, he founded Index on Censorship with a grant from the Ford Foundation. He was knighted in 1983, a grand old citizen of the Republic of Letters. In later years, Spender acknowledged that people had been telling him of Encounter's links to the CIA for years, but it was as with the people who come and tell you that your wife is unfaithful to you. Then you ask her yourself, and if she denies it, you are satisfied with it. 33 Spender never read or bought another issue of Encounter. When he died in 1995, one of the last links to the 1930s, that Rube sent Don, which was to turn into the darkest of ages, was broken. His widow, Natasha Spender, recalled bitterly, all those wasted years, all the arguments, all the upsets, of Stephen's association with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. It had a terrible effect on him, she said. He was so tired, so weary from all the bickering, and he never seemed to have the time to write poetry, which is what he most wanted to do. 34 Michael Jos Elson died in January 1978. Despite strenuous efforts to find employment, he had been knocked back by virtually all his former collaborators. In 1972, he was refused a fellowship by the American Council of Learned Societies. Shepard Stone wrote to Senator William Benton, owner and publisher of Encyclopedia Britannica, to recommend Jos Elson, but no work was forthcoming. Even Jimble Sachs, Jos Elson's old firm, could find nothing for him. Time Incorporated told him they couldn't find him a place for him, despite his extraordinary credentials. In March 1973 he was informed he had not been nominated for a Guggenheim Fellowship. He was also turned down by the Hoover Institution on War, Revolution, and Peace. 8 years before he died, and with Diana's collaboration, he sat down to write a biography of General Barclay de Tolly, who was replaced by Field Marshal Kutuzov in command. 265. Of the Russian armies fighting Napoleon in 1812. The general's direct descendant, Major Nicholas de Tolly, had served with the U.S. military government in Berlin. Perhaps Jos Elson had met him, and been impressed by the tale of a great Estonian commander unjustly humiliated, and of whom Pushkin had written, in vain. Your rival reaped the triumph early planted in your high mind, and you, forgotten, disenchanted. The sponsor of the feast, drew your last breath. Despising us, it may be, in the hour of death. Jos Elson's funeral in January 1978 was a quiet affair. Writing of it to Hook, Lasky said, "Had he died on that occasion when they repaired his heart some 14 years ago, the funeral would have been a European, a Western occasion, 1,000 would have been there to bid him farewell." 35 According to Diana, Lasky himself turned up at Michael's funeral and stole the show. 36 Also present was a representative of the CIA, who chose the moment to present Diana with Michael's service medal. It was so ungermane, as if they were saying, "You did this for the medal," and nothing could be further from the truth. I refused to accept it. 37 Diana continued to live in the apartment at Plateau du Champel, surrounded by mementos and photographs of those heady days when the Congress for Cultural Freedom had seemed to her like the French Revolution or the Oxford Movement or the first 100 days of the Kennedy administration. Michael, she said, had lived for the Congress, and in the end he died for it. But it was the best thing in my life. They were wonderful years. 38 And what of that Broederbund, the inner club of men less mortal and more patriotic, that tiny minority who knew what everyone else should know but didn't, making their own secret judgments in the name of a new age of enlightenment? They wanted to have it both ways, to be walking with the devil in the shadows secretly, and to be walking in the sun. 39 Said one CIA veteran. For many, the contrast was too much. Proponents of the Cold War, they were also in some measure its victims, destroyed by the moral ambiguities of the great game. In the later years of the Congress, Jack Thompson, the former protege of John Crow Ransom who had ended up holding the rudder of the SS Farfield, became obsessed with saving Africans from the Russians, and he traveled there a lot, according to Jason Epstein. He would offer fellowships to African scholars and intellectuals, and their governments would allow them to go on condition they never returned. So what Jack was doing, without realizing it, was getting them exiled. You can expect to get into a mess if you take your country's claims literally. 40 Frank Wisner took his own life in 1965, having never recovered from the nervous breakdown after the failed revolution in Hungary. Other suicides included Roy Altiler, one of Alan Dulles' most flamboyant early collaborators, who took his life in 1953, and James Forrestal, Secretary of Defense after the Second World War, one of the men who had helped design America's clandestine action arm, who killed himself in 1949. Washington Post publisher Philip Graham turned a shotgun on himself in 1963. He was all out for the most conventional sort of success. He achieved it on the largest scale. And then, somehow, it turned to dust and ashes in his mouth. 41 Joseph Alsop told Isaiah Berlin, in what serves as an epitaph for them all. Behind the unexamined nostalgia for the golden days of American intelligence lay a much more devastating truth: the same people who read Dante and went to Yale and were educated in civic virtue recruited Nazis, manipulated the outcome of democratic elections, gave LSD to unwitting subjects, opened the mail of thousands of American citizens, overthrew governments, supported dictatorships, plotted assassinations, and engineered the Bay of Pigs disaster. In the name of what? Asked one critic. Not civic virtue, but empire. 42.